Good morning. Yeah, so today I wanted to sort of start off with something a bit more like focused, I suppose. I can stop the music altogether just so I don't have it in the background. But I did want to do by the way. I did want to do some stuff with like China. Did you see my DMs? Not recently, no. Yeah, you sent me those. Are they any different to the other like cinema and CMEA ones? But yeah, other than that, I don't think there's like too much really that I can think of. They can be added, but like aren't they the same as what we have already? Like if I try and add them, it says it's like about overwriting them. So I'm a little bit like, and we have them already, no? But I'm not sure if that's necessarily like accurate. You already added them? I'm pretty sure, yeah. I'm pretty sure you added them already. Don't know, I can't remember. If I like click on this, it's like use emote. It's conflicting with CN EMEA. Would you like to replace a conflicting emote? Like you could try it and see if it works. I don't have the EMEA one, so that's an easy one to add. Let's see. Use emote. There we go. So I think that's okay. I don't know. I can check my emotes surely. I just go on my profile. We got Wolves win. Got all of the other ones. Oh, there's a Ryan appear one as well, which is pretty good. That's pretty loud, isn't it? Is that right next door? Hold on. You can't hear it unless I speak, which is kind of annoying. Hey, the Soup Cop. It's been far too long. How long has it been? Also, I can't really see chat when that light is so brightly in my face. But I can't help but like feel like that's just a little bit dark and dingy. I swear every time it happens, I say, don't remind me, and it does. Does CIN EMEA work? Maybe I just like re-add it. Like I think overwriting it is probably fine. Replace conflict. There we go. I don't know if that works now. It should do. But I'm not too certain. CN EMEA. I mean, it should work. I don't know if we had it before, though, to be fair. Honestly, no clue. So long as we have it for Madrid, that's fine. We got watch play permissions for that, so that's good. I'm gonna have to like intermittently do this because I didn't want to maybe record this and put it on like YouTube in whatever capacity. So yeah, can I just close this? Can I just tab do that? That's probably the best bet. And I got that open so I can just double check it every time I open it. There we go. Good. And then can I actively just make this as small as possible? I thought the advert would be nice. There we go. Looks perfect. Could you hear like the drilling if I'm talking, like just in the background, or is it that bad? Just while you speak. Let me just see how close it is, actually. 1 second. Right into the corner of the building. It's not too far away, but I think it just goes through the wall. Like in a really annoying way. Are you doing this for every region or China only? I'm down to do it for every region, I think. I could probably do it for Pacific, if I'm honest. But I am not going to do it today. Maybe we do it like when we feel confident with the region as a whole. And like we can also do stuff like going into Shanghai. Like I think this is something that I'm going to like actively revisit getting closer to Shanghai, and I'll kind of like the road to Shanghai. But I'll talk about that more, I guess, like when we get into it. But yeah, I guess I can just start recording this and just sort of see where it goes, and just kind of like whatever I can. So I think with everything being done for like China Kickoff, I kind of wanted to do a bit of an assessment of where the teams are so far, where it's a little bit different to our expectations, and go from there. I'm gonna try doing something with the CN EMEA remote. Don't freak out. Okay. I think it's important to talk about the teams after kickoff, and then also again before like the road to Shanghai happens for some of these teams, because there are some roster changes coming in with some of the squads, some we know about already, some that we don't. And yeah, it's a chance, I suppose, that we can really look at where these teams' expectations either went through the roof, fell flat, or anywhere in between. I don't know really which direction to start. Do we start from the ground up? I guess S tier. It's gonna be no surprise. It's Edward Gaming. Initially, I had FPX and JDG up here in the S tier, which is kind of like they need to be at international events. Like if they're not, there's going to be a problem there. And obviously for FPX, they attended an international event as well. It's them and EDG that are going to Madrid. And obviously JDG kind of fell off a cliff, but we can talk about that at some other point. I think for the S tier, however, I don't think I could put any team, no matter who it is, that makes it from Madrid. You can, I don't know if you can hear the drilling. There's like intermittent breaks with it, so I can like wait it out. And I'm also trying to think of what I want to say. Whilst I think the S tier should belong to teams that like should be at international events and go from there, I can't put in good faith anybody else until they actually like look good against EDG in really important competitive series. And it's annoying because this has been a constant thing throughout Evolution as well, where we have seen Trace and Rare Atom win series over EDG to knock them to the losers bracket. The problem then is that when there's a rematch in a grand final, for example, EDG always just seem to bounce back, and the teams, even the ones that previously just beat them, can't provide the same kind of performance. Like it's just EDG pull it out of their asses in a very paper X style, or the other team kind of crumble on rounds where they shouldn't do, losing against Thrifties, and that's something that happened to Trace quite frequently, I think. And they're trying to work out. I'm just looking at the chat with the thingies. The what's the word? Oh man, the drilling is super annoying. It's because they're like fixing the cladding in the building because it's the same cladding as Grenfell had, so that's kind of can't complain about it being done, I suppose. But it's just annoying. It literally just started now. It wasn't like this like an hour and a half ago. And like yesterday, there wasn't any. It's just because today where I'm like a bit more like focused on what I want to say and like potentially wanting to record stuff that the drilling starts. And also, they've been like kind of here, kind of not, I'd say. But there's a lot of times where they're doing a lot of stuff around our like building, and then like days like yesterday, I think nobody was around at all. Like, granted, I don't feel I'm doxing myself too much because there's a lot of like buildings around me that are all getting their cladding work done. So it's kind of like we're one of 6 buildings. Refreshing the page worked. Oh, anything else we need? Probably just fixing EMEA. And I think that's it. I don't think there's any others really that I can think of that we'd want. I did that. Does that work? Perfect. I mean, it doesn't work in my Telestrator, and it doesn't work on Opera GX for whatever reason, which is kind of annoying. So, I'm going to have to take your word for it. Deleted emote was added. Okay, good. I'm going to stop recording. I'll just start it again. I don't think it's really going to stop with the thingies, but it's good. All right, so I actually wanted to do a bit of an assessment, I think, for the China teams after kickoff. Obviously, I think we need to check in with some of these teams again just before the road to Shanghai starts for them, because there are some roster changes coming, and some that we didn't know about, some that we don't, some that might surprise us, I suppose. So I did want to do a bit of a like catch up on the teams and people that haven't really been paying attention to China, what ended up happening in comparison to the old tier list. I think the old tier list was something like in the S tier, which generally meant that these teams would be attending international events. These is going to be a little bit different, I suppose. You have 7TV for Opera. It doesn't work, I don't think. Like, a lot of the stuff that Opera GX does is like takes the extensions from Google Chrome, but most of them just don't work. Hey, Limey. I don't know, actually, with this video, if we kind of do it as like this is what the tier list looked like before, and then this is how it differed. Because I don't know if that's necessarily like a good place to do it, because I think naturally the tier list has to change. Also, it's funny that these are all in like alphabetical order. Didn't notice that out of all the teams. The only problem I have with the drilling is it's just getting louder and louder. So eventually it is going to get to a point where it just comes through. I don't think this is something I can do now. I don't want to do now. Like, it's fine for a stream, but I think it's like if I wanted to record and put on YouTube, I'm just going to end up regretting doing it now when this is fucking going on. I didn't want to do this, however. Like, we can make a start on this, I think. Top 10 players throughout all of EMEA, China, Pacific, and Americas was kind of tough. I tweeted out mine that went into the plat chat listing, and I was the reason why Texture was second place over less, because I had him higher over less. But I stand by it. But I did actually want to go over like the top 10. I did top 15 to give me some leeway, because I think that there's going to be some hot contenders, really. But I think the first thing I want to do is like going through the teams, sort of talk about who would absolutely be on the list, who would be a maybe, and then kind of go through who I don't think would be. It is also like how they performed at kickoff. Maybe less to do with how the team played overall. Like, there might be some teams that were on bad squads that might be on this list, but I don't know how far I'm willing to extend that, you know? For example, I don't think one would be in the top 10, regardless of how good he was, just because Nova didn't look great at all. But I think we can go through some of these players and pretty much highlight the ones that we should expect to see in there. I think Kokung and Chi Chu were the main two from EDG. FPX, I think this is a tricky one, actually. I think everyone outside of Lysol, and honestly, Lysol had to change roles, so he had a bit of a tough challenge. I think any of these 4, you could argue to an extent, could be top 10. I think Berlin was a little bit crazy, but I think that kind of went into FPX's favor. Life has been a fantastic addition, if not a little bit inflexible with his role, I'd say. Ayang solidifying himself as one of the best initiators in China in a very anti-initiator meta. and then Autumn, who has continued to be a fantastic duelist. I think this is going to require like a little looking back on. I think for Trace, it's a little bit easier. I think Fung Fung goes in there. I think Heibei absolutely goes in there. Flexing, I would have argued for beforehand, but I did think that, like in the last games for Trace, where they played up against EDG, he massively underperformed, so that could like pull him off the list. DRG, I think it's Vukashu. You could maybe argue TCH, you could maybe argue Nick, but I think Luke and Dingwei didn't have a great performance. BLG, this is an interesting one, because I think overall this team played really nicely, but I think they played really nicely as a team. I don't think there was like Yosemite didn't have like a standout tournament. Wisey didn't. It was better, but it's not like Wisey levels. Abby, I think, definitely goes on that list. You could almost argue either Lockham or Kauai, because those two looked really nice. Even Chu, like he had a really bad performance in Plains, up until then he was really solid. We're not doing Madrid. We've done Madrid already. Like I've already put my list on Twitter, so I'm just going through China more than anything. Wolves. Could argue for any of them, really, but I don't think you'd argue for more than one. I think naturally I'm leading to Plex. I think some of his IGL was pretty good. Alubo was kind of fantastic. Stu, I think, gets on the top 10. I think even Martin could be on the top 10 too. I think he was fantastic this tournament. Just sort of fell at the final hurdle a lot. Guan, you can maybe argue Del B, Monk and Bunt looked pretty solid for all gamers, but not really a great performance. And then Tyloo, probably absolutely nobody. But we've already got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people that would be locked in for the top 10, which I'm like pretty. I don't think you could convince me otherwise that these 8 wouldn't belong in it. But you've got some tricky things of like EDG. Like, do you put another player on here because they are dominantly winning this region? And if so, who? Like, are there any players here that definitely aren't top 15? Like Haodong, it's hard to say because he's an IGL, so it's a lot of his impact is kind of naturally missed. Smoggy has been playing a lot of more like supportive flex roles, and nobody's pretty much been on the silver full time. And none of those are like particularly stand out at the moment anyway. So I don't think any of EDG would deserve to go in the top 10. Like, they've been good, but I don't think they've been like super standout. Especially because we have nobody from FBX. It doesn't help that I put the color as like yellow, but I think we need to key it as like, if a player is green, it's a like definite top 10. A yellow, if we do it as like a orange like that, maybe. Maybe top 10. And then it kind of sort of extends to like the other bits. Like 15. Would any of these be a maybe? I don't know. I don't think so. I think we've seen a little bit more sway from like more players on various teams looking individually good. But I don't think it's like a fanatic situation of like putting all 5 players in the top 10 for China for going into Champs LA. I don't think you put the whole of EDG in the top 10 or the top 15. Like, I think there's a lot of like over performances there. But I think we've got like a good selection of Sentinels. Definitely like 3 more than anything. 2 main duelists, 3 main duelists, sorry. A flex player here. I don't know who actually was performing better out of the FPX players. If I had to like look it up, like who are the players that I think are going to be sort of at the higher point? You know, because these guys are at the top naturally. I guess Wisey would be a good argument here, but you are looking at it from just stats alone. So Life, Ayang is just behind. I think Ayang's stats actually are pretty good considering what role he's on. Autumn's actually kind of high too. Belen, Lysol. I've got 1 IGL on the list. I think it is between Life and Ayang. I think they're the kind of like two that I'm looking at as maybes. Flexing, I'm gonna put as a maybe, even though I don't think he's going to. TCH, I think, is definitely a maybe. Luke Dingway, no. Nick, I think some of the IGLing from DRG was pretty good up until like the end. Kind of let themselves down a little bit. I think YZ and K Knight probably would be maybes. Bianc, no. Bear, potentially. I think he got better as the time went on, and it's not a bad debut. Lockham would 100% be in like top 20. Kawhi, potentially. Shu, you could argue it too, but I don't know. I think I'm being a little bit favored. I think Plix and Aluba I'd go for. I think spring was a little bit hot and cold, like the actual season itself. Plix actually having the highest ACS. YU was just behind him. Spring, Aluba, Coldfish. Yeah, I'm still kind of happy with like Aluba. Potato, Dubsy, hello, hello. We're just going through what players are potentially on the list. Viva, I don't think Viva had a great kickoff, to be honest. I don't think it was that standout at all. I think it left a lot to be desired. I was Jake Hero. He was okay. I mean, they weren't playing with an IGL. That's just like the fact of it. I think Guan I would give that to. I think Monk and Bunt I'd also like put on a maybe list. Nobody from Dailu. Absolutely fucking nobody, I don't think. But how many maybes does that give us? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we have like 20 players here. How do you think Autumn and Plix will do this season? I mean, Autumn's been really good. Like how well he's fit onto this team and how he's playing. Even with Life coming in, I thought that would kind of step on Autumn's toes a little bit. But it hasn't really been the case at all. Like he's staying on that main duelist role and he's doing a great job. I think Life's playing around him fantastically well. The only thing that FPX lack is sort of like a main Sentinel, really, because Lysor's stretched a little bit thin by playing either Sentinel or Viper, when most teams should have a player for both of them. For Plex, I think it's a really good start with how he's IGLing the Wolves. I just feel like it's really difficult for him to IGL with a new squad and then also like have all of the map already. Because I think that's where Wolves did go wrong. They did kind of get shafted by the fact that they had to play pretty much all of their maps. Like they, in 3 series, had to play Bind, Ascent, Icebox, Breeze, and Sunset. Lotus was their main ban. The only other map that they didn't play was Split, which was their second ban. And it looked like they didn't have anything really prepped at all on Sunset. So I think there's like 3 out of 7 of the maps just Wolves weren't ready for. They're not ready to play Split, they're not ready to play Breeze, and they didn't look ready to play Sunset. Icebox was a little bit like iffy, like with the roles and agents they were playing. Breeze was okay, if not like a kind of weird comp that they were initially running with, which left some like kind of weird positions. And then even like Bind, you've got Spring on Omen. Like there's just a lot of stuff on this team that seems like role-wise wrong. And so I can't say that like Plix did a bad job IGLing. He did the best that he could. But I don't know if I'm rating him highly just because he played individually like well or what. Top 10 players for China, yeah. So I'm trying to work out like who we have as our like maybes. If I just do this, if I do like a maybe pile. Let's do it this way actually. Shift this one. I don't know how I did that. I shouldn't have done that. Can I just scoot this over or is it gonna... Oh, there we go. So we got like our definitelys, maybes. We got Kung Kung, we got Chi Chu, we have Fung, we have Hebei, we have Ukashu, we have RB, we have Stu. There's too many like individual like players. I'm going to rescind Martin being a yes. I think the difference between these players and everybody else is kind of a bit much. But we got Ayang, we got Life, we got Flexin, TCH, YZ, K-Knight, Lock M, Kawaii, Plix, Aluba, Martin, Guan, Monk, Bunt. Maybe you could argue Obi-Wan as well. I did enjoy watching him, but I think that's more because of the name than how he played. Yeah, I'm gonna rewatch America's like starting from next week, next Monday. So that's the general gist of how I'm approaching it. Instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 above the player names, you should put their role. I don't want to do it by role either. You kind of have to an extent, but I think that it ends up kind of, you end up breaking your own rules very quickly, I think. Because I feel like naturally you're going to have a lot more duelists in there. Like they have high ACS, and a lot of the times it's the duelists that are single-handedly winning rounds. Like they are on the agents to give them the most individual power to have individual performances, which is what an MVP leans towards, right? I mean, on the previous sheet you were on, which other sheet? Wait. You should put their role. I mean, I just have it as that anyway. Like, some of these are just naturally not the role. But I generally know how it goes. Like, duelist, initiator, flex, controller, sentinel. So I know what I'm doing. So that's the main one. Spring and YU should be in maybe. I don't know about Spring. Like, I think he was good, but I don't think, like, I can't say he was anywhere near what other duelists were able to do. Like, the other ones that are definitely, he's comparing him to Fung, Stu, and Kung Kung. Was Spring that good to be on that level among that list? I don't think so. Was he better than Luke? Yes, I'd say. Was he better than ABO? Yes, but ABO was also IGLing. Was he better than YZ? Can't say that for certain. I mean, YZ beat them the last time they played, so that deserves some like mention. Is he better than Guan? Hard to know. Better than Delby, 9body? Probably. Like, I think if we're going to put another duelist on here, which is already kind of like duelist heavy with 3 of them, I'm a little... And you got RB2 that played some duelist. So I think out of the duelist players, I'm pretty happy with the ones that I have. Like 3/4 with RB. For initiators, Heibei goes up there. Like, his IGLing is the best in the region. Like, he does it. Like, I think he's going to be like a top 5 player, honestly, because he just brings so much. RB had some good utility. Ayang's a maybe. Dingwei, no. Jikuro, no. Coldfish, you could argue it. He had some good stuff, but not enough of an individual standout. What was it like for BLG, though? Where is, like, Bianca in all of this? Like, what are we looking at with these guys? Bear is right at the bottom, actually, of ACS, but that's not too surprising when they get bodied in their first game. There's YZ, K-Knight. K-Knight and Yosemite pretty much separate by 1 ACS. But I think that K-Knight looks a lot better. So I think that K-Knight could be a potential, like, definite. The Sentinels, I feel like I've got enough of them. Like Vukashu, Chichu. I had Martin, but I've rescinded that a little bit. Setting up and relying heavily on their duelists. True, but you can't just make a team of duelists, I think. Top 10, I'm seeing it as if I was to have like an A team and a B team, that's how it would kind of work. But like roles are obviously a little bit like different and more chaotic. But for other Sentinels, I don't know. I don't think you can really... You can maybe argue it for Martin. Lockham also was like pretty consistent all the way throughout. I don't know how he finished. For Tech, Lockham was at 180. She was at 166. Abby, 230. I was surprised that, like, I guess Abo did have some like good individual performances. It'd be nice to do this off roll as well within VLR. Because like controller flexing was up there. Lin stats. Oh wait, wrong order. Akaluba's like pretty consistent. TZH was pretty good. Do I have any controller players actually? Good point. I don't think I do. But if I was to put a controller player in there, who would I put? Who did I like watching the most? Probably Berlin, in all honesty. Lysol over Martin, or is that a bad take? For this event, I think so, yeah. I mean, Martin was terrific for JDG. Best he's played in a while. That can't be right. Jews at the top, as expected. Viva's second, Martin third, but like Martin won so many clutches. There really isn't that many initiators up here. Like Fung, I guess, kind of is. RB kind of is. I think I've got to give it to K-Knight, to be fair. But he was a little bit better than Ayang. And I guess Ayang did more? I don't know. Maybe just... Well, this is kind of like from kickoff going into like next stage. So it is a little bit of recency bias, I suppose. Because it makes no sense for me to be like, put this player over this one because they should be better. But I don't really know. I think it is a toss-up between K-Knight and Ayang. But I don't have any FPX players on it. So I am going to actually greenlight Ayang. I could put fucking both of them on the list if I really wanted to. I think that's probably what I'll end up doing. Life, would Life go on this list? I think he kind of has to as well. But again, it's been duelist pilled and I'm not necessarily a fan of that. Where was Berlin as well, like in total? Autumn. 180 on controllers. I don't know. How many have I got now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can't put 3 fucking players from Trace in the list. And like Fung and Heibei, like Flexin, I think I would probably put in over Heibei. But I think he let himself down a little bit in that final one. If we go back to off-season and Ascension, also Viva would be top 10. Yeah, but he wasn't a top 10 player at Kickoff at all, I don't think. I think he really struggled. And also, like, JDG, like, regardless of how it happened, they underperformed massively by not even getting out of groups. Like, you lose to Tech twice, sure, but it's still, like, Leviathan would be given a lot of flack, naturally, for not making out groups themselves. Other teams like Liquid, I suppose, to an extent, would be on that same list. Is there anybody else from DRG? I'm better off going through this and just be like objectively shutting down. I don't think anybody else from EDG would make top 15. I don't know though. Maybe that's just me being a bit like blind to how good these guys are. Kung Kung's up there. Nobody. Because I could maybe say like nobody had better stats actually than Chichu, but I think just Chichu's impact was so important. But maybe it's just because he's on Sova and he's on Sky that he's just kind of been missed a bit. That could be a good argument. And like, is Ayang better than nobody? That's such a tricky question to answer, isn't it? We definitely need more controller players. But I don't really know how we sort of do that. One is towards the top. It was pretty good, but just not enough sample size. And they did get 0-2'd. Lao King's stats are pretty good, but again, he didn't really get to play much. Flexing stats are still really solid. But other players, I think, outperformed him on his team. Kawhi. Do I put Kawhi in? Because I'm on the fence about it. TCH as well. Feels to me this like Kawhi or TCH. Probably delete some of these maybes too. So just clear them out. Ayang, well, he's on the green now. Life, maybe. I don't know. Why is he? I don't think so. K-Knight, maybe. Lockham. How did Lockham do stats wise again? Towards the bottom. I think it was a really good debut. I think he played his role really nicely, but I don't think it's quite that level. Kawhi, potentially. Flakes, we still haven't decided on. Aluba, probably not, actually. Monk and Bunt. I would. How did they do actually out of their like first games? Was it Monk at the top? No, Bunt was. I mean, I think considering Bunt hasn't played a while, I'll tip Monk off and I'll put Bunk on. Bunk. It's a good job I didn't mispronounce that one. What about Life? He's been pretty good up until the final. I'm just a little bit like duelist pilled, I think, at this rate. I think like Life has been good, but 3 out of the top 10, 4 potentially if you argue RB, are duelist players. And like, do I think that Life is a top 5 duelist player? The problem that you get into is like you could have Life in, but also Autumn's been really good. So I'd feel like if I put in Life, I'd have to put in Autumn because I think they've both been playing tremendously well together. I don't know though. There was a lot of MVPs. I'm not a. That's me being like I don't want to be a like duelist focused watcher because all like a majority of duelists on this list are actually kind of good. Spring, Luke, LB, Guan. Like the duelist level in China is kind of crazy. It's just how consistent they are. And also, I think for Life, it's a bit more like. I think that going into Madrid, that's the other problem with like FPX. It's kind of like we are about to see them go into a tournament where they are likely the worst team there. And I feel like Ayang's utility is pretty good. And Autumn is pretty responsive. I feel like Life playing Euro and Chamber, he's going to get found out. I think if there's a player to punish on FPX with like anti-stratting, it's going to be Life more than anybody else. Maybe Berlin, because Berlin likes to kind of go in a little bit too ham. But I'm not too set on it. It's easy to sort of just look at the stats and be like, well, he's one of the higher ones. But it's like, yeah, but if he's like if there's a initiator player next to him, that player also needs some like RB pretty much being on the same level, playing different roles is crazy. And like Tyloo, Ninebody's just below him, but Ninebody was tragic and only played so little. K-Knight just like what 10 ACS behind, playing Breach and KO and Killjoy. Like that's surprising and that's impressive. Like Bunt's performance, Guan's performance are good, but it's like they still ended up gun 0 and 2, so the team performance wasn't amazing. And like Wisey's stats are great, but I was more impressed with some of these they just absolutely dominate an opponent. Like BLG destroyed Tech, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, I mean it's just fitting Life into like the game plan, I think is the way to get this team to work and to function. But Kung Kung, Stu, Fung Fung, I think, top of ACS, genuinely like the impact players. Like Stu is still insanely good. Kung Kung is still the most well-rounded duelist in the region. And Fung Fung was dropping fucking 40 bombs on agents that weren't just Rays, like on Cypher and shit like that. Like Vukashi was there. Like I think these is a top 4 like naturally. But I'm not too convinced on like Wisey. One, I think it's a great start. I'd probably put him in my top 15 because of just how well he played, but is this actually sustainable? Is that consistent? I don't know. To be fair, Nova lost to Trace and FBX, yeah, but they lost hard. Like, they didn't look competitive at all. Like, I don't think that they looked better than I anticipated. Like, they looked better than not dead last. But I do think there is still a gulf between them, All Gamers, Tyloo, and everybody else. Which will look better, I think, towards Shanghai, but we're talking about it right now. Like, as a closing off point of the kickoff events before Madrid and before Shanghai. I think BLG out of the teams in China is the most well balanced in terms of how good each player in the team is. No, I think EDG has them beaten. I think Trace has them beaten too. FBX, I'd say, like, pound for pound is stronger, but it's how well it gels together. I think the BLG, they'll look really good. Rough start against Wolves, but came together really nicely for the rematch and then for play-ins. They literally, the only reason why they didn't make it over Trace is a 0.013 defuse. How many people I'm putting on the list that maybe shouldn't be based on stats? I mean, I was going to say LB1, but I guess not. Nisaw, no. Chew, AK, CB. Not really. I guess Lockham's stats weren't great. Blend's stats weren't great, but he was IGLing. Smoggy, no. Aluba, I had rated highly. Easy H, I had rated kind of highly. Who was a good Viper in China based off stats? Bunt. I think Bunt has the potential to pop off, actually, from how well he's played so far. Yosemite, played a lot of it. Martin was good. You missed out on 45 minutes of... Well, we were just waiting for drilling to stop for one, and then now we're looking at our top 10 for China. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have places for 2. For the top teams, I have 2 for each. I think I got to give it life over anybody else. Like, I do think that Berlin is potentially like a top 15, so I can put like Berlin in the maybe list. And nobody in the maybe list too, for like the 11 to 15, but I don't think they're top 10. So we have one more space for 10 players. Any players from Wolves, maybe? It's tricky. Berlin for top 10, no. Life we already have in, so we don't need to worry about that. Flexing for top 10. I would have said up until the very end. TCH, I think, was good. How did DRG do stats-wise? I didn't actually check that. Because that could be enlightening. I mean, there's a big gap between Vukash and fucking everybody else. 200 ACS IGLing on these agents. Not too shabby. Probably there was a way to like break this up by IGLs, but I understand why. Let's see if we go through them. Plex is the highest rated IGL, but he is on like duelist KO. I'm gonna give it to Plex. I think. I feel like he has a lot about him. And everything that I say about like Hebei is a IGL, I think Plex has, but just not the same level. If any Wolves players should get in, should be Spring. I don't know about that. Like, Spring had his moments. I'm not arguing with that. But, like, he is 200 ACS. Like, he's not the highest Wolves player for stats. Yeah, YU performed better than him too. And I'd say that I'd put YU over Spring too. I think if I had to order them from best to worst, I'd probably put Plex, YU, Aluba, Spring, because I was really impressed with Aluba. But yeah, I'll for sure give it to Plex, but I am putting Plex in like 10th. Like, he is like on the fucking fence. Who would be my like 11th player here? I think I'd give that to Flexin, and then I'd probably give this to mine. They're the two that sort of stand out to me the most. quiet, I think would get on there. K-Knight, though. I've got no BLG players. But to be fair, like, I think for the top 4 teams, I only have one for DRG, which is Vukashu, who is a standout player. Everybody else has sort of felt like it was more of a team thing. So, like, you've got Kung Kung and Chi-Chu, that they both have their, like, shining moments. Ayang and Life. I think Ayang I'm just rating highly because, like, I think a lot of what he does is incredibly underrated. Put in Bear, I think he was good, but I don't think that he was, like, a top 15 player. Like, he did look a little bit problematic in some instances. I think he had a bit of a slow start. But I think he's exactly what BLG needs. I feel like I'd almost put in K-Knight over these two. Maybe I move Martin down one. And then put K-Knight. I'm going to put K-Knight here. Then who did I have for this? Flexin. Flexin would have been a top 10 player, but his last 2 maps against DDG were really rough. Should be Carson Yancey. So we have Plix in this list. We've put in K-Knight. We've put in maybe like nobody here. I think who do I fucking give this to? Guan? Do I think Guan was better than nobody? That's such a difficult fucking answer. I don't think I put in Bunt, but I put in Bunt as an honorable mention. I think nobody deserves some recognition. Like, he's having to just play like a very boring, you know, he's on silver full time. So we have Martin. Who have we got? Missed out TCH. I guess that's fair. I think he played really well for DRG, but I was sad to see DRG kind of just fall to the wayside against FPX. Like, it really was like so much effort from FPX was put into shut down Vukashu, and it felt like nobody else from DRG was just able to actually like pick up the slack. Berlin, I really like him as an IGL. I think he's very Angel-esque. Flexin we've put on that list, so that's fine. Nobody in K-Knight we put in 2. I'm gonna give it to. Well, I'm tempted to swap these two. Like, to be fair, K-Knight did beat Plex. That's deserving of some recognition. Who do I think is the best player in the region right now? I feel like Kung Kung is the obvious one. I'd probably order it as top 3. I think it's incredibly close. I'm even tempted to put Stu in at number 1. Like, the fact that JDG looks so lost and Stu still performed that well is ridiculous to me. Like, in comparison to each other, how did they do? Like, Kung Kung's at the top. Literally, like, 2 ACS difference. I think I got to give it to Kung Kung just because of, like, how he actually got it over the line for EDG in some of these series. Fung is also, like, up there, but I think it has to be, like, these as the top 4. Should see if JDG make any changes. I don't know if they I don't think they should. I think they need to sort out their shit. I think somebody needs to, like, at this point, I don't know why Yihao or Martin, more so Yihao. I think Yihao should just IGL. Like, he's been under the tutorship of Yeoman. He knows how that IGL kind of playstyle works. He's still working with Val Analysis. They do have until April. Yeah, I mean, I just don't think they're going to make any roster changes, but I don't know. They have, like, did they have Mr. Kanai signed as well? Who was on, Christ, what even team was he on? He was on top as well. But he wasn't IGL in either. So, God knows. I have Chichu as a top. I think I got to put Chichu here. And then I'm going to put Heibe here. I feel better about that. Then who have we got? RB. Yang, and then Life. I feel like something needs changing here, but I don't know what. Abby's a little bit low. But I feel like if I can't put Chichu as my top 6 player at Masters Madrid, and he's not the top, and he's not a top 5 player in China, that feels a bit bullshitty of me. But I don't think anybody can move these 4. Maybe I move Abby up to here. Like, Heibe is definitely... He's the one I'm going to argue the most for. Just because I think, like, out of these, he is the best IGL in the region. Maybe I do that to feel a little bit better. Maybe Chichu at 2. I think Fukashi's a better Sentinel than him, though. I like Stu and Fung. Maybe I do this, actually. Because Fung did have some series where he kind of, like, fell to the wayside a little bit. But I think a lot of it was just me being like, well, he 40 bombed this map, so he shouldn't have to do too much. There are 55 people in China and 40 people at Madrid. I think it's just kind of like, I need to huff my own copium on how good I think Chichu is. And so putting him here, I think, is pretty solid. I don't know if I'm just underrating RB a little bit or overrating Fung. I don't think I'm overrating Fung, though. Like, he is pretty much at the top. RB over Feng or no? I don't think so. They both kind of played the same role, and I think that Fung still did fantastic on it. I think more was asked from Fung this event than previous ones. Maybe because it's just the amount of Rays that they're playing in comparison to before. I feel like we never really got to see Kai on Duelist because he usually plays the Jet. Like 300 rounds almost of Rays. And then in comparison to Kai on Jet, 120. We played what, almost triple that? Well, double 2.5 times. Plus it's a triple and double. Yeah, I think just everything that I'd say about RB. Oh, it's hard though because RB just did so many like crazy like 4K rounds. Don't know. That's a really, really tricky one. I think between these 4, it's really hard. I think between these, it's really close. Between these, it's really close. Heibe, I'm pretty kind of set. I think top 7 as a player is good considering it's all eye test. I don't think Heibe has... Oh no, he's not playing Jet, that's why. Where is he on this list? Trace? I mean, this is not really going to work. There he is. 190 ACS. But again, KO Brim. 300 rounds total. I said that's pretty good innings for an IGL. Underrated now being an overrated thing, in my opinion. I don't know. I think it's also like the flexibility in the roles that Fung was playing. Abby was a little bit more sentinel focused, but he did play the duelist. So you could argue that Abby was a little bit more flexible. But I think that I really think it just comes down to that series actually, where Trace versus Tech. So where's Trace? Let's go back. Oh fuck me, I'm running around in a circle. Trace, Tech. 76 kills, 73. But he fucking 40 bombed here. Here it was 19 kills on Lotus. Despite it being a dominant scoreline, Abby's still doing well. And then on Split, Abby again is just having to like carry his team. Let's just do it off. Oh, we can't do it off like head-to-head duels either because we don't have the API. Oh, it's just gonna literally be like whoever just won the most duels against each other would have got it for me. But Abby doing it over 3 rolls, Fung doing it over 2. It's so tricky. Like that is just, I can't wait to see more of those two teams play. Just because that duel between the two of them is just so crazy. Fine. How did Fung do actually in the grand final stats? I can't remember. Well, not the grand final, the qualifying game. Actually, like, fell off quite a bit. Would that have happened to RB is the question? I mean, this map was really good. Bind was just, this was awful to watch. It wasn't good from Flexit at all. It still burnt into my head. But yeah, I kind of feel like that's where I'm landing. Am I set on Kung Kung at number 1? Yeah, can't have to be. Vukashu at number 2. Yeah, I think. I feel like Vukashu was shut down quite a lot by FPX. I mean, that I've argued myself out of it. Vukashu is better than Chichu, but I think Chichu can still play if he's sort of shut down. Chichu over Vukashu? I think that's... No, I think like Vukashu was literally like MVP in all of the maps up until that FPX game. Wyatt Chen is joining JDG? Why? Like, that's the main question, I think. Just more of like a flex player. I guess they could put him on sort of like main initiator stuff. And then just put Viva full-time on Viper. Yeah, but Wyatt Chen didn't IGL for fucking Attacking Soul. Like Zero did. He did, him and Zero won. Yeah, but who's getting dropped? Jakuro? The 2 collars for Ascension? I mean, the way that they were set up was kind of like wank, I think. I thought YH Chen went to another team as a coach. But I might be thinking of the other confusing player, Chen. Yeah, he's a coach for DRG now. So, yeah, not confusing at all. Dropping rating in a field that is worse is kind of sus. Yeah, he IGL'd for Masters Tokyo. I thought Monk did. But, like, there's a lot of just, like, bad/wrong information coming out in various parts. I mean, that's actually a really good pickup, though, honestly. He's follow JDG and Weibo. Wait, what are people saying about this? Oh, they're on about like RB versus Fung. I think the way that I don't know. I feel like all of the top players in the top 6, other than Chi-Chu, had to be shut down in order to do nothing. Like they were like a specific person that was keeping these teams in it. Flexing is allegedly out of Trace too. Oh man, that would suck. I thought Son 9 would have been great for the Rare Atom roster. Yeah, I think so too. It just depends on how good his English is. Or Korean in that case too. But I think that like White Chen as a player would not be a bad shout at all. There's just like from watching him and people be like, oh yeah, Monk's IGLing or Zero's IGLing. Like I didn't really pay too much attention to him, but he was like okay. But he is just more of the support player. But I think is today and only China Day? No, we're doing EMEA after. He's okay on Scrim since he plays a lot of Pacific server. Okay. So yeah, I just wanted to do this. I did want to do my tier list for China as well, but we had a lot of drilling, but the drilling stopped. So I'm happy with that list, I think. I think maybe we could just do it as like I don't want to do a column to the right actually. Let me just do this, move this across, and then just have what team they're on, just so people can see it at a closer glance. DRG, EDG, Tech, Trace, FPX, Wolves, BLG, Trace. Martin is JDG, Nova. Crazy to have a Nova player in the top 15. Over an EDG player, no less. Is there any teams that don't have players on this list at all? No, I think that's kind of accurate, right? The only players that aren't on this list at all are Tyloo players, but none of them deserve to be. Is it a safe space to share VCT China rumors? Yes. Also, there's a link to the Discord above, which does it actually work? That's a good question. Yeah, that should be a link to the Discord. Like, join that and put them there. Absolutely. Like, obviously we don't know much of what's happening in China in the West, so it's nice to actually hear like. I can't make a Weibo account. I know I can still use Weibo, but it's not as nice to use signed out than that. Flexin allegedly swim with Tyloo too. I think that's a great pickup for them. I mean, if I'm Tyloo, I'm trying to get Flexin and J-Kuro. And slowly being back on the Tyloo lineup. I don't know who you'd get rid of. Like, you'd keep HFMI. Flex, so you'd get rid of Lao King, I guess. Imagine Trace having 3 players on that list, but not a top 2 for kickoffs. Yeah, I mean, maybe like. To be fair, we did see more of Trace. Tyloo scrims without HFMI. Oof. A bit of a fucking fall from grace. Nova picked up a Swirl as well, haven't they? Because I think you could, like, Nova with Swirl and another potential pickup. I don't think you'd want Flexing on that team. Maybe, like, I think J-Kuro and Swirl, that'd be a fucking powerhouse team for Nova. Lua King was scrimming with Tech instead of Kawaii. I'm surprised at that. I thought Kawaii looked quite good. All right, I need the toilet for one. So I'm going to run ads just so people don't get them when they come in. It's without Chew. I guess the problem with Chew is you've got RB coming in. And Chew and RB's like role and agent pool is effectively the same. I think Chew's done well, but he just fell off in his final like couple of maps. Like people looking at it and being like, he was the problem. It's like, actually, there was a lot of rounds which you won it for tech, and the reason why they're in that far. Lao King has been playing Initiate on rank though. I guess like instead of HFMI. I wonder what happened to HFMI. I wonder if it's like a Zeke moment of just losing confidence and getting frustrated because his body language for kickoff was atrocious. He did not look happy at all. I know nothing about China Miss TDG. Well, that's why we're going over it. But yeah, I'll run ads now just so I can go to the loot, and then yeah, we'll go for each of the teams one at a time, and you can tell me the rumors. I didn't press the button, but it actually went through. I must have accidentally pressed it. But yeah, 1 sec, we'll be long. All right. I think HFMI played horrendous. Yeah, I mean, it was an awful game. But we know how much of a fantastic player he can be, but it might just be in a certain format of like playing. But yeah, so I think that's my top 10. I'm kind of happy with that. I don't know if I like saved that for myself or whatever. But yeah, what are the other rumors? So I guess we can probably just copy and paste these. I mean, I don't think any roster changes are coming to EDG. I don't think any roster changes will be coming to FPX. The Trace, I guess the biggest question is, am I doing these all in different colors without realizing? It's hard to know when you got the lights on you. I guess like flexing is like a potential like out. Maybe this color. DRG, is that staying the same? I'm surprised he put flexing this high, to be honest. I think he played fantastic up until like the final series. Genuine, like the 4K that he got just how much of a grind it was for Trace. Shion is back in the starting lineup. Instead of who? Dingwei? Has Dingwei. TCH then, maybe? I don't know. Like, you can't get rid of Nick, he's the IGL. You're not gonna get rid of fucking Vukashu. Like Luke and then put Vukashu on duelist. TCH played well. I'd agree. That's why it's weird. Maybe he was just filling in for a day. Maybe like Vu is like Luke was in the scrim too. So it has to be Nick or Vukashu. Can Vuk play as duelist without comms? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. You don't fucking get rid of Vukashu, surely. So who did Trace play instead of like flexing on the way out, or do we not know that yet? Don't have full info. So there's just like somebody's coming in potentially here, but we have no idea who. Who could it be? Yeah, I mean, like if Vukashu's gone, it means that he's gone somewhere else. Like, there's no chance that he wouldn't get picked up. I mean, especially now where there's no roster lock, he could go to another region. Oh no, actually, he couldn't. He'd be classed as an import. I'm pretty sure. Wait, no. For him to go, I don't know how it would work actually. He's an import into China, so I guess he could play EMEA and just import anywhere else. Is it Tiber? Is that the like? Because it'd be good to have like forum access to like the China region, but like you get stuff on Weibo, but that's about it. Well, I don't know what other websites would be good to get that kind of information. How many players could? Yeah, I don't think that you'd change up too much. But what other stuff did we potentially have? Like, what did we go over again? Like, Shion was in here. Who did we have coming in for tech again? Sorry. I have to move all of these up one. AK scrimming with all gamers instead of Spitfires. I mean, Lao King and Tech instead of Chu. I guess you could play Kwai on Viper and then you'd have like lock him on Cypher and shit like that. I don't know. I keep putting Lao King, but it's just because it's how it's said. I imagine BLG staying the same, right? Can't imagine that they would want to change up anything. What, BLG are trialing people now? You got Ronin, baby. Invictus Gaming. No actual information on these guys. Is this BLG got another person? No. What role did he play before, though? Like, we have nothing. Controller? Oh. So... What was Bear then? What role was Bear beforehand? I think he was an initiator, right? Flex player. So what, you're getting rid of like K-Knight or Yosemite? Maybe Bianc. I know Swell's coming in for Nova, and I know that what have I heard? I heard Aaron for this, which I think would be a good pickup, but that might have just been a trial. Also, me putting like Guan makes it seem like Guan is getting dropped, but he's not. So Lao King for Tech, Aaron for Tyloo. I mean, wow, like Tyloo is just completely nuked, right? Rare Atom is back for China Tier 2. Do you have any information on when that starts? I was literally asking Riot people today. Because I'd love permissions to watch that. It's probably the only player from RNG getting looked at for Tier 1. Yeah, I mean, Guan was on that team. You can't minimize because there'd be another import. And then who else have you got left on that team? Like, I don't think there was really much about that team that was. What was the name of the fucking crazy control player? I remember. I don't remember. Xiao Noir, that's it. And then Hato. Yeah, Hato was IGLing and like it was okay, but not amazing. Yeah, Xiao was mental. Another just like off his rocker controller player for China. There's enough of them. I think it was Minimize who IGL. That sounds right, actually. They play in this tier 3 competition called China National Competition or something. Is that happening at the moment? Valorant China National Competition Season 1. Oh, we do have it. No orgs. Oh, this happened like at the end of last year. Like around Ascension. So I guess there's multiple seasons. Platform Group Champion. Seeded to Stage 2, seeded to Stage 1. Was this the event where they had like all gamers do a show match? They're hosting a new one. Okay. Trying to see if there's any other ones. Is there a Stage 2? It's just going to take me to this. I guess we could probably, if we do it for Wikipedia, we could probably do it for per region. So if we turn all of the regions off and just do China. No events. Tournaments? Maybe if we do it this way. Because these are all of the kickoffs and then, yeah, Shanghai. That's from last year. 8-tier. Ascension China, that's previous. B-tier. Hong Kong, Taiwan. Oh, that's its own separate region. Kind of smart, I guess. Maybe I'll get in touch with. Yeah, I mean, there's just no information at all with like China events naturally. Even people that work at Riot were like, "There's no tier 2 scene yet." I was like, "Really?" Free for All is such a good name. Oh my god, I hope that he goes pro. I hope we get to see him. Shiro, Miru, Visca, Sapphire. Yeah, I mean, this is my. The news just came out yesterday. Do you have a link? I know it'll be in Mandarin, but translate is helpful, I guess. The Koreans on 4 a.m. now on Rare Atom. I mean, that's not a bad pickup, to be honest. I think you might need to put the... Okay, you haven't been banned, so that's good. But also maybe not good that you just post a link like that. Wait, so links work? I guess so. Fucking you just sent it. The annoying thing about the VCTQQ website is just... It takes... First of all, it just sky flashes you. And then it just takes forever to load. It's like it knows that I'm just not in the region. It's just like, you're not Chinese. Fuck you. You know, you're not allowed. The second Fearless Contract National Competition, abbreviated as Versailles, I guess that's like the Mandarin word, started full swing. The competition is fully integrated into the Fearless Contract Professional League, giving players a possibility to advance to the professional arena and at the same time ensuring the ownership of different player groups. The track is divided into 2 competitive areas. The regional finals will be divided into 2 regions, North and South. Each region will advance 2 teams to their region offline. In the finals, the winning team advances to the finals online knockout round with a total of 2 places. So there's 2 Challengers Leagues, North and South. We have an app, so I use that sometimes. Oh, maybe. Is this just all to get 2 challenges? Yeah, they got the map rolls and everything. Literally is just the fucking rulebook here. And I guess these is like points of where they finish. They talk about Ascension right at the bottom. Fighting on insulting official. Oh god, what is this? Above this, TJ Esports, right? So they're running it too. That's good. I mean, naturally they're going to run it because they run everything, don't they? So right at the bottom, above this. Oh god. Oh, Final Shipping, you talk about that. Is the Ascension? No. Freestyle pairs. I think this is not it. Special restrictions. It's pausing. Above this graphic to this one. Section 2. Oh. If the players register online, they'll be promoted in order according to the city and division of the registration. We enter. This should be. Okay, interesting. And how the 8 teams with the most points get to play in Ascension? That's the TLDR. So this is talking about a qualifier that gets into the Challengers League, but it's not called the Challengers League. And this ends in June. Jesus Christ. Like, that's crazy that they're gonna decide their Ascension. They decided their Ascension team last for this year. And at that rate for June, they're gonna be deciding their Ascension team first for this year. Hey, Geekess. I might need somebody to break this down for me more, but that's not a pretty cool, I think, as a thing. Oh, Gentucky's also put all of the rumors in Discord. AAK is trialing for all gamers. Minus Spitfires. Minus Del B. Are they stupid? Flexing trialing for Tyloo. Shion back on the DRG starting lineup. Don't know who. 4AM Banger and Yudo Tantara Atom. And Ronin Baby joins BLG. Rare Atom has a roster for Tier 2 China. The roster is Banger, Yudotan, and Rare Atom Academy players, Yulo and Snowflake. They're doing good in scrims as much as some of the good Tier 1 teams. People are saying that Yulo is good. That's a name to keep an eye on. It's more like Yulao, isn't it? Yulao. He's back in scrims now? Oh. I was going to say, why on earth would you get rid of Del B? Like, but I think LUO is like Lao King, right? I mean, I'm basing it off the phonetic robot voice that says his name at the start when he does the walkout. So is it just Luo? Don't make me up in Duolingo. I'll start shouting at me for doing it. The Wolves match is not really worth reviewing because they weren't adjusted to playing on stage, where the FPX game is more worth reviewing. Breach on Ascent did well in scrims. Snake Bite to break Cypher Cameron was Chi-Chu's invention and he prepped against Wolves. Yeah, Chi-Chu shouted at me about that. I sent him the clip that I had from my stream. And I was like, oh, by the way, I really liked your lineup against FPX. And his first response was, well, I used it against Wolves as well, actually. And I was like, but I'm glad you like it. Low King. What's my Ryan social credit score now that I fucked up? I don't know. Okay, that's easy to remember. Was it low or low? Told nobody to get an Odin on his timeout, which resulted in the 4K. So I guess so it seems like Chi-Chu is quite vocal and like quite creative with his ideas, but we obviously don't see that because we don't understand comms. The second one is closer to the correct pronunciation. So like low or law? Because LOH, I'm saying it's like LOW. Like high, low, low king. Or is it LOH, but it's more like a law? Trying to remember, really. The game you lost it? Fantastic. It's a lot to think about. I'm glad that Del B's back. There's a lot to remember, but at least I've got like a good fucking track of it now in the Discord. With any rumors, yeah, just put them in there. Any rumors of good translations, I'd be happy to have. Low, like law. Let's fucking get Duolingo up. Let's see what that says. The problem with Duolingo is like you open it and then it starts spamming you for like, oh, you didn't continue your streak. You didn't continue your streak, but what was his name as well? Like that's just the first part of it, right? You law. That mini review. No, thank you. I'm gonna do it in an annoying way. Where's you on? Why even? Like UE? Where is it? Yes. Oh, that's the. Doesn't help with the drilling. It's starting to give me a headache now. Yeah. LUO. Is that on here? Oh, it's like, oh. Like, yellow. All right. I'm gonna have dinner. Thank you for all of the insight. I need to make chat. Like I've got bright lights and fucking drilling in the back of my head. But have a good dinner. Thank you very much for your insight. Yeah, I think it's just more like dates, times, and when the big stuff happens, being able to like, if I can go to my like people, I suppose that like for Riot, like UK, like Northern Europe people that are meant to look after me, and I could say like, hey, can you go to the China people and talk about this event, and if I can get permissions for it, it's easier than like asking about challenges. Because now it does make sense why like there's no challenges for China like I was told, because it's down as something else entirely. But Christ knows what the hell it is. What were the other ones that they said? Heck is like all gamers, minus Spitfires, so that's fine. Flexing trialing for Tyloo instead of HFMI, I guess it was. Xion back on the starting lineup, and then stuff with Rare Atom, which is fine. And then yeah, there's just a lot of other questionable stuff. So yeah, kind of interested. Okay. I was going to do a tier list for China, but I don't think I'll do it now, just with all of the drilling anyway. And also, I did want to watch through the last bits of EMEA, just whilst we have that kind of thing going. I must have, like, I feel like I'm super fucking low in my chair. Maybe about there is good. About two. We'll go with that. Because I'm just shrinking in my chair. I want to change my title. So, who are we watching today? I guess it's Karmine Corp versus Heretics, both games. And then changing Valorant, doing that. Bish bash bosh. Finally, something I have input on EMEA. Well, I mean, this is like the China specific area. I guess like that's the region that we focus on. I can no longer have input since you locked the Google Sheet yesterday. Yeah, I mean, I don't want just random people being able to get onto it. And people can request it, but I don't think people need to be on it as much. I don't think. I don't want people to just get on it. We did look through some of the maps already. I even like noted down. So we've seen Casey Split, we've seen the Lotus, we saw the Ascent, but we can kind of maybe watch it again. Did we see Casey Sunset? I feel like we did. Because Casey, we did, but I want to see it get better. I think is the main one. Because we saw them lose against Giants, and then since then it's looked a little bit stronger. Bind, they only played the once. No, they actually played against Foot as well. Battered by Foot and then beat Koi. Same comp. Guess we can do that. Split, we've seen. Vitality, we kind of seen. I don't really want to watch that again. It was a bit of a moot. Got the grand finals. Breeze. Casey were banning out, so not really a factor. Why am I looking at Pearl? Lotus, we've seen. Sunset. They lost in the grand finals, and they also beat Koi on it too. Is there stuff for the Koi series that I can watch? Was it just Sunset and Bind? Kind of dominant maps, but I think this was like the last game of play-ins. So, and what? I guess we just tried to make it less complicated for ourselves and just watch it from the very beginning. I guess. We've done these. Watched the first time that they played. What are the maps? Split and Lotus. I don't want to. I've seen enough Split.
But in the upper bracket, what an incredible game.
Let's just absolutely speedrun this one.
And start to the season, this has already been for Heretics and KC just the other day. Now we're kicking it off in the big leagues, a chance to push through the playoffs. For KC, on that attack side, we'll see how much they can get done. This is split, and somewhere you're going to imagine there's going to be a lot of comfort. Attack side, we'll see how much they can get done. This is split.
The Heretics just shut down this attacking side an awful lot. I mean, Benji, it's the most typical thing, the way for this map to start, of like Benji being stuck somewhere and KC just having good like execute utility to just isolate him.
It's given them a ton to work with, except the rest of the squad a little late out of the choke point. Good flash coming through, and the trade stay even.
So how, I guess this is important. So it's like the way that the utility was worked. What stalled them as much as they did? They had the trip, close camera. None of it's really relevant because Benji dies early. I mean, the trip does get one. He gets hit by the horn. Is it just a one-way? Is it really just a one-way or something else you use? Mini Boo as a nade? Not that. Maybe the stun? No, it's not the stun. Paranoia, maybe? Something stops these guys from going out. I'm trying to work it out. Just seems to be the one-way. Then the nade comes in. And everybody tries to pick up the choke. It's just a battle.
Team Heretics still in with a chance thanks to Boo. Patatek's already made it as well. That snake bite slowing down the squad as the spike is irretrievable. And now a big fight to be had as Shin emerges from the smoke, but Heretics were waiting.
To what you meant, it's getting slightly more opportunity. It seems. I think it's still a great start, especially considering the last year.
Yeah, both of them have had a tough history.
Alright, it's a pistol won by Heretics.
Israel, this is an example of it, I'll tell you that. They're certainly cashing in on all that's left to be found. Now you can see Team Heretics, they've got a bit of a shift in setup. Last time it was B site, they had their Cypher traps there. This time it's around on A.
I mean, I actually really like Heretics' comp, because you're just lacking info anyway when you're playing, even if you're playing like the Sky solo initiator, there's only so much information that you can get. Like, Skydog's nice, Heal's obviously nice, Ult's a great one. But yeah, I do like playing just solo Breach initiator with this comp. They obviously lose out on some stuff, but I think the Breach util on this map is just too good to have.
It actually can be quite useful. You can basically silently get past a lot of that utility. Mini Boo already coming under pressure again. It's similar to what we've seen for both these teams in the past.
Stun goes right across, good position.
Trying to trade out effectively and do as much damage as possible.
It's a good idea, trying to catch players off guard, but you can see not much to be found. Really just a disadvantage of having those weapons and the patience of Team Heretics of this off.
To get
technical pause, of course.
It's spreading.
Are we back?
I don't like and like the only one to show up so far, but it's only been 2 rounds.
Right, full buy for KC. Getting that mid pressure, just the Viper orb here, like the trip across this.
As you said earlier, Tom, thanks to those 4 kills, thanks to the orb farming of KC as well, Shin has got that Cosmic Divide online, and whilst it might not be getting you a kill like the big old rocket launcher or pushing your enemies off the site, it can definitely help to cut up some of these angles and at least get you out of the choke points that they've definitely got to face. Looking towards B, there are some players here ready, and the main thing is Rienz is here. You're going to have that Breach utility on hand to slow down any kind of push, but from what we've seen of KC so far, they don't mind changing the direction.
I'm more looking at Mini Boo. He's sort of spotting to see if there is anybody making their way back into mid. 45 seconds for Karmine Corp, and because he hasn't seen anything.
Yeah, you can't play like the slow defaulty style that KC did against Giants. Against a comp that's like this. You just stack Bree towards B, you have the Viper Wall and the trips towards A, and Giants are doing, sorry, Team Heretics are doing the same things the Giants did. 20 seconds left, bunker the sites. Give up mid, doesn't matter.
This is it. You know, the hope being that those players saw the presence and moved back, but they haven't. They're still very much in position, and after the
so yeah, just this slow defaulty style for KC is just giving them Melon's moments.
Cosmic Divide gives a safe haven to Boo, and the nade will slow them down even further. Blast back to
yeah, no time now.
No plan can be found, and the time is already too far.
I don't know if it's not been planted yet because of the Cosmic Divide.
If they just dropped it on the only place they were able to really plant. And he also, by the way,
2x round because it's an eco. Just watch the minimap if you can't keep up with what's happening on the screen. That's what I do. Fight early mid, get a gun. Resetting, backing out. 1 minute 10. Going to A. Heretics proactively trying to get information towards there. Maybe get the orb. Protect the orb. Stop the attackers from taking and pushing it. And yeah, they get it. Alright, so that's fine. Skip. Now we can slow down because it's full buy versus full buy. Ultimate's not quite. They just saw the showstopper used. Now KC putting on that pressure towards A.
The orb farming, it looks like some of the same as they're very spread.
Again, it's a similar scenario. Miniboo just spotting for any information he can find. An early take of control from Martin, but it is being watched. It can back for quite a while.
Caught off guard, fight through, or realizing that on the side of KC. They met too much resistance, so the rotate is on. Right back around to heaven.
But it's the 3-stack again. The read is correct. It was the same on the B side in a prior round, but with no presence shown. Now they're going to put up those smokes, but they've got to be careful of the players in the site.
Execute's not too bad here because you've got both the trips, like one protecting backside a bit more, and then one protecting like from the default plant. It gets one that you can wallbang through. Nice from Benji. Good setup, but it's just too much pressure. And actually a good plant from KC because they are heaven and they're planting for heaven. Another path text there still. Fighting, facing, playing elbow. Good like post-plant positions. Now you're a little bit stuck because I think you have the Astra and the Yoru stuck by plant pot. Which he doesn't have a TP to get out.
Not to overextend, but with
lots of steps herds. Yeah, they just don't expect Marty to be there. Paranoia going to come out.
Just looking to support. Takes a lot of damage, but Boo needs to get a move on. Doesn't really have much time left on the clock to play with.
Is he able to get this? I don't think so. Time. Yeah, have to full on stick it.
Just gonna go running straight through. No
might die to the spike though.
But a lot of damage taken.
We will never know.
Realize that most of push
timeout 2. Timeout from KC.
Or do what they did again, where it's at least a little bit later. And I think in this round it's going to be a bit different because they have so many high impact.
Magnum only spent 1,700, so yeah, he
just on information alone, you can talk about
spent 3,700, but I think he bought a teammate a gun.
But then you've also got the showstopper to capitalize off that as well.
Yeah, oh, for sure. The ultimate economy stacked towards KC. We wanted to see a faster round.
They execute your ultimate time. Same trips from Benji.
Martin in another dimension, trying to find some players, and he's seen the site is fully clear.
Open site. Team Heretics aware because they had Nightfall that they can give up that space, fight for the retake a little bit more. You got that kill trip that's still sort of pushing towards CT. It's a good trip as well because the Euro often TPs in this corner, which wouldn't hit the trip, but if you try to push up a little bit further, you're not going to find much.
It doesn't matter. Shin was looking for that, still loses the battle. The same can be said for Thomas. He's now watching, and he will
flank player.
Narrate even going to pop his ult. There's a chance for a lot of damage, but he gets absolutely nothing for it. It doesn't matter.
Oh, Reens just have them line up nicely. A little bit of a iffy post plant there. Just, I guess it's that like lack of discipline. You throw out a showstopper, you get nobody, and then just suddenly like two players want to push up and fight elbow just in the chaos, and they line up nicely for Reens. Whilst Martin is trying to play more passive.
Outside the site, they already knew where he is, but he's been revealed, and he can't do anything from this position. He needs to find a quick pull doing, and that was.
All right, Heretics on 5, another eco for KC, so we can just 2x speed this. Fast execute again. Heretics are just playing this super duper passive.
How much can they really get out of this? The judge on Shin perhaps stands a chance, but it's not like they've got the ideal close range angle. Oh, what? He's using it to go forward. That's great usage from Martin. And then he spotted Shin. Now he's nice and close. The judge in hand as he wraps on site. It's being defused halfway already. Magnum needs to peek. He's the only one who can stop it. He's seen now they're not on. Can use his utility to buy some more time, deal some damage, make it easier for Shin to finish those players off. And although Heretics found the kill, you had the grab well used. Heretics picks the right angle though. They've got out of
at least it was like close. You get the plant, make the eco work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rapid pit on B.
Is it just me or did Mixo look like he's about to give a TED talk?
Good, like again, this is like good util. There's a little bit of early conditioning from Team Heretics to fight for mid. And now they're just more like playing the sights and playing extremities. And KC have started to just kind of go for A executes solely, which isn't working that well. Good trades, but the fact that Minibu gets 2 beforehand. Alright though, 3 versus 2 for KC.
Whether they go for this or not is close angle.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for this. They just push it to elbow. It's a little bit messy.
82 HP, 3 players. The other 2 is good. As said.
They're able to out of their favor. For KC, it's a chance to fight their way back in, and it starts here with Narrate.
Buy is still pretty poor because of the amount of people that died for KC. Mid push, Pon, Vents, putting up some stuff towards A.
He's also the one with the rifle. So normally you'd see maybe him with a shotgun or something. There's willing to take that risk. They're now going to have
KC just a pain to watch because they are so slow at default A.
But again, I think that's the second round in a row. Magnum has managed to catch one of them in that window with the C.
Why are they punting?
They can push through. A quick
Out in the open, trying to fight in ramp. Paranoia misses.
And so is Minibu. A quick double, and that's going to get the showstopper out of him. Damage done at least. Blast pack to push him out of position, and Minibu follows.
This is where Heretics are good. Maybe this is an area that I'm underrating them a little bit. Magnum's got a gun, it's planted for heaven. Oh, the stun is just too good from Reans, actually. Reads it perfectly. Really nicely done from Heretics. I think just the way the Heretics, if they get a kill, how much they can just snowball that and keep it going. Makes them really fun to watch. But if you don't give them that in, I think they just struggle to actually find an opening.
Like, it can be hard to get that attack side going, but that really felt like KC's wide open door. They just had to step right through it.
KC going back to fighting for mid because going A wasn't working anymore.
Somewhere they've at least found damage before.
Trip actually put there too.
A couple of rounds left to play with here in this half. Attack down to 40. Something to work with. One shot for the Sheriff.
I mean, that trip is actually kind of
KC. Time to get going was
crazy useful. They just don't go mid, and they just don't go mid.
Players mid, and you've got players coming up right into A heaven.
When does he put it down though? Does he put it right down at the start?
For the most part. Then obviously Heretics just hitting some crazy shots, winning some great duels. And again, the thing I loved about watching this team in their first match because they threw it down damage.
Kind of like that actually, because KC are like either just full executing A or just case they're fighting mid a bit more. And for that A ramp split, kind of like they did a round ago, 2 rounds ago.
Into a site that has 2 players wiring range in front of him. Tom is he down to just 1 HP. There's not really.
And this is again like Heretics are like, you've got to get to us. Forces the attackers to kind of just play in positions that aren't useful for them.
Maybe they can save that singular rifle, but they are not getting anything from this round. And
Heretics another good round.
And you'll take his head off. Unfortunately, Magnum got his head ripped off, and this has happened.
Minibu pusher with a judge and a stun.
They're just setting up Minibu to do crazier and crazier things. Could have afforded a rifle in this round.
But the Cypher trip actually over here.
They're also taking
so if the TPs, it's going to go off.
It would have been incredibly risky, but they're just getting that information again off the ults that they have now. They're going to want to try and figure out fairly early.
I can't tell if it's been broken or not.
Drift combo can put the round into disarray.
There's no utility to like actively break it.
Just looking at the cross, trying to catch them on the way through.
Yeah, it's still there. Yeah, TP didn't go over.
Any extra space. The thing is, KC are doing a good job to bait out a lot of this utility early, but the problem is when they've got into the
good read from Heretics to just be aware of like some of these TPs.
But even right now, the B camera is down, but you've still got traps. Granted, the one on the back of B side is nasty. The one on the way through B, this one might actually be able to catch something.
Trip's not going to do anything this time. Might get them in like the round after. Some information, a lot of information, a lot of free space. It's going to be really annoying to clear for Heretics now. And a late leg from Shin. Here's a star as well to pull them off the spike if they need to. But at this point, they're going to be pretty comfortable. Stun going across pillar. Nade going in 2.
It can be popped at any moment, and to be honest, it's going to be used right now. Boo.
Ooh. Jesus Christ, his aim is crazy. There's the pull off.
And it is going to stop that defusal. Not to half yet either, so they have no idea where he's coming from. Shim just looking to wrap back around if he can kill the guy. Defusing.
Wow, Miniboo just comes out of nowhere, it seems. Okay, we're just blasting through this map because it's the first time that they ran into each other, and it was very one-sided for Heretics. But I'm curious to see how it like bounces back. 'Cause I think both these maps were played in the grand finals too.
Insane heroics from Boo and Patatek that I'm feeling confident might come through.
Paranoid to clear ramp. Everybody on KC is just on the site.
Been able to pull off so many ridiculous rounds. Patatek had a great game, but not this time out. KC will.
What did they just do? Just full on send it?
A little bit of a backstep.
Yeah, you know, he doesn't need to.
He's still positive, but not quite as positive as Miniboo. Spray down from Rians. Decent chance when they're in this choke point. That reveals on. Of course, it's only going to be a decoy on its way
Callers
through.
are good to break those trips too.
The wrong one. Unlucky for Benji and for Miniboo.
Rins was about to ult and then he just gets taken out. Sorry, I wasn't watching that round too
But if Miniboo
closely.
can keep hitting shots the way he is, even Rians sitting on a breach, 12 and 6. He's been looking very good, popping off individually, and that's what we want to see moving into this attack side. KC, all ghosts. Let's see if they can find the impact with them.
Yeah, they've got a decent amount of utility to play with. No rate.
Trying to remember what the default was actually for KC.
For Magnum and the Paranoia, so
I think it was mostly
plenty
that
set
the Euro would be
you
over
always
towards
feel
B
like
with a TP to A if they need to. Then it was
fail
like
whatever initial plan there is, it could
Astra
go very wrong. It looks
raise
like they're
over
about to
towards
go right
A,
now,
and Omen
everybody's
fade over
just
towards
pushing
B.
into this mid position, and that's the thing. They've just used pretty much every single piece of utility bar the boom bot and a flash, and they got nothing.
Worlds apart from what we've seen from Heretics, keeping their util till late round. You know, here it's not individuals dumping it; it's a team dump. I don't know if they expected that space.
Slow stuff again, 45 seconds.
Oh, utility, sorry.
Great information from KC, but you don't have that Euro TP anymore, so it's just no trips to worry about either for Heretics. They can just kind of run out onto site.
It's not there anymore, but luckily no one's peeking, so
I mean, KC aren't really playing with like set defaults, are they? They move stuff around a lot more than I've seen teams do. Especially considering they've not been together super long. How robust their defaults are is crazy.
That's a good sign. Benji still lurking around, and they've got a decent idea where he is, as well as Boo still being so far away. They cannot even deal with the first man, let alone.
And it's just an easy brute force in from Heretics. I am almost kind of curious to like maybe watch this and then re-watch the grand final on this map to see how it like actively compares. Because this like I don't know we can say too much about Heretics' attack because we just haven't seen that much of it. Like it finishes 13-4, so we have like 4 or 5 more rounds. First plant right in the corner. Again, smart from Heretics to not plant for Heaven. Too many teams plant for here when they have no interest or any control of this.
But yeah, the main thing I'm looking at as well is re-ends, because you've got those 3 rifles. They need to be saved.
It's just about making sure that the close guns can't get into this area to fight.
Nice spray down from Boo, but that is one of the guns.
It's a little bit like harder, and then I guess he's saving the gun that you can get. Full by...
The top fragger on your team is the bottom on the other.
The beautiful sadness. Oh, I like this.
Brave, Paranoia, like Paper X-esque play with the aggression and then the Paranoia. Wasn't Paper X that came up with it, naturally, but it just... It reminded me of their like overtime play that they had against T1. The Euro, triple duelist.
Yeah, this is the thing though. Similarly to Vitality when they played yesterday versus Gentlemates, I think Heretics have got a very good read on, okay, they're playing Yoru Rays, they have to push stuff. So let's just be very ready, have a counter flash, have something available to stop them whenever they try and aggress. So, okay, you've used a Paranoia, we're going to just get out of there and reset. You've now wasted that piece of utility. And I think they're doing incredibly well at just making these sort of things very, very awkward. And even just things like that, small piece of information. Okay, you had an aggressive spot, I've spotted you with a cam, you have to fall back, you don't have that information anymore.
Yeah, you're going to have to use some of your utility, some of your abilities for later on in the round. It's nice. Patatek might have a challenge here.
30 seconds
Looked for a second like Magnum was thinking about going down, but he was just checking it.
I've played in similar ways, you know, typical EMEA slow defaulty style. KC making the right choice here, like bunkering onto site as much as they can. Just think that the utility is just going to be really good at clearing them out. Flash, fighting, too many bodies, too many facing. And they're able to actually get the plant in. Boo might die to the nades. Almost 100 damage. And good shots from Benji. A little bit disconnected from Narrate to Massey to peek through that one at a time. And Miniboo just goes for the lurk. Nice team play. Like this stuff actually, like from Heretics has been good. Like there's no 20-second recon darts, there's no like layering utility, it's just good executes and like good layering of stuff for Heretics in case you just run into it. But I think the way that you beat Heretics is you avoid like all of this utility coming out of them.
Might just take the dub over Aang.
You go from there.
That was him. Well, this could be the last round of KC's map pick. A quick
Is it 3 rounds or 4 rounds at the get? I can't remember.
French fans expected for sure. Team Heretics.
Oh, the flash is nice.
That the French fans expected for sure. Team Heretics.
Like just the top of there.
Their way through already, avoiding the damage. The flashes were good, but Tamazi's not spotted in the corner. Narrate able to get a lot done before falling, and now Miniboo got a lot of ground.
Nice, good trade though from Shin. Yeah, imagine this is the round that KC wins, so it's 4.
He's not falling for it. He knows you're not running through a snake bite like that. Not even vulnerable. And with him not shooting it, maybe they don't check this corner. That's his best chance. Great shot. One more needed.
Shining land and it's going to become.
So that's the problem with being this far behind. They can just probably have 2 ult dump rounds.
Yeah, like looking at like heat maps and seeing where KC play, I can't remember a time where I've seen them actually do that as a default. Everybody's moving around. Like this one, you have the Yoru. It's like the default is swaps. Like Fade Yoru play on one side together, and then everybody else plays the other side, I guess. Tomasi last alive. Gets killed. Yeah, kind of expected. And then sort of same here again, like just the attacking side of KC kind of gets demolished. I don't need to see my lowest, I don't think, for Karmine Corp or Heretics. We saw quite a lot yesterday. I think it was just what was going wrong there. Sunset and Bind. It's a split. This was the only time that they lost, but they quickly reverted it to beat Fnatic and Heretics on the rematch. Bind, they won 1, lost 1. Sunset, they won 1, lost 1. We saw their Sunset yesterday. Did we see Sunset in the grand final is the question. We did. It was the first map. And Karmine Corp still lost it. Karmine Corp got the win on the rematch. All on the attacking side, which is not what happened last time. This was the first time we saw either team play Icebox. Yep. And yep. And then it was split to finish on, which Karmine Corp got the revenge. I think I'm happy to just watch Sunset. Why is it linking to the Turkish page? That's kind of odd. Did they all just link to the Turkish page? Yeah. Why? Playlists, EMEA, before. Is this just the full VODs though? Looks like it. Oh, they do have these ones. There we go. Don't need the full fucking thing. The walkouts were cool though in the French and English, French and Spanish, sorry. This is all fine. We know the comps.
One extra little fight at the end. That's exactly what KC are going for here. The team they lost to along the way.
So KC going for that wall that I was talking about a lot yesterday of just putting this pressure in for mid. Do you see the lineup just going over the top?
They have to do the same again.
I knew he wasn't a Jedi.
Oh, and you can pick it up behind this. That's nice.
5v5 on the defensive side. This is going to be a big test. KC, we know that they're going to be pretty comfortable when it comes to Sunset, not least because they picked it, but with some results that are already in. And we're starting it off with some trades, but Team Heretics standing ahead. 4 versus 3, and the attempt to push through mid from KC has not worked.
Left for Magnum because Benji's dead.
The needle with Magnum, and potentially we'll have a timing later on in the
I
round.
think I don't think Benji's a problematic player for Heretics. But I don't think he's bad. I don't think he's a problem. But I do feel like when he goes down, Heretics' win rate off the back of that is like incredibly low. Like if I wanted to look up a particular stat, which I can do, but I don't know if it's really that worth it. Like Heretics' win rate when Benji is the first death. I think it would be very low. Because I think it's just a lot of space gets given up and like Benji's just sometimes out on an island. And like when his utility goes down, teams like Karmine are just very good at like clearing it. I mean here, I don't think he was first death, but first death for his team.
Over the years? Oh yeah.
I mean, talk about CGRS.
Tech has done fantastic here.
Cider is obviously going to be a highlight for me. The man came into an international event, delivered on a
I love the buy Heretic skin thing as well.
For Team Heretics,
it's just all...
I think that squad, that they've level performance, as a roster, I don't know. Like,
what have they got here though? Sova and Nikeo over towards B side. God Trip, Market Trip, and Mid Camera.
A huge piece of the puzzle in terms of
and this camera is a good response actually to this wall.
I've been really impressed with him overall. A very aggressive move from
Oh my god, the pace of this game is silly.
Combining with the Spectre he found has somehow made this round look competitive. And again, it's looking like they've got a good opportunity to get in onto the site.
Alright, they make their way in onto site. One right in the front of the pillar. Fragment stun. Oh, the stun right into this corner again, both of them.
Still gets away with one, but the trades come in, leaving a 20 HP Shin with a classic to do it all.
Thanks, production. Yeah, this is the series where they just...
No, it doesn't look like it will go up. Great stun in the corner. 2 players unable to fight, or at least you'd think.
Was it a force-up in the end, or did they just... Yeah, they just had Martin jump in with a shot, pick up a Spectre, and that Spectre did so much work.
With a classic to do it all, and somehow he's done it.
I wanted to highlight in this map is that both of these, when you look at,
yeah, production's always kind of weird, I suppose, with having a player online. But I hope that these like production issues are gone for stage 1.
For these two teams, it should lean in that direction.
I'd assume they would be.
I think a lot of that for KC though is very different.
But who knows?
Heretics. I think Benji did a fantastic job of holding down.
Same Viper wall, Cam looking mid, trips on either side for flanks, deep Cypher camera on B. God Trip again, I think. Could be just a normal one that's a little bit deeper into B main, but I'm not too sure.
It's that combination, your mini boo absolutely popping off. Benji is
and yeah, like Heretics' response to this is just to like hold and fight for mid a bit more. And with the neon. Right, nobody mid, no noise, no utility, no nothing. We're gonna reset and start B. And then A, I guess you could just take retakes. There's one thing that you are missing is like the Viper wall for consistent A pressure. Because it's over towards mid now. So yeah, here it's like, we'll start people on B, fight for it a little bit more aggressively with Team Heretics. And then on A, they're just going to play retake regardless.
A lot of teams in this sort of position might even opt to just try and play some exits, do some damage, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. Miniboo already finding an opener. Makes this round at least a little bit.
This is where Heretics look the most scary, is just when they are grouped up like this fucking pack of gazelles.
Basically the entirety of the team, and they just swing out together, but it's mostly going the way of Karmine Corp. Benji finding the rifle, but the
trades are super nice. Still a good eco though, you kill 3 of them.
KC across the board. Don't expect this kind of a play, this kind of aggression out of Miniboo.
Yeah, Heretics is a response. I like the KC wall. I like the pressure that it puts in. But if you're doing it every single round, Heretics like, all right, we're just going to fight for mid against you then.
We saw him do this the last time they played the map, and it was a disaster.
But their utility is just way too strong to like explode out and fight it. I'll be curious to see if Heretics did that against Na'Vi upon rewatch. But I can't remember it off the tippity top of my head. I think because I did watch the first half and then I stopped watching the second half. I was like, it's done after the pistol. It's a good point. I'm actually going to like pause it so far here and then go back to the Na'Vi game. Very quickly, just watch Heretics' attack. Defense, sorry. So this one, there's somebody. Because I watched all of this. I streamed all of this. 8-4, and then it was like 10-4.
Already being forced out of position. Na'Vi are not being caught off guard, and they have the utility.
Had the Cypher and KO on A.
These angles and push Heretics onto the back foot. All the while, by the way, just hoping that.
What did they do right at the start? Where did they aggress? B? A KO knife mid, I imagine?
It's really tough to play against.
Did they throw a KO knife at all? No, Patty still got it in hand. He pinged it. But I think he pinged the spot where like some utility could be. I was going to say, like, you pinged where you'd usually see a Cypher camera, but there is no Cypher camera. There's something he doesn't have to worry about. So,
see if Heretics can put up that roadblock already.
This map, Heretics are a little bit more like extremity focused, and then against KC, because of KC's wall, they're more mid focused. If that's the actual adjustment they made, it's a great adjustment. Like, I might be underrated Team Heretics here. Like, if they actually have like different ways, effectively this comp is like, we're gonna fucking fight for space. We have Neon, Sova, KO. All of it is just super punchy utility and very in-your-face stuff. So I think that, if, for example, I might be pushing B a little bit more here instead of mid, because they don't need to worry about mid too much, because mid, for most teams on Sunset, is just not really that relevant. But because Karmine are doing that wall that goes across here, and they're fighting for mid a little bit more, that's why Team Heretics are fighting for mid more. Does that make sense? It's like they're kind of working out where do Na'Vi want to try and work the map, and we're just going to like fight them head on there, like at the start.
It's all on Patitech to at least put up a good hold, buy them some time, get some kills. Benji spamming through has picked up Xiao, and now the flash is going to go in. Here comes the peek on the back of it. Great
the peek off the right click flash. I remember watching that and like, yeah, good timings.
No business winning, barely any seconds left.
And then skip this. I feel like there's going to be a lot of rounds where it's like, oh yeah, I remember this, but I can't remember this one off the top.
Round from Heretics, but as you said, they need a lot more of the.
Again, you've got 3 people fighting over here. You've got a recon that might be used as well. No, Marines. He's just checking top mid for the second before the KO moves back. And then Na'Vi trying to hot step it towards B because they're like, oh, we're being pushed A, so we want to go B.
They fall on the side of Na'Vi,
and Benji's setup is just too good.
Benji's even trained in to find Artist. Zipban alone. The same spot Artist.
It's also a good default from Team Heretics because it's not like you'd have the Cypher playing the opposite side as the Neon naturally. But the Chaos sometimes with the Cypher, the Sobos with the Cypher this round. Like, it's not just a whatever side Cypher's on is the weak side. And the Chaos like played on A both those rounds. Sova was more towards B. I guess Sipan is saving.
Felt that little bit of extra 10 to 6, pushing this their way back through. This is good to see Ben this Sentinel being able to lock down control.
Same default as last.
Will not be towards Banshee this time. Instead, it's
Gale Flash, too good for those fights. Was this a full buy? Might have been. Nah, 2 rifles. Clean Antico.
This is where this team has truly.
Now the Silver's towards A. Again, he's shocked at in things that like. That's where he's shocked at a camera. Or is he like clearing a haunt preemptively on there?
obliterated
I
a
don't
lot
know.
of their opponents. That's not the best start, though. Same thing attempted again. Miniboo looking to try and take over the game. And Artis.
The only thing I can think of is, yeah, just
this is it. When you've
the
got a
horn.
player that's winning rounds off the back of getting aggressive, you're likely to get aggressive with him. So Navi make the play to just pump the
Especially
brakes.
if they're on Neon.
Yes, yes. You know, you're not going to find
Yeah, sorry, where was the fight actually? Mid.
This is where this
Was it mid
team
this time?
has truly obliterated a lot of their
Similar play to what
opponents.
we
That's
just
not
saw
the
on
best
like the
start, though.
KC round
Same
actually.
thing
So they are
attempted
using
again.
some of that
Miniboo
stuff
looking to try
here.
and take over the game. And Artis
Funnily enough, it
silences
didn't
him
work
with
the
that.
first time that they did it against Na'Vi, but it did work against Karmine Corp.
You're likely to get aggressive with him. So Navi make the play.
Maybe
to
it's just a little bit tighter
Especially if they're
together.
on Neon.
Yes, yes. You know, you're not going to find the value by holding an angle till they peek you. So this is somewhere that Navi make the right read. This guy's going to get aggro, stack up A. He might do it there again. Leave Artis to lurk on mid. And if he pushes B main, we'll just play it for the information. It is what it is. They've certainly cast out their net and caught a fair amount of fish. A good haul for the side of Navi with a 5 versus 4 as we hear on that
5
side,
pushing, you
Heretics.
got the
Meanwhile, the man that we
fade,
just a little bit
haunt,
earlier on, Benji Fish,
B.
is having some trouble. You can
Benji's,
see
yeah,
falling back towards
panicking
the
now
spawn,
because he
trying
can't
to
control
cover
this
that
and
back
this at the same
angle, leaving
time.
his traps to play the site. The camera has been destroyed, and that's drawing some rotations. But Sagetsu's got himself into a perfect position for this. Both players with their backs
This is where
turned.
Navi's comp
Artis
actually
might be a
does
little peeved to die
work
like
really
that.
nicely.
This fall kill just in time.
Off backwards to get Brits.
When you're running there, fault line. Hands is long.
A bit punished for cutting noise and the like.
Remove
And now,
always seems to be somewhere with a gap.
back to the original default that was working quite nicely for Heretics.
Well, your knife's not going to be cancelling out the
KO
fun
knife,
times happening on the other
Omen
side.
Paranoia could have been used, but it's just a
Heretics see
one-way.
nothing on A.
Was there a flash as well from Patty? No, it's just a
As per
knife.
usual, Sagetsu left on the lurk, but the real danger in this round is the man with the big golden gun in hand. It's Artis having popped his ult, and he'll be likely
Line.
to cause havoc. Now, we've seen this a number of rounds from Artis. Sitting around this position, he'll
Yeah,
grab
so a lot of the
pistol or
stuff that
something to
Heretics
shoot
was
up
naturally
towards where the
doing,
camera usually is in the window.
I
Make
guess
some
just
noise
seemed
and
to
hope
work
that
better
somebody goes
against what
swinging into
Karmine
him.
Corp
If
were
they don't,
trying, as
well, the
opposed
slow
to
contact
Navi.
towards A
So it
usually
wasn't
works
just
right now.
Heretics
I like
doing
how
this as a
Navi have been
default
playing
because
this
of like
so
how
far.
much
It's
Karmine
not
Corp was
like
fighting
Heretics
for
have
top
had an
mid.
answer outside of their trap plays, their quick responses.
Like the
Map
camera and
control
stuff that they're
being seized.
doing here and fighting for
Doesn't look
top
like they've
mid,
got
like
one set
this
up
is what they were doing
necessarily
against
either. This
Navi
is somewhere
too.
that Heretics are gonna have to take
So I
some
guess just
visual notes. I think the
stylistically,
first might
this
be
comp
Vance.
like from
Orb
Heretics
walking
could
down towards mid, and it
kind of
looks like Heretics have
suit
the idea
pretty
to
well at what
crunch
these
two
teams want to
players in
do.
market, two to top
Like
mid.
Sentinels versus
Culture on the
Heretics, I
angle,
imagine
ready
that
for a
series
fight.
would have
Slow
Sunset
goes
in there.
Ult is popped. Maybe he's
And I
for more, he's
don't
out.
think that
He's
like
got himself
Heretics
some time.
doing badly on
And that's
Sunset
decent
is
as well.
out
That
of
gets rid
the
main for us. A
question.
lot of your
I
information
know
set
that
up early.
Sentinels'
Overall,
Sunset is pretty
I
good.
assume if you were ever going to use it, this would be it. Miniboo able to quickly get into position.
I don't know what you
Wow,
kind of
the
try
knock
to
command
exploit with
there, it's
Heretics.
actually
I think
not
it's
gonna
just
be
mostly
out
like
available. That's going to be a big problem for Na'Vi. 15 seconds coming up on the clock.
death
To try and
balling and
make
just
their
making
move,
sure
a
that you don't
fragment
get
to
stuck
delay
in
them,
these
a smoke in
positions.
the way. If
You
they
gotta
are gonna
plant with
go
10
for this,
seconds
it has
left.
to be now, but they get the entry onto Miniboo. Panatek holding strong though, and that might
Recon just
be
on the
enough.
lift there
Spam
too is
has
really
dropped
good.
that spike, leaving just two players
No
remaining.
time again,
Find
Navi
out
running
the
out.
remainder of the
How's it
round.
going? Yeah, it's going. It's been a good day. The drilling
Market. I
stopped,
don't
which
think
is
that went
nice.
the way Heretics wanted. Off rip. Good stun though. Oh, this is fantastic. Early aggression could get a lot of
Wait, sorry.
Heretics wanted.
Sim default.
Good stun though. Oh, this is fantastic. Early aggression could
Stun
get a lot of
adjustment.
space for the side of Navi.
Remind me, do Sentinels play Breach? Because I think this stun is a good... Like, any anti-A main aggression default, I think, is a good one. Reminder what Sentinels this comp is on Sunset. Gecko KO. Yeah, potentially. Like, use some of the KO flashes that Heretics have been using. Gecko flashes would be good too. Very like high tempo flashes when you have it available.
Force them back instead. And I think what they're missing is Miniboo. Someone on a Neon to quickly seize that space after the stun and punish the kills. They don't have that, so...
Well, the Heretics
they're
have
able to
not
force
really
those
had to do
mistakes
too
the
much
same, and then
here.
they go walking into these angles. Miniboo just doesn't miss.
Yeah, this is...
Like, what they've been doing has been great, but it's more like they've not had to change their default. They've not really had to make adjustments. They're just playing for top mid. They play for A main aggressive early. They have the Silver and the Cypher over towards B to slow shit down there.
They just don't have the space
and
taker, and one by one
the
by
rest
one
of
is
the
individual
team is
fights.
fighting on A, and then we'll take top mid.
Heretics have won all of them.
If there's no noise A.
And it was what you said starting it out, right? Because you're saying about the space taking.
So it's 2 versus 5, so it's a save. Oh no, they go for
We
it.
saw it, especially towards elbow, like Shao getting cut off in some of
But
the
they lose the spike.
And I want to believe, I really do. There's so many players, so little time. Spike, but 20 down till he goes for the plant. Take the swing together.
We've seen the is escape.
Good comeback from Heretics this one. Good mental.
Taking, they're on this, like on permanently stuck on the floor. If
It was
Heretics
what,
do it, because the
10-4,
sides
now
of
it's
these
like
Me
11-9.
100%. You even tell me Heretics are in this position 2 weeks ago?
Timeout
I said
from
they need to
Navi,
go on, but
and now
this
Heretics have
is
changed
where
their
we are.
default.
This is reality, and I think
Omen is
Heretics
just
have
alone on A,
stepped away. That's the key thing.
and they've
They've
stacked
taken
4
everybody's
players
possessions
over
and
here.
changed it. Benji, move. Okay, all good, all good.
Oh, okay, this is
They know that they have Rolling Thunder. So I wonder if they're trying to. I think the general plan there: make a lot of noise here, make audible, like just clump back here, get stuff broken, stun, all that. Try to pull a Rolling Thunder away towards market, so the patch tech doesn't get hit by it. But they don't fall for it. And it's a really nice like anti-breach setup, because you either Rolling Thunder like these guys a bit more, in which case Pytek's in a good spot to like peek out and fight, but Navi up to breach ult the site, and then these two instantly like run it back in. The Team Heretics have like had a good plan with this. Where do you think Navi will be in split 1? I feel like there's a higher chance they're 5th, 7th, and top 3. I'm not too worried about Navi. Like, I'm more, if I had to say it this way, I'm more, out of Navi and Fnatic, I'm more worried about Fnatic. But on that scale, I'm not really worried about either of them.
Slow that one down. Got that one
Similar to Fnatic in the sense of, like,
we saw the Heretics fans on their
if this is
feet.
double elimination, I
Send
think
them
they just
back
bounce
home.
back and they qualify.
It's
I'm
gotta
not
be
worried
getting a little
about
loud in
them
that cinema.
not
I'll be
looking
surprised
good.
if you can hear gunshots go off when Heretics are taking fights, because they are looking so
They also
good.
did release a
Back to
Fnatic comms
one
video,
round
which I kind of
down,
want to
and
watch.
the momentum is in
We
their
could do that
favor.
on stream
Shell's
too.
dead.
Oh,
hello?
Somehow
Reflash
he's
stun.
still alive.
There
The
we
thing
go.
is, the rest of the team are not even remotely close. Like, they are just making their way through elbow.
So I guess who gets one in the smoke?
For a smoke.
Oh my god, I forget that this is the round that Navi win. Oh, did they? Obviously it goes to overtime.
Onto Zipan. Spike in the way. But it is going to be the plant. Somehow this looks doable. Unlikely, but doable.
Well, we had 2 spams through the smoke, essentially the yin and yang trading each other out. But then the Hunter's Fury, it's pulled it back in favor.
I wondered if you could do a high recon there, like high owls run off that box, but I don't think you can. Nade is great to slide out that position, and yeah.
25 HP and a Sheriff. A dream. No, down, and he's got 2. The collat.
Benji just
on
sticks
it.
it.
Right under his nose.
Yeah, I remember this.
Zipan has no idea. He's made the play of his life, but Benji shut him down. They eat.
I do like the Ben, like that's where Benji is good. Like he is just kind of unflappable when things get a little bit mad. Like he's played for like millions of dollars in fucking Fortnite. This is like nothing in comparison. Especially in a 1 versus 1, like his mental is pretty unshaken, I'd imagine.
It might be egg on our face. We can't make fun of him anymore if he makes it all the way to Madrid.
Fair play.
I think already he's earned that respect back. But wow, 11-11. I didn't think we were getting here. Navi looked like they were running away with things, but impressive defensive side from
7 of the
Heretics so
last
far.
8 rounds, I think.
Yes.
We are seeing the holes in that Navi comp. Looking to try and build up in towards this B site once again. And look at the rotation already. You can see once the information is not had on the other side, once the aggressive pushes come through from Boo.
And I've good.
Artist is here,
It's
although that
one.
kind of sells a little bit of a ruse because he normally lurks. He's normally
Aftershock to break the trip.
behind. Again, Nightfall going to be going through. Might have caught Benji, and it
You catch anybody.
So yeah, no, they got absolutely no. They just got Benji. That doesn't help them much at all.
No, No, it doesn't. I mean, I like the idea to
Oh,
at least
they
wait
get
it
the
out.
aftershock
For
off the
Heretics
break
now,
trip they did.
they've even popped in
Just
with
off
no
that
command,
aftershock.
Slow down this push from Na'Vi. No utility, like you said, Tom. No Viper's Pit to save the day. Na'Vi need to do it with rifles, and they found Patatek. But the double man blitz coming in from Mark at any second.
Brave
Now as the smoke
from
fades,
Heretics to be
Benji on the
taking this
first.
fight.
He's been so good in these fights, and
Yeah.
he's because Rianne's
Little,
out
like
goes
Navi
the
sort of
Arnold,
cut
they
so
quick
much
to the
noise
net,
that it
here's
was
the
just a
time
little
to
bit
slow, it's done.
off-putting.
It's been planted, it's
Doesn't
been
seem to
found.
matter though.
Zigback
2 versus
still putting
2.
up a fight. And with Benji down, the numbers are even, but Mini Boo so desperately low. Boo needs to make a big play. The brothers trying to clutch it out, but only one stands. Full HP on Boo, but he doesn't know there's a player right up beside him. Zip.
Slow defensive side may have a blunder. No problems in
Odd
terms
round
of
for both
having
teams, I
their
think.
utility
Like
available,
just
the credits
awkward, I suppose. The Nightfall, no follow-up, the no command.
in their hands.
Assuming no follow-up
Again,
again,
it's
but
gonna be this
then
aggressive-
Shao's
Look at
managed
the
to get
position
himself
currently
like
being
up
held by
into like
Na'Vi.
heaven.
They are sat back waiting for the first sort of 10, 15 seconds of the round because they know that this guy is coming again.
It's been so impressive, this defensive side. I think a big factor of it has been Benji Fishy for me as a player
It's
that
the same default.
They have
Sorry, I wasn't
credits
paying attention. Yeah, same default.
Waiting for the
Default,
first sort of-
default. Default positions
so
is what I was
impressive,
going to
this
say, but
defensive
I
side.
ended up
think a
saying
big
default.
factor of it has been Benji Fishy for me as a player that a lot of people
Paddy's
talk
been
about.
insane as well.
Paddy's been nuts, but I think Paddy played.
I think
at top
Navi's
level
made the right
before
adjustment
Benji,
by
I've
just
heard,
trying to like
and
slow
ran
it down
these rumors
and
is, oh, he's not ready for the
default
top level yet, he's not
around,
there yet. Well, it
exploit
certainly
any
looks like
gaps
it
that they
here, and
can.
No better team than Na'Vi, as I said, 5 times in a row. This squad has been at international events. When they had artists, they were winning them, and now they're
And
back.
it's a Viper's Pit for Navi too, so this
Team
should
Heretics, a
be...
huge
You can get
line in
in on the
already
site and
drawn a
plan it
great
should have been
start.
done here, so what goes
Tough
wrong?
start to the series actually, and then they bounce back into it. One away. With
Sees the trip,
45
but is he in
seconds
a
on the
position
clock,
that he can
this
break
defense
it?
is going to be tested one more time, and it looks like Na'Vi have their eyes set on B.
Trying to find where the
Spotted
Cypher
Angel
is.
A while ago. 35 seconds on the clock.
The Cypher checks
Two now
this,
look to
checks
make
up
their
here,
mini
no
boot
Cypher
as
camera,
well,
knows
takes
that the
this
Cypher camera's in
position
here.
in order to try and support. Aftershock actually sent through just
Stun
to destroy
recon
the
just
trip, but Mini
mushed.
Blue there had said,
Like artists going in before anybody else is ready, and then
cages up, the smoke is
yeah,
up,
Benji's like
to go
one-way
running straight through this
cages are
corridor.
actually
Does
sick.
help a little bit, but it is a slaughter
Viper's Pit to
on
try and
the
get
side,
through. This just
bleeding
seemed like what artists went before everybody else was ready.
10 seconds left, the world hilt
Or artists went, got isolated away from everybody else, and Heretics can punish that. I'm not too fussed about watching overtime because I saw all of this. I just wanted to watch how Heretics were playing their defensive side on this map. Like, if it was specific for, like, playing against Karmine, the answer is no. But their default is effectively the same. And, like, it hasn't changed in 2 days. Of course it wouldn't, but I was just more interested. But yeah, this is a save, sorry. We can skip all of this.
He's number 1 is Redets, which is absurd. But one of the more interesting ones is Narrates up there in a lot of them. Even playing the Initiator.
And,
he's
like,
number
Heretics,
3
this
on
is,
ADR,
like,
same
kind of
for
new.
ACS. And
Having a trip up here is something that they didn't do at all before.
Patatek. He's been fantastic, consistent all the way through. I think number 1 is Chronicle, so
Just a trap play off the camera, flash, stun, peek,
only
fight.
2 games. Whereas, well, Heretics have played 1 more. KC have played a lot more games.
Yeah, they had a tougher run.
I need to
through
buy
the
myself a
tournament
new pen.
next to these boys.
Need to look at where
that
those
stun
cardboard
is
pens are
pretty
from.
rough.
I imagine they're
They don't
probably
know he's there.
annoyingly
That's cleared it.
expensive.
He's unstunned, but Benji's getting the better of him. The ult immediately used. And that's a lurker killed. They know that. They've seen all these bodies towards the A site. You can see the reveals popping up.
Sending their way in. All going through shot. Patatek's just standing out in the open. The wingman's going to clear him. He still gets 1. Actually, no, Boo gets the 2 off the back of him. He didn't get an assist. I'm a sucker for Japanese stationery and pens, pencils, so expensive though. I mean, like, this is a pretty good pen. I don't know how to describe it. It's like cardboard pen. It was like this. Only 24 pence. But I don't know if any of them are going to be good. Might just be this. If yeah, I think this might be the actual pen. I've been fucking... Yeah, but look at this! Fucking 30 pence for a pen and it's £15 delivery. Like, what the fuck? I just want a pen. Takes the piss. This looks a bit weird, though. What is it with that? Do I pay £6 for pen? No, I don't think so. This was the pen. Total quantity. I don't need 1,000 of them. I just want one. I did get this as part of like a pack, like a thank you, like hamper thing. So that's no surprise. But I just like one pen. These were nice. But maybe I get a pack of 10, you know? Eco-friendly power. Yeah, I don't want to box myself on here because I know it shows my address. Yeah, I just want a nice pen. All I want.
To play. Like, as well on this and the next, that's a bit more interesting because Mitch, although
3, 2.
Suck, there's still opportunities here for KC.
Is the Eco so we can speed through this.
KC
KC we're fighting towards B. Rotate in. Boo's just fighting this alone. I don't like that he went for the repeat there, but I mean, because you have just allowed narrator way back into this.
45 HP though, and they are
and everybody else is grouped up. At least the discipline for Heretics is a little bit better than it was against Giants. Like, it feels like in important fights, there's just multiple people of Heretics all stood watching and waiting together.
Maybe the support wasn't there.
Oh, here we go. Thrash right off rip. Narrate's looking for someone. And he has been caught. Thrash not going to get his.
Those cages are just super annoying to deal with.
Now they've got another space-taking tool, or at least they thought they had. Quick kill by Benji, and the support from Panatek. Rian's and Mini Boot.
I think on this map, it really is just about shutting down Benji Fishy, not letting him get comfortable with his setups on B. And for Sentinels, what they have Gecko and KO. KO especially just finds a way in.
Just at least 3 rounds where they've.
What's happening there?
And you know, it's not just the vibe of the players down on the stage. We saw this coaching cam, and it's rare to see Weber and Neilzinho giving it like this. In fact, I'll make a request.
What are they fucking yapping about?
You better make sure you win this map, guys, because KC fans do not forget.
It's the one map that Heretics do win, isn't it? They get battered on Lotus. Icebox, I'm not really looking at too much for either team because it's the first time we've seen it. And then Split, like, it basically is KC getting a revenge on Lotus.
It is a round where they've got a lot of SMGs to work with. 3 Stingers, a Spectre.
Sunset is the only map, I think,
and they're spread out in their defaults.
that like KC have just been like consistently bad on throughout Kickoff. What do we got? KC. And like the 3 wins that they had, so they beat Foot, Vitality, and Koi, which none of those are particularly like impressive in the grand scheme of things. And they lost to Giants, and they lost to Heretics. So I'm a little bit like, if we see them run into Sentinels later on in the tournament, for example, I'm worried about their Sunset. Their Lotus was pretty dominant. They only lost to Heretics. They got their revenge. Icebox we only saw the once. Ascent we saw it against Vitality. It didn't look great. That whole series just looked a little bit like messy because it was play-ins and yeah, long day. And then Split, they lost to Heretics, got their revenge. Find, they lost to. We need to watch them play Bind. I think they beat Koi, but I can't remember who they lost to. Was it Foot? It might have been Foot. And Heretics beat Foot on this map. I think that's kind of about right. I don't know though. I'm gonna go for a Wii real quick, so I'll let this run play out because it's an eco. But yeah, we'll be.
To farm up. Look, Tamazi is only 1 away from having his Viper's Pit to play with. Plant could get that online, and well, those Stingers and Spectres will look a lot more dangerous if they're playing inside the pit. There's an orb right there.
Yeah, the only thing is it gives away their plan. Like, for the most part, right now, Heretics are somewhat guessing. It seems like they've guessed correctly because they've already cleared out B main. Paranoia, though, is already going to find them that opener. Martin with the first kill. And with these stingers up close, you do have to be a little bit more careful if you're on the Heretics side. Boo from above. This is an angle we've seen quite a few players try and sit in. And well, there you go. There is that Viper's Pit after the plant. Instead, Boo actually goes up above. And if he drops down, he's actually going to Goomba stomp someone instead.
It's a tough decision here. I mean, he is really playing blind in this, but that reveal certainly helped him out. It's only Martin down. Those weapons still so dangerous. They can catch a close fight inside of Viper's Pit. Flash is good. It's kept them back. Heretics slowing on the way through. They've already lost Patatek. The drop is good, though. That's the pit down. He gives his life for it, but a chance now for Benji. Never mind. Quickly shut down by Shin. And Magnum had the trade either way. Like you said, Tom, KC, after the pauses, their win rate seems to go up. And, well, they've found a win.
I also said be careful with the laughing.
It's true. It's true. Lesson learned. Look at the speed of Martin there. You can see Miniboo immediately turns. He popped his abilities trying to speed his way out of there, but there was no fast lane for him, unfortunately. Nice. Let's go, boys. On the highway to hell.
Nice. 5-3.
Oh, man.
The most dangerous. They can catch a close.
Drops down. He's actually going to Goomba stomp someone instead.
It's a tough decision.
This is an angle we've seen quite a few players try and sit in. And well, there you go. There is that Viper's Pit after the plant. Instead, Boo actually goes up above. And if he drops down, he's actually going to Goomba stomp someone instead.
It's a tough decision here. I mean, he is really playing blind in this, but that reveal certainly helped him out. It's only Martin down. Those weapons still so dangerous. They can catch a close fight inside of Viper's Pit. Flash is good. It's kept them back. Heretics slowing on the way through. They've already lost Patatek. The drop is good, though. That's the pit down. He gives his life for it, but a chance now for Benji. Never mind. Quickly shut down. Abilities trying to speed hell.
As you can see, that's the happiest he's ever been. Him and Nats were a match made in heaven, obviously. Nonetheless, it's put KC back on the map, but now they go back to this slower style of play. Like, you have to bear in mind, a lot of that was around an explosive start to the round, where normally you'd had quite aggressive positions from Heretics, as they do now. But that round they were playing passive because they were up against an eco, and then the Viper's Pit, which of course is not online anymore. The only thing available is that from the shadows, which for most people other than Mystic
on top
doesn't
of
have
the
that impact.
thingy.
Rotational ultimate a lot of the time. A very slow approach from KC. And you see a rotation
I'll mid.
from Nares. Again, not having a trap inside B main. They've got to be worried about anybody having.
I do kind of like the Silver playing from here kind of thing. Because you could do like a nice recon if they go fast A.
Make some noise, and then they start to
But yeah, also just getting information made like safely. And it means that the Cypher can just focus on B main and they don't need to worry about being punched on from another side. Hey Gorilla, what's the news?
Yeah, again, narrates utility is on point. Unfortunately, too many fish.
Oh yeah, Gorilla, I had a question actually. Do you know what the in-game definitions of a thrifty are? You're eating 5,000 calorie food, wish you luck. Well, good luck, enjoy it, for one. I imagine if you're eating 5,000 calorie food, it's going to be food that you're enjoying and not just like drinking the grease from the bottom of a deep fat fryer.
Are going to double up once again.
Yeah, Gorilla, like the majority of teams take your Cypher stuff.
So far. It's backfired a little bit. About right? The Twitch poll.
50-50. There's no other.
It was all convergent stuff. This camera up here. I remember, like on top of the light.
And we don't want your suggestions.
Yeah,
hope I don't die by the end of it. Yeah, I hope so. Either.
Fortunately. Round number 10 kicking off.
I still stand by my assessment though of Heretics.
But they're chipping away at this. The defense is looking decent. 9 rounds still possible at the half.
I think it's so I've seen it happen. I don't have Epic Pen open, but I've seen it happen where a team with a 9k buy beats a team with a 20k buy. But I've also seen like after a pistol, the team that won had a 16k buy, and they lost to a team with a 3k buy, and that was a thrifty. So I think, I think that it's if the credit total is more than 10k below the enemy, it's a thrifty. To get a thrifty commendation, that's not true though. Like I've seen a thrifty thing come up for 9k or 8k.
Likely for the defense, but this is where KC have been able to pull out some of those wins. One of them, most recently, on the attack. They have been very patient. They've tried to push and pull this map and bait Heretics into over rotations, but
At least I might have been
I think Heretics have
lying
been
to
decently
myself, but I
patient.
don't
wonder
think so.
how much of that is Miniboo being able to speedily cover those gaps.
Multiple sites say this.
They're really confident in Benji. Like they are
Maybe
more
it's
than happy to
25.
go,
Maybe
okay,
it's
we can gamble a
2,500
third player over to A,
each.
because he's going to do a good job to delay, and especially if he has some supportive utility. Through they go. There he is with Rians, the support, and then ready for the split.
Yeah, I would have assumed less than
He's
2,500 per
aware of
person.
all of the positions, and it's actually Rians to snap back. In fact, he's cleaning up, leaving just Shin remaining. And look how aware they are of this last man's position. It doesn't matter. He still lands.
But it's also like spend less than 2,500 credits. Does it account for the abilities that you might have saved? So 2,500. So less than 12.5k. That's an annoying number. You can get a thrifty with 1 full buy and 4 no buys. I got one before. So you could thrifty around by like buying half armor and then like a bulldog.
Immediately comes up just a perfect little combination.
Like everybody could half armor bulldog and that would count as a thrifty so long as you don't buy any abilities.
On towards that B site have just not been working out for them.
No, I mean there's a couple of things not working out for them right now, but I actually really like.
Sorry, I completely missed this round.
To delay. They
Speedily cover.
I mean, it is
I
on the
think it's
Nico,
also
so.
just they're really confident in Benji. Like they are more than happy to go. Okay, we can gamble a third player over to A because he's.
It must be more than 2 or more people buying less than 5.
With Rians, the support, and then ready for the split to come.
You've worded that in the most obtuse way, girl.
And it's actually Rians to snap back. In fact, he's cleaning up.
More people need to buy less, is what you're saying. It's like probably a better way of wording it, I think.
Another round on the board, and well, it's nice when you can talk about something and it almost immediately comes up. Just a perfect little combination between the two players in market. And right now, these explosive takes on towards that B side.
I'm just looking at it, trying to work out how to like flip it around.
No, I mean, there's a couple of things not working out for them right now, but I actually really like that approach to the round. I think they did a good job again.
So basically,
spreading
if 2 players buy more than 2.5,
timing is near perfect. The eyes are on B main, the execute's coming in.
I still can't get over the fact they wanted Boo in the middle. He's the IGL.
The second they look away from an angle. Okay, every tough like this, the back 10 second
And Team Heretics. Having that
Yeah,
thrash
but there's a
available
gap. I know there's a
might be able
gap.
to help them out a bit. But the fact is, it's mostly been those more explosive
So
plays that
Pat's
have
just
actually
by himself. Well, it's literally
Look at the
they want him
forward
to
initially
make sure
over
that
on
he
the side,
knows
early aggression being
that he's
taken, a
fucking
dart thrown over,
thrown out.
maybe even a flash as well.
that
I'm
he's
not
just
sure
on
if
his
it was
own. He's the
thrown out,
nerdy
but
kid
the
sat on
Nike
another
thrown out
table.
instead.
You don't get to
Now
fucking
they are
sit with
picking up
us.
that pace once again in towards one player, but that one player delivers once more.
Yeah,
He's
a
not a
retake
Heather.
setup from Heretics where they're very ready for KC to come in, dumping those ults, your thrash right off rip, and some utility
5
as well, but
for
against them, nothing. They've lost health, nade is through. That might even stop the plan. It might do damage on the back of it if it wasn't in the corner. The bounce was
Heretics
long,
need
Rian's
to play
shot
fast.
correct.
I think that's their biggest
Stepping up to
like
find some damage.
strength and their
Thrown
biggest
out a
weakness.
snake bite. It will slow them slightly. We're not gonna see
When
use
things
the
break
later
down into
round.
this kind of
The
pace is
ball
where I
control, of
think
course, not
that
having the orb, but not
like
having any
KC and
life
other
left.
teams are going to look
It's
out
even more in the
much
way. Magnet,
better.
the last man
I mean, now it's
standing,
1 versus
1v3,
3, and
we saw
Boo's
Heretics
just
win from
sticking
this
it.
position many times, but they had a smoke to spam through in a slightly better plant position for the spams.
But like
They've
this,
lost health, nade is through. That might even stop the plant. Some utility
4
as
versus
well.
5.
It gets them nothing.
If like Heretics still have people rotating, and this is any later, that's where they look very like their retakes especially don't look good. But here, because they have the right agents and everybody's ready to fight, it's not even really down to the utility. It's just fucking Heretics going charge.
Damage already thrown out his snake bite. It will slow them slightly. We're not going to see it used for the later round. The block off this control, of course, not having the orb, but not having any.
Who is Igloo or Glue?
Even more in the way. Magnum, the last man standing.
What?
1v3.
Yeah, I don't even. I was gonna say what happened to London United, but then I was like, actually, hold the phone. I don't care. Same with OG. Actually, both of them. Get in the bin.
Singing it comes down to in favor. Bombs. I'm gonna try and have a chat with the team now. They're setting up on the other side. And it's so different, and again, within seconds. I don't even think that was the 5-second mark, and already Martin is gone.
How do you beat Heretics on this map if you're Sentinels? I think you just heavy fucking default. You set up for their like aggression plays. Are you watch party in Madrid? I have permissions. I should be able to do it. I just don't know if it's. I need to start thinking of it as like if it's worthwhile or not.
Dodgeball being played out. He's just so hard to hit.
Heavy default is not what Sentinels do. No, I know, but like, it doesn't matter if you do it or not. Surely, like, when Sentinels are watching Heretics play here, they're like, all right, they have a Neon and KO flashes and Recon darts. They're just gonna fucking push this mid. They're gonna push this A main. They're gonna push this B. We need to like set up to fight it. You can fight it. You can like KO knife. You can Gecko flash and all that stuff.
Advantage towards the defensive side of Heretics. Pressure is on, but again, they're pushing in towards.
But yeah, I got permissions for Madrid, and I'll try to commit to doing it all.
Similar setup. They have cages to protect. Trips put in place.
We'll definitely do the China games. That's a given.
Look, they've actually doubled them up. So even if they shoot
but I don't want to do too much, I guess. I kind of want to make sure that I'm, like he says, as he's streaming on a day he absolutely doesn't need to stream on in order to catch up on everything. If you do, then I will come and troll in chat. More than welcome to guest if you ever wanted. If you want to chat shit at EMEA, you're more than welcome. Don't want to do much, then EDG went into finals. Yeah, I mean it's gonna be a China cheering watch party. But I am like, I want Pacific to do well too. And I'm very like invested, I suppose, into how those teams are playing. I think it's just like. I wasn't following along with Americas or EMEA that much, so it's easy for me to not really care about those games. But the more I've been watching it, like I think it's more like I haven't got the time to watch all of these games. I don't want to just tune in to like Sentinels versus Team Heretics and be like, so what do these teams kind of need to do? My enjoyment from Valorant comes in from fucking like watching these teams consistently and knowing enough about them to see how they adapt and change.
So I remember a story in the past about
No Team Wolves though? No, not at all.
Together and Miniboo not being ready. I want to know what not ready is, because this he seems overly ready at this stage. Just
sorry, I wanted to watch that last round actually because I wasn't really paying that much attention to it.
They did this before.
I'm following everything except China. Start watching China. It's fun. It's a good. It's like fucking Professor Layton. That's how I imagine it. Like watching EMEA in Americas is like you working as an actual like criminal detective, working in I've forgotten the word for it. Like just like the science of taking people's thumbnail prints and like DNA tests and all that shit, and like trying to work out who the culprit is and doing all that, and then going home and playing Professor fucking Layton on your Nintendo Switch. China is the Nintendo Switch Professor Layton in comparison to actual real life murders.
They did this before. Similar setup. They have cages to protect. Trips.
It's like Pep Guardiola playing Football Manager. That's China.
Look, they've actually doubled them up. So even if they shoot one, the other one will catch them.
Recon gets something.
This is a masterclass.
Well, just crossfire and just everybody chilling.
Thomas giving them at least a little bit of an opportunity. 30 seconds left on the clock.
Professor Layton's like a fucking just Nintendo game.
Something else to the shin, having to make a move, otherwise he's going to have to just push.
It's like a brain training game, but it's like around a detective.
just in a position where I don't even know what they can hope to find. It needs to be a miracle shot, and it isn't going to happen. Shin now, with seconds left to spare.
KC Caff on in. Check it out.
It's just blitzing through tier 1 opposition. You almost think there must be a load of teams kicking themselves right now who could have picked him up from the tier 2 last year. And now, well...
Interesting wall on the defense of KC.
I think we've seen that a number of times right throughout Valorant's history, but there's a little more on the...
What was their problem against Giants? They were kind of just getting ran over on the executes, I think.
My goodness. And it smells
For Heretics, it was like their retakes.
Defensive side for KC, about to be tested. And we talked a lot about the holds from...
It was KC's retakes on this map, actually. They got either ran over or their retakes weren't as good. Despite having some really good like utility combos, like stay bite, mollies, all that kind of shit. Top site. Taking bottom site was really challenging for them.
Some of it was the decay, so he's 74 after that fades away. It's not too bad. It's workable. He's being chipped away, and that final fight for him seems to be coming pretty soon. He's going to have to scrap on the side, and Martin's quick to take it. Magnum and narrate. Shin wants his piece of the pie too.
So Benji, the only one to invest into anything here, and that's mainly just the extra credits he earned from the kill in the last round.
It's quite close scoreline as well. It's closer than I keep thinking it's going to be like 13-4 like the last series was. It's like 13-9. You got to run back. You got to get out of the way.
But it's okay. They're safe. The mosh pit's bought them a little bit of extra time.
Magnum fully flashed in this corner, but it didn't matter for Magnum. At least, who was it? Tomasi that was coming to go save him.
Shut off the music. Nice and easy.
Ended up being flawless, but it was good idea, I guess, from Heretics. Again, like that brute force, high momentum, freight train way of playing. But as soon as it kind of hits a little bit of resistance, it falls on its ass.
The Storm managed to win those fights. But now is where things get interesting. Now, bear in mind, their weaponry's a bit weaker, so they're going to try and go aggressive. The flash is good, but it does seem like Shin was a little bit ahead of it.
Gecko util is a little bit slow.
I think it's
surprised that they even tried to go for a play like that.
As well, when you're trying to quickly pace your way through, the Gecko flash moves quite slow. I think mainly focused on mid there as well. You know, for KC, the disadvantage, it's still workable. But the weaponry weaknesses, 3 Bulldogs alongside a Stinger.
Favorite team in 2021 was, I assume you meant Mech.
Close range makes it even better. A little ambitious from Miniboo. Perhaps the idea being he's got the information to play off of now.
It had steal. It had help sewers as well. And David Denis. When will you review America's games? From next week, from Monday. I'm finishing off with EMEA today, regardless of whether I finish the fucking region or not. Oh, Masters 3 Berlin 100 Thieves, I see. Oh yeah, that was 2021. Sorry, 2022 was Mech. Although, I think Steel fucking up the Odin play on Haven is still like one of my favorite moments.
Squad KC full buy up and in prime position, but they're at 10-5 down. Needs to be a flawless couple of rounds, yeah, like you see. That player fighting inside.
No, that team had good vibes.
If he's a step forward, it doesn't.
Ika, Nitro, Steel, Asuna, and
so far.
Was it Ethan? Yeah.
As you said,
honestly, that feels like such a fever dream. Like, I can't close my eyes and think of Ethan in a 100 Thieves jersey.
KC's map pick. They're on double the rounds. KC are putting all their credit.
And then fucking Frost is the coach.
But this is Heretics' chance to put their foot down.
That's the title roster. It's great, yeah. I mean, I was never that sold on Steel, like, as a player all that much, but like at that level, at that time, sure. I mean, he's incredibly knowledgeable. Like, don't get me wrong. I just mean like, I look at that roster and I'm like, you need like fucking Dicey. You need him back.
Clearing into mid, but Magnum's gone down as well. Again, these spam shots.
Played any team except Envy? I don't know. I think. Oh no, they did beat Gambit. Did they? Am I mixing them up with Ascend? I'm mixing them up with Ascend. Steel was born to be a caster. Born to be an analyst for sure.
Oh, the flash is good though.
Really want to see head-to-head comparisons from you before Madrid matches. I mean, that's the plan. Like with watch party permissions,
one, then sending the man out.
And so yeah, that's the plan.
He's gonna hold it close inside the smoke. He's got the first. That's a third kill in the round, and a chance to take it all the way. But Panatek interrupts him at the worst possible
I think he
moment.
can go into it though.
11
Like I have no
to
doubt
5,
that he
it
can
comes close,
be
but
fantastic at doing that
He's a
role.
little bit more competitive, and Mini Boo with an uncharacteristic whiff.
Gambit versus Thieves was the 3-11, 13-11 comeback. Yeah,
Oh, the flash is good though.
yeah. Icebox
That's
map, the
Martine
Hiko
down. Who's
clip,
gonna defuse?
where it
Well,
came
there's
from.
Still a little guy to work with, but they're looking to scrap instead.
The
Narrate
fucking
finding one
Hiko
man, sending
Aim
the man
Labs
out to
routine.
defuse. He's gonna hold it close inside the smoke.
You know
He's
you've
got the
made it
first.
as a player when
Third
you have a
kill in the
moment
round,
that
and
is
a
put into a
chance to take it
fucking
all
aim
the
lab
way.
routine.
But Panatek interrupts him, but it blows this.
Yeah, I think that comes down to.
And then against
the
Ascend,
last
it was
bullet.
literally
A
the
little bit unlucky.
let's go to the other
I
side
also
of the
think
map
Boo maybe
where
baited a little
CNED
bit by
isn't.
just forgetting that he has a wingman because he goes running through like, he's defusing when he's still holding on to it. 11 to 5 though. Heretics firmly in the lead, sending Mini Boo out as a one-man tank, leading that charge. Now the fact is, although the weapons are weak, the read from KC is spot on.
Yeah,
4
KC
players on
are
this side,
all
they're hearing
over
the drone,
this.
They're hearing the noise. They're gonna know
12,
that
7,
they've got
14,
this one
12,
right.
yeah. Masters Berlin, simpler times.
No one wants to make that first move for KC. They've got the numbers here, right? You just hope that Heretics burst through and control across the map, and a cam.
Who
as well
worked
to
that
stop
event, actually? I feel like there's some, like... Because this was, like, pre-Brennan Sideshow. Masters Berlin? Dash was hosting, of course. Doug... Who's Doug casting with? You got Pampok and then Tombiz. Oh yeah, it was Doug and Riv for a bit. And Balor was on the desk. Gio was on the desk. And then Sean and Bayer. It was a tragedy. What, the comeback or? So Berlin, Reykjavik, upcoming events. I don't think these count as recent events, but go off. Sean was an analyst at Berlin? Yeah. I remember that. I was very sad I didn't get invited to this one, but thinking back, like, I didn't deserve it at that point. But I also got fucking stuck quarantining in Germany after finishing qualifiers for this. That's what I was probably more upset about. And it was 3 stages instead of 2 as well. What am I looking for? What was the time for Reykjavik actually, 2021? This was all online. It says me. I did one day because fucking Veli had to make a flight. Like I literally, like this is a story I want to say about Veli because he's super fucking real for this. They were having like people that were watch partying back when it was like literally they had like 5 people watch partying. They had some of them like guest on like the show early, like Average Jonas, Sean, I think, Wyatt was on it, and then I was on it on the day. And that same day, Veli had to leave because he had to get a flight because he was working like a Red Bull event, I think. And so he can only work part of the day. But after I was done with like the pre-show thing, Veli said to Albert, who was like the producer there, was like, hey, I need to go. Get Ryan on. Ryan's fucking good. And you know he's available because he's just literally done this. And so also it's funny that they have the fucking producers on here. Fucking Stefan and JB and all that. In terms of his influence, I mean, looking at his viewership and stuff, he's getting by just fine, considering he's not like going ham into Valorant as much. Why is it bricked up on broadcast? Yeah, I know. But like, I think I only really got my chance of doing international events because like Veli was like, go and get Ryan. And because Veli did the first part of the day, did the second part. He sent me half of his day rate over. Like, he paid me his day rate that for working that like second game. So, you know, fucking absolute power move from Veli to do that. I mean, I think he was kind of fucked if he didn't have somebody to replace him, but I'm glad that he chose me. And then, yeah, this was all online, though, as well. So you had Achilleos and Paper Thin. You had DDK and Riv, I think it was back then. Doug and Vansili, I think it was. I think it was like a mixing around of Vansili with various people. But then you had Pampuk and Mitch Biz. Yeah, it was very, very nice of Veli to like give me that shot. And then I went and did Champions that year, and I did Champions at Istanbul. Wait, where did it go? There we go. No. Oh yeah, because I did kind of do a little bit of casting for Champs. Not intentional, it's because fucking Mitch got ill. And so who had to do the game with Vivo Keyed and Ascend with the replay? Fucking who was the idiot that had to be on that game? Why don't we find some VODs to find out? I don't want to revisit this event. I mean, it was good in some elements. We haven't seen Jess in a while in Val. I think she just quit. But to be fair, like, I think she... I don't know, maybe running into, like... Especially for EMEA, it's just so stressful, I guess, because we don't know shit. Vivo Kid got scammed. They used and were aware of a camera that they shouldn't have been using. Like, either they're lying that they didn't know it shouldn't have been used, or they're incompetent. Whichever way, you're fucking getting punished for it. And then, yeah, I went Istanbul. I went, like, the first part of it. Which was okay. Man, they have fucking all of this stuff. He was guesting. Have they got the fucking caterers as well? Actually, for Istanbul, I wouldn't have recommended putting him on there, but... They should have been straight disqualified? I think so.
There's no need to over-rotate. They'll put most of their eggs in one basket.
-7 every time somebody using bug.
Now it's time. The utility's coming. They know they've made the right gamble.
I think if Riot was to make that decision now, they would have just disqualified Vivo Kid.
Kill and clean onto Benji Fishy. Damage done onto Pooh.
But I think
only one before the trade comes through.
I think that team got very lucky that that's it. That they got the chance to replay it.
With the ultimate, and indeed he will. Sending it to their spawn. They've heard him. They're close enough.
It was some fucking like hurricane effect though. Because in the fuels of that shit fire, Ascend somehow became a god team and ended up winning the whole fucking event.
He might think he's got the sight, but actually there's someone here waiting for him. The rotate's already come in from Shin. The angle's a little.
What happened? It's this whole fucking thing of we're going down a rabbit hole, but I don't hate it. Vivo Kid versus Ascend. Tarek was streaming these games back then as well. Oh yeah, he was pissed off. I remember this game. You know, you fucking know it's bad when CNED's standing up and shouting shit at you. Yeah. So, Joe used this camera, and this camera is an exploit. You're not allowed to do this one.
Vivo Kid win.
Because you can't break it from its like most positions, and it like sees through the terrain. Yeah, it's fixed now, but this was like 2 years ago. Because it sees like through this wall.
I need to worry about making that mistake too much more often.
But you can watch the cast, and the first time we see it, I just pause because my first thought was, surely fucking not.
Vivo Kid win.
But what they did is they basically, I feel like Riot kind of like just jimmied the numbers enough for it to be a rematch. That they were like, we think that this camera was used on these rounds, which would have cost Ascend 7 rounds and full economy. So instead of it being a disqualification, it's going to be a replay. And it's like, how did you do the mental gymnastics to work that out? Did they win with that exploit? Yes. Vivo Key did, and then Ascend played on the
Don't need to worry
rematch.
about making that mistake too much. VFM, it's still slowly making their way in.
Yeah. This is it. Let's see.
Two teams that are still playing later on today. Then slowly making their way into the site. The camera is going to get all of the information from Joe. I reckon that's going to pick up a couple.
Spike planted.
The plant, at least. Realistically, now it's all about damage and heat. It's not going to allow for any of it.
Feels
Just
weird seeing
popping
like old
heads
Breeze.
as he goes, leaving killers.
But they did this round after round after round. But this was horrible. I can't even describe, like, being in the same room as this. You could feel, like, the heat. And not, like, the fucking heat. Not this heat. Just the general, like, how angry everybody was. And, like, I think me and Tom finished and we were talking to each other and then, like, looking out at the players. And I was just like, oh, God, this just... Nobody's a fucking winner here. I wasn't even meant to be casting this fucking event.
Wait, he got 3.
Yeah.
Look at them. It's a good job they stayed on this side because these guys were like full. Like, you see me there. Like, you see me fucking turn around in the corner. I'm like looking at this being like, ugh.
Oh my god, I don't.
It was a testament to what Vivo Key could do in this tournament at the very least.
Why weren't the admins watching? It was fucking Sapphire that caught it. It was the Observer. But they were like, hold on, this is an exploit. I think it's mostly because like League Ops is like LA based, and this was, I think it was a weekend game. In any sense, it was like an overnight thing. I woke up to, oh yeah, by the way, like if you can, we're going to do and replay this map from the rematch. Is this the first time that they played it? Oh, this is in Brazilian. I'm not going to pretend I know what people were saying there, but I imagine they had a good time.
It was a beast. And towards the end, that's the kind of team that, especially from players like Bone Cold.
People are mad. People are very mad. Is this the rematch? I don't imagine. Where would the rematch even be? What made it even worse is the Ascend at a 7-0 lead, and then fucking... I don't think you could even call it a pistol, but Vivo Keyed won the pistol, so the score was 7-1. And so I'm like, what am I fucking meant to say? You know I want to say it. You know what I need to say, but I don't want to die. I don't want to put my face on the fucking, like, dartboard of Brazilian fans. But you've put a 7-1 scoreline in front of me. Can I just rematch? I haven't watched it all the way through. Remake. Is this it? Oh, it's Brazil. Again, I don't want to watch it. Where the fuck would it be? I guess it just... I'd have to find it normally on the main stream. Surely it's on the Daily Valorant channel. Oh, you got a link for it? Is there an actual link to the VOD there? Yeah, but like... They privated it. They are stealing our knowledge. They're stealing our freedom. This is fucking 1984 Valorant edition. Look at this shit. Is map 2 hidden? It is. At least that's consistent. Fucking scrape the VODs. Burn the tapes. Never to be seen again. Surely it's in a playlist somewhere. Champions Berlin VODs. Here we go. 39 unavailable videos are hidden. Where have they all gone? How are 39 games missing? Are they just... I thought it'd be like X10 that they maybe want to hide because nobody likes X10. Even the official VOD on the site is private. Why? That's so weird. I don't like this because now I feel like it's some sort of like conspiracy theory. We've accidentally tripped up the fact that Vivo Keyed has been deleted from the subconscious of players. I just want to see the remake. We have to watch it through Shroud stream? This is just the normal game. I just want the remake.
It's not how that works.
Also, this isn't the game at all.
They're
Oh,
like,
this is the full stream. Sorry.
Capitalizing on rounds where they have a
Why is the mic so... Going to sleep, your glasses are still on, your brush.
What was the statement again? Vivo Keyed Ascend statement? That's gone as well! Surely not. Surely not. Oh, here we are. Oh. He found it. They had the fucking receipts and everything. Yeah, because there's like a patch of this wall missing that you could just see into. During the match between Ascend and Vivo Keyed, Joe from Vivo Keyed violated Rule 7.26, the Riot Global Competitive Policy. The Cypher camera placement is not functioning as intended. Again, there are like full like Discord channels full. Like, I'm sure Gorilla can attest to this. Like, there's a list. And there are always stuff that you have to go to admins and be like, hey, is this allowed? Always stuff like that. There's so many of them. But that's on, like, you. Maybe it's like, I guess we'll come on to it. But the 6 rounds where the camera exploit was used will be forfeited by Vivo Keyed and granted to Team Ascend, resulting in an adjusted score of Ascend 12, Vivo Keyed 9. To account for this economical impact of the 6 forfeited rounds, Ascend will be automatically awarded 1 round. Therefore, this is what I mean. The economic impact of the 6 forfeited rounds, Ascend will be additionally awarded 1 round. I feel like that would be more than 1 round. If you want to take that angle, that's more. The adjusted score map 3 is Ascend 13, Vivo Keyed 9. This was the first thing that they did, I'm pretty sure. This was the original ruling, and then they like ran it back. They got the fucking receipts in this one. You can delete the VOD, but somehow we found it here. We even got his player cam and everything. Like, if you see this man. Why is this still available? It's like an unlisted video. Oh my god, the comments on here. And surprisingly not that bad. Wow, they just got the fucking every single example of it. But yeah, they went back on this. You found the VOD? Okay, copy link address. If this is fucking...
scenario, it's more valuable than ever before, because realistically, this could almost put Ascend in a position to close
20-minute game.
So I think we have to look at Vivo Keyed and say, you need this pistol more than anything.
I mean, for both these teams, it is a case that they would go down to the elimination match. They won't be out of the tournament, so...
Look at this stack.
Yeah.
This is most of the defense already here. They are ready and waiting for their opposition, and it has kicked off strong.
It just turned into like 2 teams kicking the shit out of each other.
It's doing the same, but it's left all onto Bone Cold. Sure, the spike.
Because I got flack from fucking what's his face.
Miracle. To try and bring something back here, and the reposition is just trying to get an extra line on the spike.
I mean, Ascend didn't like it.
Absolutely no hope for him here.
Because I think Tom said, like,
Can be a bit
yeah,
awkward
if
when it
Ascend
comes
lose
to
this...
composure in big games.
That's the thing. It would be the most embarrassing thing ever if you get given a 7-0 lead and you still lose.
Yeah.
Like,
Literally
that's
this.
the thing. It would
This
be the most
quote.
embarrassing thing ever if you get given a 7-0 lead and you still lose.
Yeah.
Like, let's
Goes without
put it that
saying.
way. Like,
I think
know
Ascend
that
were
talking
mad at
about
us
them
for
having
saying
the
that.
edge,
And it's like, well,
obviously,
it's
in the
true.
scenario, but there's also a hell of a lot of pressure because you will be laughed at until the end of time if you are literally given more than half the rounds you need and still lose.
And also with one of the things that I wanted to really go over, regardless of despite all of the things that happened in that series, Viva Kid were the better team. It's one of the exciting things overall.
Tom is adding nothing to that. I don't know, like, thinking back, I still agree with it. Like, across the series, they were the better team. It is a shame that they just fucking tripped themselves up by doing something stupid.
Brazilian teams, for the most part, have really come together in a tournament like this in general. Like, Furia's really close result against Sentinels.
It'd be so funny if they did the same cam.
Really scaring Gambit.
Fuck you guys.
And when you have a player like MW0 who is
We will
coming to be
replay
that
this
silver
map
role,
until the end of
being a
time.
duelist all the time, he was on Game Landers. It's coming and working out nicely, but this is still pretty expensive in the end for Viva Kid, losing a couple players.
Yeah, well, it's getting to the point of not even just expensive. As he goes down here, it could be a real problem, but luckily...
I'm just flapping in this map. I haven't bothered with this for obvious reasons. But like, watching it back from way back when, I'm just barely talking about the game.
As said, I think that, honestly, him being on Sky is much more interesting for me.
Yep. And he was one of the best. And I mean, if it's a case of, yeah, she got nerfed, so it's one.
Sky getting nerfed? Couldn't imagine that. Alright, yeah, I don't want to shove down this rabbit hole any further.
Surely now he can just defuse it. So far away, Patatek doesn't stand a chance. Knife out.
We've come a long way.
Running, but he'll never get there in time. And the nade, wow.
Sky free flashes aware.
After the round is already over. A disaster.
It's so long ago.
KC back on the board.
Yeah, fantastic read coming out from them to have that initial stack up, and it just becomes a little bit.
How did we get here? I forget. I forget as well. We just went on a massive, like,
a position where they could sort of pincer the players if they try and rotate. The only problem is the time. Like, eventually it got to a point where
I miss breach free flashes. I don't.
Waiting for a player to go for the plant.
I miss 2 nades raise.
Even taking a damage here.
No longer on the face. They can quick. But for Heretics on this attack side, you have to think that round
I
is coming.
think what would be really funny is when this conversation, that topic of conversation comes up in other places, where people are like, oh yeah, I missed 2 nade rays, she was so strong. Oh man, I missed like 3 sky flashes and 3 breach flashes. We should just all like collectively decide to be like, I miss when Cypher had 3 trips. And people will be like, no, he never had 3 trips. Like, no, he did.
Really good rounds, I think, especially with
He did. Right at the start of beta, he did. And we just gaslight everybody into thinking that Cypher used to have 3 trips.
So much more needed from this squad. Couple seconds left before we get.
Because what's more weirder? The fact that you could have 3 trips on Cypher, or the fact that the camera could pick up a fucking gun? Because one of those was true, the other one isn't. There used to be a time where the Cypher camera could pick up a pistol, and every time you tag somebody with the camera, it would shoot them. This was a thing. This happened. It's perfect. Like, what is harder to believe? That Cypher had 3 trips, or that a pistol could be picked up by a camera like this? Yeah, if you want a buff for Cypher, this is where you go to. Is this a fucking... Whose channel is this? It looks like, Journal Gaming. It looks exactly like what your Overwatch were doing. But that thumbnail is exactly the same, I'm pretty sure. Just yellow instead of red. Just like the slanted text thing. Oh, look. It's your boy.
For KC's defense, Thrash is online. Some sort of a safety net to fall back on.
As said, a lot of their strengths on the defensive side did come down to their retakes.
Did it end up mattering? Yeah, Viva Kid lost it.
If this lands outside the
He had to lose his bracket.
we just follow it the whole way.
Good, it's good. Great. Well, the camera's not there, I'll tell you.
Well, I get so annoyed when I see this. There was a TikTok video that was something similar.
Good. Great.
It's funny that it
Just follow it
missed.
the whole way.
Good, it's good.
What do you mean? That's haha, it's so funny that it missed. Like, fucking sorry, there's a camera that you can put up here. It just misses the camera here, annoyingly.
Great.
Why are we laughing?
Well, the camera's not there, I'll tell you that.
If it was, that would have looked
The amount of
really
times
cool.
that I've seen, like, shocked out
Unfortunately, it's
lineups
not.
being followed,
So,
and it's like, haha, it missed.
Just
It's
watch
like,
that land. That's right.
you know what it was aiming for,
missed the
right?
shot dart.
But it didn't miss. No, it didn't
Sorry.
miss. It was the
Big
right
stunts on
spot. It was just the
side.
camera was in a
Shin
different
again,
place.
he's gonna have his head.
Why are we
Still on
laughing,
goal.
though?
The timing, no one's watching. That's such a big gap. They've left it wide open for KC, and it's capitalized on now, spraying through smoke.
This is why you don't use
Is
TikTok,
down.
Ryan.
And this Heretics
Oh my god, I need to find this whole discussion. This drove me up the fucking wall. I'm sorry, but I need to derail this again. There was a TikTok that I saw that was basically this whole conversation, and the chat comments like melted my brain. I think you probably know which one it is. It's the fucking shock dart on Icebox, where the two casters start laughing. But that genuinely was like, I don't know what that recon was, shock dart was for. Where the fuck is it? I have to scroll up in like the group chat. This is it. This is it. Like, what do we think of this? Before I showed it. Oh my god, I might be logged in on TikTok. Do I need to sign in? Don't make me sign in. Use guest. Okay, here we go. Alright, this is the lineup.
Early shock dart. Where is this going? Oh, dude. Oh, I love how the observer's also like, yeah, what is this?
The reaction's great. It's very quiet. I don't know why. Maybe I can turn it up.
Oh, I love how the observer's also like, yeah, what is this?
It sounds like paper thin. I don't think it is though. But the fucking comments are like, it's an anti-dart. It's supposed to break the silver B main arrow. Commentators don't know, of course, because Riot commentators never play at high level. Sorry, who fucking uses this shock dart? Who decides to... that's not where people recon on B, is it? Am I stupid? I can't tell if I'm having a stroke or not. Like, it's almost like both sides of the argument are so stupid, I don't know where I am with it. Yeah, like, this, I can understand it going down here, because it was a chamber meta. So there was usually a chamber trip down here. Because this is how long ago it was. Chamber. Most common place that you put a chamber trap on old Icebox was like on that first B main thing. That's like, yeah, that missed. But everybody's like, an anti-dat. Fucking sorry? He didn't miss, no. But like, why would you ever? Is there ever a conceivable way that you would shock dart where an enemy recon dart might go? I don't understand the value of using shot darts to anti-recon. Exactly. But it's stuff like this. It's like, How has it got 7,000 people? $7,000 people are like, yes, I'm very smart. Anywho.
Plant in that same position, spam through the smokes. Well, it needs to be damn good to get out of this one. Miniboo hits a few shots.
For me, it's I can't imagine being that confident on something
That was still a scenario where you felt like there was an opportunity
and ever feeling in the back of my head that what I was saying was wrong.
The entire team facing the wrong way, so maybe a few slip-ups here and there. But ultimately, everybody wanting to try and retreat. It's unfortunate as well because coming into the round, Padatek was the one with the rifle. So although it drops into somebody else's hands, if he's facing the right way,
Let's go. Come back.
4 rounds the difference and a streak of 4
But
rounds.
yeah, I just remember
Their
seeing that
difference
and being like,
series versus other team has been nothing.
surely they're not being
Now, looking
serious.
at the odds that are
To be
available,
fair, I think that's what so much of
overdrive
TikTok
for
is.
Miniboo.
Like, I feel like the comments that get the most recognition
Command now, online
are
with
the
Ortex
ones that,
and the Hunter's Fury. That's where
like, are the most contrarian.
a little bit of alt spam taking
I
over.
can't remember,
Looks like
something
they
I
might be
saw
on
was
this round
like,
challenge into middle. That's where the majority
you know,
of
it's just stuff like there'll be like a Robin Williams clip, and the top comment will always be like, I didn't think Robin Williams was ever that funny. It's like, why is it always just horrible comments? Because it's not really done off likes, I suppose. It's just done off interaction. And also with anything political, regardless of whether it's like ripping on Tories or being like Keir Starmer's kind of useless, the comments are always full of Reform UK like messages. Like, I didn't know what Reform UK was until I started using TikTok. So their whole like social media machine that they're spinning up like they did for Brexit, that's fucking working again.
They're sticking on A. They haven't fallen for it at all. In fact, they're primed and ready to duel. Heretics are the ones caught off guard, you would think.
Why do you think they're controversial YouTubers and stuff? Yeah, but like the top comments appearing like that is just, what is Reform UK? The less you know about it, the better. It's basically like the UKIP, the Brexit Party shit. It's the position to basically take right-wing conservative voters and to funnel them for money in the same way that Donald Trump does.
Yeah, I do feel like they're a little bit unlucky because in most cases you are going to have.
And it appeals to the like anti-immigration, marginal, like on the cusp of basically being outright racists in order to do it. Allegedly. I'll cover my back and say allegedly. Just in case I get fucking sued by the Reform UK party whilst I'm trying to watch Team Heretics of Karmine Corp.
It looks like a blunder from afar. Wow, that streak of rounds really starting to build up for KC.
Hey, Daniel.
Financially a good spot, ultimate points in a great spot. One off of Viper's Pit, Showstopper, Thrash online already.
Like it's the Nigel Farage new spinster thing.
Unfortunately for Heretics, they're back down to the pistols.
A lot of weaknesses in this round. Really nice to see KC playing the big brain version of Valorant.
In other news, I think we're getting a general election in May. That's the rumor that keeps cropping up, and Rishi Sunak hasn't denied it.
But there's plenty more to be seen. Again, that shock dart thrown through.
The stream has been anything but normal. Yeah, we have got distracted by multiple things.
I think we've seen it here before for sure. Maybe a little bit left in the last round, but for Heretics, it means that while they think they're robbing KC of information, they're absolutely not. KC are a step ahead. They know what control they've given up, and now they know this player's in market. Now the alarm bells start to ring. It's pretty clearly a B hit, but they're trading out the numbers. Magnum on 5 HP definitely does get worrying, but we just saw Thrash pulled into the arm of Narrate. He's going to use this to clear out market.
Clearing, it's actually kind of a good way because it means that it comes out and it's hard to break.
If they want to capitalize on that space, and the problem is, if they're quick, they might just run into Miniboo. Plan's still not found. A couple of seconds left to get this done. Mosh pit burned out of them. Good kill for
This is round 9, I imagine, for KC. Who's going? Oh my god, I can't keep up with Martin's movement.
How much damage can Benji Fishy get away with? And it's almost all of them. The time is the only thing that saves KC.
Couldn't fucking keep up. Time out for Heretics.
Heretics should be making up.
Time out to get some over the line.
The utility they've got in their belt. Hasn't been landing as much as we'd like to see. 2-round gap now. Viper's Pit used up, and this is a big headache for the attacking side. The control taken. I mean, even
Can I ask one non-opinionated political question about the UK? Of course.
Straight through a pit. And that is
Can't guarantee I'll give a non-opinionated answer, but
I like where they've placed
I'll try
the
not
group,
to.
because it at least allows them a chance to go back. Because they'll know if somebody's pushed that far forward. The thing is the other utility that's in play. And now, now they are in that exact predicament. They either have to go forward or they have to go back past players. Magnum may be aware of the potential of them being in this position, but they haven't made a whole lot of noise. And almost just pausing here might actually start to put a few doubts in the minds of their opponent.
Well, you speak about that, yeah. You see the rotation no longer got Magnum in the pit covering the back. Instead, he's falling back, checking his cam, seeing there's no one on B,
checking
but
save.
out of position a little bit on A. Narrate gives up the control, the post plan.
Like this, the Heretics, if they could do this more, I think they're in a good position. Like actually cutting noise, waiting for like the waves of utility to come back, and then going in off the back of it. He gets 2. And that forces Tomasi actually to peek out. What are the chances that Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland actually split because of Brexit? I'd say pretty slim. Not from a lack of want, but I just don't think that like Westminster would ever allow Scotland to do a referendum. And also, like, the Scottish National Party, that was, you know, the main speakers, I suppose, and main advocates for Scottish independence, they kind of imploded because of just a lot of bad stuff that they did. Basically, like, I don't know off the top of my head, don't sue me, but like, just fucking around with money.
Like, this was an unbelievable combo. The amount of damage on the initial hit, like there's no assists there. That's Orien's doing the damage. And although there was a nice attempt, solid paranoia through from Shin.
I think what would be more likely out of those two is that the UK would rejoin the European Union. But I mean, that's like decades from now.
From the scoreboard for Heretics. And even now, you look at the finances, Boo's had to go down to a Guardian, reserve cash only on Mini Boo. Looking like they might pick up the pace here, Mitch, as they've headed right into the B side.
In my whole like adult life,
all the way up, and the idea here that the lurking support player can hopefully pick
everything that I've ever voted for has gone out to be the opposite. I voted Remain, people voted Brexit. I'd vote like, I'm not like a Labour follower as much. Like I've been like, depending on the areas, I suppose. Like I voted Lib Dem, I voted Greens. Mostly I'd say I'd like Labour, but like where I lived in Yorkshire was very conservative driven, and there's more of a chance for Lib Dems getting the seat over Labour, so I voted for them. And then Bristol is very green focused. So, and the mayor of Bristol is Labour, but he just comes off as a bit of a dolt. Like he just winds everybody up from the look of it. Okay, so that's Sunset. I feel like I didn't learn anything because I wasn't paying that much attention. What else? Yeah, I do wonder what this whole China event is about. I don't think I need to watch more of KC's Sunset though. Heretics, like the 2 wins that they have are like good wins, so it's actually like looks to be a good map for them. I only just realized that like Sunset, when they played against Navi, it was the first time that they actually played it. I thought that they maybe played it another time, but of course it didn't. We've seen all of Heretics' games other than the grand finals. I don't mind rewatching the Split and Lotus, to be honest, because they are kind of like quick maps.
See if the attack side is bearing any better fruit for
At least you have more than 2 parties. Barely. Especially now, barely.
Wanted to start on the attack side.
But I think that that has been a very intentional thing. Like you compare it to like like Sweden, for example. Sweden has like 12 political parties in their like House of Commons, representing all sorts of different stuff. Like there's like women's rights, politicians and stuff in there that sort of focus on that. You know, that's what like Parliament should be like. Like a group of people that all come from different views and things that they specifically focus and advocate on. But I think it's in a lot of like especially like conservative or republic governments, and the supporters that they get from that, it's in their benefit to just make it a red versus blue system, because it becomes us and versus them, and you can't debate against somebody if they take on their political ideals as an identity, like it's a fucking football team.
Miniboo falling alongside his teammates. Well, this has made it very difficult indeed.
EMEA's groups revealed. Oh, I'm surprised that was a quick turnaround, actually. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, gorilla. I know how this works. I had somebody explain it to me, but I'm surprised they got announced earlier. Split into 2 groups for the remainder of the year. It's either based on their kickoff performance. The groups will determine which matchup will take place in Stage 1 or Stage 2. So the first stage, which is April 3rd. April 3rd? Wait. April fucking 3rd? Sorry, when does Madrid end? The 24th. 25th, actually. Why is it 25th? That's still crazy. It ends Sunday. Wait, no, it doesn't. I'm looking at the wrong date. It ends on the Sunday, and then it starts up again 10 days later. Yeah, get fucked if you're a Chinese team. Just spend a couple of days traveling back. You don't get the rest. Fucking chop, back into it. Why is there like just over a week between Madrid ending and the Stage 1 starting? Same with Shanghai, less than a week after. So you get to the finals of these events, fucking, yeah, we're going to play less series for each of the teams this year because we want like less burnout, more sustainability. But all those games are fucking blocked together. Let's go, get this shit out. Get it done for the year. Jesus Christ. You almost hope that you're a bad team and just get to like take most of it like away. They basically crammed it all before Worlds. I don't understand why they've got it this way. Like, I understand it to an extent, but I think the problem I have with it is, like, there's other ways that you can approach it. Because I think the big problem overall is, like, yearly calendar. I've had this discussion before, but seeing as we keep going on to random fucking topics, let's do it like, Amazon. I don't want that. I don't want to buy a calendar. I just want a calendar to look at. Just give me one with like this. This'll do. It's 2022. It doesn't matter. Notion calendar? Yeah. I think this'll do for now. So when is... The general problem is the team that does the international events for VCT does the events for League of Legends international stuff as well. So you can't do anything at all internationally for Valorant, for TFT, for 2XKO. You can't do anything in these months because this is Worlds. Like both of these are. That's why we've had some like Champions events happen in like the bare ass start of December. And like why we have like Game Changers finals like towards the end of November. Because it can't clash. Because when I was saying like the producers and stuff for international events, they're also the producers for Worlds as well. Like, and like TFT have had like major finals in the ass end of December. And then MSI's in May, I think. So this is also like a bit of a no-go. Is it April? When is MSI usually? That's a good question. MSI 2024. It is in May. Start May, yeah. So this is also kind of off limits because this is MSI. Which is weird because I think that kind of clashes with Shanghai a little, right? Here we got Madrid. Here we've got champs. And then a little bit of champs in September. I think it's all done by August though. MSI is in China. So literally that they can like do Shanghai as well. So like this is probably like some it's probably like this, right? People are still similar to what happened to Reykjavik the other year. Yeah, just kind of group it all together. So yeah, the problem is that like you have these international events. You might have some TFT stuff here. You might have like 2XKO stuff like in December. Like maybe I don't know if it's been launched yet. Like that's me. I have to fucking probably make this statement enough because of like Misko working at Riot. Like I don't know when 2XKO is coming out. I have no fucking clue. I think they even like might have announced a date, which is hilarious to me because I'm like I'm not leaking it. I'm not leaking anything. It might be fucking out there. But the problem I think that they have is like what I think they should do. Like have Worlds here and have your League of Legends competitive year be from January to December. Will you go Shanghai or Seoul? I don't know. Probably not. So, you know, the season starts here and it culminates with Worlds and then December is off. The problem is they start VCT, this like it starts in January, ends in December, or like ends at the end of the year. What I think that Riot should do, and I've said this multiple times, but I've not said it with an audience, I guess. Don't start your campaign, don't start your competitive year in January. Start it in September. Start it like a football season. Start it like a school year. Like, start VCT here. Then, so this part, you've got like your kickoff events, your stages. Maybe you can have an international event in December or like in January here. Like, it's a little bit iffy. But maybe you can have an international event on the ass end of Worlds. So, like, your VCT First Masters event could be here. Not great. But most importantly, so you have like MSI here. But this is what it sort of enables. You can have VCT in like December or like late January. Another stage, you can have a Masters event in March, kind of like we do at the moment. You can have it in April. You can have like another stage of stuff happening in May, June. And then you can still have like champs happening here. And in August. Like you can actually have your main major event in the middle of the year, pretty much as far away as you can get from Worlds. The issue is that they've started the cycle now, so you have to break it or we don't, or limit Valorant events. I mean, to be fair, these years are throwaway anyway, up until we get 14 teams in the league. But I think, like, I feel like this is probably something that Riot has discussed. It caps at 12, not 14. As far as I know, I think you might be wrong. I think it is, like, because it goes, like, one team in, and then it starts being, like, 2 teams go up a year. The teams get 2 years in the league. EMEA are in for 1 more year. Yeah, but from next year, 2 teams qualify for Ascension. This is something I didn't know either. Like, I was like, wait, no, surely? No? It's in the sheet. Like, it's on the announcement. I think it's this. I'm not surprised that you don't know this, Gorilla, because I didn't know this recently either. Look, at the bottom of this, fucking the amount of... Starting in 2026, 2 teams per year will be promoted into international leagues. I didn't know this either until, like, probably, like, this time last year. Because, yeah, like, here it's... Because I was like, wait, this doesn't add up. How have we got 42 teams? And this is also 42 teams without China. Why? I mean, I think you're going to get a lot more, like, investment. Why are we having another year with odd numbers? Because fuck you, that's why, I guess. But yeah, this is where we are at the moment. So we have 1 Ascension team. Next year, we're going to get another Ascension team. The way that this graphic is worded is also just confusing as fuck. Next year will be an even number, yes. We're only getting 1 more team from EMEA, China, Pacific, and Americas. Yes, we're going to keep watching the games. Sorry, we're just on another thing. Is it going to be 2 groups of 7? Probably. They might just fucking do it as Swiss stage from now on. Teams need to reapply for franchise spots. I'm pretty sure this is the year where some of the, like, agreements can be revised.
With 10 health.
Yeah, a good start, a good resurgence, and a great...
I'm pretty sure it's a 3-year deal.
Just being able to...
But well, so it'd be the end of next year.
I always like it when, especially if you have a man down and the teams look like they have a plan to actually bring something into the next round. Oh, wow.
Forsaken contract extended until 2026. It's like they heard me.
Maybe some expectations starting to build on the shoulders.
Yeah, it's a good deal, actually. For both player and team.
One of the names we have to talk about. He's up there with the best of them. Again, in the majority of the statistics, especially the ones that matter. Well, if he wasn't already one of your favorite players, Mitch.
This better mean that an 18 Masters never happens again. Yep, hopefully.
I need it.
Can we go back to analyzing the groups? Oh yeah, that's where we were. Sorry. I wasn't even watching the game. So there's that, there's this. I hope, I kind of like this format. I hope that this is the format that's, I hope this format is exactly the same everywhere else. So to begin with, it's broken into 2 bits. Like April 3rd, that's why we got distracted, because fucking like just over a week turnaround. So I guess that's kind of why they also need to do it as well. I'm stupid. Yes, me too. So the first part, a little bit confusing, but I think it's easy to explain. All of the teams in this group will not play up against each other. That's the confusing part. Each of these teams will play through all of these teams to begin with. So, seeing as we have Gorilla here from Team Vitality, let's use Team Vitality as an example. Team Vitality, throughout their first stage, will play up against Heretics, Na'Vi, Hoi, Foot, Gentlemates, and Giant X. And so will Team Liquid, so will BBL, and Team Heretics will play through Karmine, Corp, Fnatic, Team Vitality, Team Liquid, and BBL Esports. And then the stage 2, teams will then play up against each other in a group. So Vitality, we won't see Vitality versus Fnatic in stage 1, we'll see it in stage 2. So I think it's a little bit convoluted, a little bit confusing. But I actually kind of like that as a format idea. The obvious problem with it is strength of schedule. But I guess, actually, the more that I think about it, so the biggest problem that was brought up with the format is because you're playing half of the teams in your region in stage 1 and then the other half in stage 2, naturally teams are going to have a great or bad chance of qualifying for Shanghai and Champions based on strength of schedule. That because people are being divvied out and separated, Vitality might have the first stage where they don't get to play up against a Fnatic or an RV, or a Karmine or a Heretic, right? They might have a really easy strength of schedule against, I don't know, BBL esports that have all those teams to play up against first. So this format actually does alleviate that a little bit because it is based on like the teams in your group where you qualify from. Because you can't say that Vitality has a better strength of schedule than anybody else in their group, because everybody does have the same teams to play up against. It's just in a different order. So you don't need to worry like Vitality is going to qualify into playoffs because they don't have to play up against Fnatic and stuff. Well, neither the Karmine, neither the Team Liquid, neither the BBL esports. Everybody plays up against the same people. So if this group is super stacked and this one isn't, Vitality can farm all of these teams, but so can Fnatic, so can Karmine. So it comes down to like who's actually consistently up there. It does mean that we're going to probably get some weird interactions where one table is basically like 5 wins, 0 losses, 4 wins, 1 loss, 4 wins, 1 loss potentially. And then the other group's like, I'm top of the group with 1 win. Like that could happen where you just have 2 groups where one of them is just winning loads and the other one isn't. But it does mean that those teams are still playing within like the same ecosystems, and therefore you're qualifying out of like a certain group. And then it's not too bad like if you have a bit of an easier time in like if you're Group Alpha and you're playing up against Group Omega, that might be easy. You have a really tough stage 2 to go over next. It's possible for everybody to go 6-0, people not make playoffs. Yeah. But that also by extension would mean that there's a team that goes 0-6 and makes playoffs. Can you imagine that? That it's like there's 2 teams like trying to make it. Actually, that's a good question. How does playoffs work? They'll like play against the teams of Group Omega, vice versa. All matches will be best of 3s. Playoffs will feature modified double bracket elimination, similar to last year's Last Chance qualifiers. The top 3 teams will qualify to Masters Shanghai. The best team from each group will receive a bye for the second round of the bracket. The next 2 teams from each group will play the opening series, and the winner advances to the second round and the loser being eliminated from playoffs. From this point, a standard 4-team double elimination bracket will be played. So the team that comes first gets a bye, and the other 2 teams basically have a lip sync for your life. Yeah, it's like normal. I would have thought that it's like the top team would get a bye, and then the other 2 teams would just be like double elimination. But no, if you come second or third, if you lose that playoff first series, you're out. I don't know if I like that. That to me feels a little bit. I guess I prefer the idea of like if you come out top in your group, you have a bye, but it's not like you realistically like get super far in the tournament ahead of everybody else. It's more if you're not the best, you have 1 series to define it. But like imagine if it's like Fnatic that aren't top in their group, so Karmine top their group and Fnatic come second and they play up against like whoever else. Fnatic going into like playoffs, lose 1 best of 3 series and they get eliminated straight away. Like you got to be sat there if you're Fnatic being like, this is bullshit. We've played 2 like qualifying playoff tournaments and we get single eliminated each time. You get 2 chances to qualify if you win the first game. Yeah, but it's still like a... I guess it makes those shittier matches, I suppose, more engaging because it's like there's no safety net here. This isn't like watching Supermassive Blaze versus Old Na'Vi in their first like double elim game, and you're just like, no point watching this. One just goes down to the elimination bracket, and the other team moves up and gets knocked out by fucking Fnatic anyway. The top 3 can draw and get single elim on round diff. I mean, there's stuff about this format that I really like the groups and stuff, but I don't like the playoffs. I like 3 teams making it. Anything more and it gets a little bit messy. Like 4 out of 5 teams qualifying, and 1 doesn't. So I think top 3 is good, but I think just make it double elimination from the get-go and just give the top teams a bye. I don't like the second and third have 1 game to decide whether they deserve to be there or not. Because I can guarantee there's going to be a team like a Na'Vi, like a Fnatic, even like a Karmine or Heretics that's going to get shafted by that single elim. Could be booking Vitality at this rate, right? Second stage will be played with a similar format to stage 1, but teams play an intra-group matchups instead. Players will maintain the same modified double elimination as stage 1. Oh, come on. This occasion, teams will advance to playoffs based on overall performance, taking into consideration both stage 1 and stage 2 results. The top 6 teams of the season will advance, with byes granted to the best teams of each group. The knockout stage will take place from July... Oh, I see. So it's not done from like Group Alpha and Group Omega. It's just top 6 teams, which, you know, it could be top 6 teams, 5 of which are from Group Alpha because they were just farming Group Omega to begin with. So it does balance itself out, which I like. The knockout stage will take place from July 15th to July 19th. Top 3 teams of the event will qualify directly to champions, seeded based on their placement. The 4th seed will be determined based on the remaining teams with the most championship points. So, first to third at the playoffs for stage 2 will go to champions. And then the 4th place will go to whoever's got the most points beneath them. Yeah, KC only got points for kickoff, so it is kind of crazy that like Heretics, despite qualifying for Madrid, have the same amount of points as BBL. And the only way for Heretics to get the same amount of points as Karmine Core is to win Madrid. If they don't win Madrid, they're on the same points as people that went out in the first fucking week. Kind of makes me feel like Kickoff in Madrid is a bit of a waste. So this Masters means nothing. And yeah, that's a good point. I don't know if they have like championship points based on series wins at Shanghai. Probably not. But I think, yeah, I guess that's Riot going, we don't need to put too much stock in. That's just from winning the event. So winning Shanghai is equal to beating Gentlemates, BBL, and Koi. All right. So basically, EDG could come into... Better still, FPX could come into Madrid, get absolutely bodied, but so long as they beat Nova, All Gamers, and Tyloo, they're on equal footing to a team that's won Masters Madrid. But at least those points are in like conjunction to the other teams within China, not like on a global stage. But I guess that's Riot going, we don't want the international events to have too much stock on how other teams get to international events. I think that's kind of clever from Riot to be like, because last year, really, you didn't need to watch any of the leagues. You just needed to watch the qualifying games for teams to make the international events and watch the international events. Because if you did well in the international events, you qualified for Champions, the other big international event. it basically meant you don't need to fucking watch the actual like international leagues at all. Just watch Masters and watch Lock-In, and you know the teams that you're going to be seeing at Champions. This at least gets you to go and actively watch EMEA and actively watch Americas instead of just waiting for it to get good. Because every match actively matters now in the league, and international events don't matter as much to qualify for Champions, but people are still going to watch it anyway because they're international events. You don't need a reason to watch them. It's hype as fuck. If winning 2 Masters and Kickoff 9 would be enough, right? Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't be able to get to... you wouldn't be able to get to Shanghai without winning more. But it does kind of mean, I guess, that you could win your Kickoff event, and then say Sentinels wins Kickoff and they win Madrid, so they have 6 points. If they went 0-6 in their group, everybody else would catch up to them. I wonder if like playoff wins as well count as games, or if it's just through the group stage. I'm risking my life by checking this, but I am curious on what Reddit's going to say about this. It's a nifty thingy. What happened? What's happened with Singer? This is what I wanted for... Oh my god, I'm missing all the news. Here's me talking about fucking Vivo Keyed and all that shit. And we've got like the fucking motherload. We could do a mogul mail on all of this. Right, what does...
Hey guys, Legia here.
Legia.
Head coach for the Bleed Valorant roster.
With his strong German accent, it does sound like he said Bliat. The poor guy that was like, can we watch some Valorant, please?
I'm going to give you guys an update. As most of you guys know, we had made a roster change to the team. As most of the roster changes are hard, I think it's part of the sports, and in this team, I think it was necessary to do so.
Also,
First
like
person I want to speak about is Igor,
bioskin.
a player who I think had great mechanical skill, but lacked a little bit of experience. As most of you guys know, he will go to pursue his university, and I wish him all the best in his future. The next person I'm going to talk about is Crazy Guy.
Is Ye behind the camera with a gun? Because this, just Ledger looking dead into the camera,
Crazy Guy
not
was
blinking.
A very good friend of mine.
There we go, he
It
blinks.
was a big part of the success that we had.
Yeah, I think also saying that about Egoist as well, like inexperiences.
Our team, making it to franchise, winning several other tournaments, and it was a very hard decision to make for myself, for the team, and for the management.
What would have been nice here is like just show some gameplay of like Crazy Guy like having his crazy moments in Ascension and stuff.
Very unfortunate that we have to resort benching him, but we will try providing all the assistance that he needs to be able to play on stage again. We are hoping that the community is able to give both him and Bleed the support needed as we are navigating to get him back to the stage. Now I'm going to introduce the 2 new players that we have picked up. The first guy is Zest. Zestin is a very experienced player.
Great pickup,
he had played for DRX previously and had played for 2 years, I think, on the highest level of the game. He had won many international tournaments with his team, and I think that this is also a very crucial part for us in our future, and having him, I think, will be a very good experience for us. The next player is going to be Rattler, who had been in the team before, who unfortunately also had to take a 2-year-long break for serving his army. Jorel is a very gifted player, I would say. He has great mechanical skills.
Was Rattler on Bleed when Piff was on Bleed?
Great movement, but also a very high level of understanding the game. I think he will be very important for the team, not only inside the game, but also outside of the game, I would say, because he is a very funny character, a very likable person, and I think that can impact the team a lot. Also, I want to say thank you to all the fans.
I mean, this is a great video for Bleed to make. They should have done something like this for Ye. When, like, him playing Viper, the stuff that he went through with his vision. it would have just been such an easy home run for Bleed to just make content around Ye. In the same way that Sentinels do the videos with like tens about playing controller and why they've gone for that direction. Like, it humanizes the team, gives you a bit of context as to what they're doing instead of breeding animosity with people arguing with each other about this kind of stuff. And also, it's just clout farming. You bought the most clouted fucking player in the world with Ye. Use him. PBL is fucked in a stat group and need to achieve 2-0 on many maps to maybe even get higher seeding. Yeah, that's true. Like, not only do you need to win, but you need to win hard. It is going to be really weird, I suppose. Just a really, like, awkward system. But I don't think it's going to be a bad one. Okay. Play contracts. Who else has got? Forsaken to 2026, Divine till 2025. I imagine it's to the end of 2025. Otherwise, I'm like, what? Are these guys just on like day rates at this point? Man, all the news today. Yeah, new agent's called Clove, apparently. This was like leaked. I think this went out into the game early. I think Clove as a character name is pretty good. But it's just you have an ability called Cove and then Clove. Clove dove on the Haven site with a harbour cove.
Well,
Scottish woman, yeah.
And with very weak weapons in play and no shields, you know, Tamazi has got an operator.
Yeah, he's not a content kind of guy, but they should use his face and brand. I mean, like the little videos that Ye did for aim labs and stuff, just that kind of thing. And he just literally like put a camera on him and just like talk through like what happened with his vision. And then if you've got like comms clips from that global esports game where he's like, sorry guys, like I'm just feeling really off.
I'm happy to see it. Magnum already doing a lot better than last time.
Like saying nothing, I think just
rude.
Makes you feel like you're like hiding something.
Oh look, they got an Andalusia flawless. You could have gone
and just not to take it seriously, like Ye's sort of bullshitting almost.
It is a positive.
Well,
He's not got 0 kills.
It's not positive bringing up the line.
English not my first language, so it might be hard to get. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be like Scotland forever. I don't think they're going to be that kind of fucking deep with it. It's like Edinburgh, so it's quite like a David Tennant kind of Scottish, a little bit more soft spoken. Instead of like Limmy, like Purple Bugler. Purple Bugler alum.
They're not making it look like it with even one-to-one trades, giving them access to the A site.
This is the thing, the three-man aggression.
Kind of, yeah, like Peter Capaldi. Give me the Limmy accent, please. Here's your laptop. That'd be such a good. That'd be such a good fucking. Hey, Killjoy, give me your laptop.
A bonus round with an attempt to do damage to an opportunity to actually steal things away. While Benji, the only one with any real utility.
I think they fucked up the haunt.
Interesting haunt. I don't know. They're clearing their own position.
That's what we need, actually. Like a Scottish woman is a new controller character, introducing her voice actor, Limmy.
Did you see the visible confusion where he looks at that Honor goes?
I'm trying to think of like.
Everybody has a blunder every now and then.
I guess because the reason why I say Edinburgh is because one of the pictures with Omen. Sorry, again distracted. New agent teaser. Omen. There's a picture with Omen here, and it is in the Edinburgh Museum. I can't remember which museum it is. I guess we'll see. It's in one of the main museums. It might be like the gallery, actually. I didn't work this out myself. Somebody else did. But I saw it on Twitter. But yeah, like just this whole building. Sorry, I knew that there was a different way to spell it. But yeah, so I guess it's almost like a fucking Mrs. Doubtfire kind of accent.
03033 on assist.
Help is on the way, dear. That'd be a great voice line as well.
Glad you pointed that one out. Well, for the side of Heretics, an attempted bit of aggression around.
Oh, that's not where he meant to TP.
No, it hasn't gone according to plan to start. They've got weaker weapons to try and recover with, and well, the players aren't rotated in either. Miniboo's pretty much alone here. Maybe Rian's will be able to
So
help
Miniboo's
out, but
forced back out. They want to maybe go drop, but it gets needed and all sorts of horribleness.
Yeah, they need to find quite a bit more before
Snake
they
bite it too.
Yeah, with everything being so weak.
From spot in
passive
C2.
positions already
Poison
being
Cloud's
held.
there as well. Kind of like the Poison Cloud in
Poison
drop.
orb from Tomasi as well.
I think
There's
that
not
this is
really
a little
much
bit of a
action.
silly
He'll
play,
have to
but
just try and clip his
Tomasi is
utility
about to
out.
die to the
That's
mosh.
what he's gonna have to go
Yeah, I think that might have been a bit much. But I do like putting the Poison Cloud there.
for the young Viper.
Dizzy being thrown over the
Perfect.
top is nice.
Blind shot,
And
it's actually starting to become viable for
yeah,
Heretics.
Casey just kind of got
Just Magnum
bodied.
standing. Try and
Run away.
cut this
Never
back,
mind.
and he's been caught by the ultimate. I said they need to do a lot.
Like, comes to the arena. Bring him in. Maybe he'll be there in Madrid.
That would probably upset every single sound guy in the building. But
Oh shit, we have a lineup.
Madrid.
that would
I don't think he had a lineup before. I have your stream on my left monitor, VLR in the middle, and Full Sense versus AAA on my right monitor. What year is it? Well, we're seeing Attack All Round
every
playing.
single sound guy in the building.
God, that's a name I haven't heard in a while in Valorant.
I don't have to deal with that problem, so I don't care. KC, you're going quickly towards C. It seems like they've seen a lot of presence on A. Gamble, this is the weaker side, or maybe just want to limit test it straight in. Showstopper in hand, and well, it looks like Team Heretics have done a good job.
Is it
For the
just
most part,
full
they've fallen
sending it from
way back,
KC?
giving up this control.
A lot of space giving up because of the showstopper.
With the rocket launcher, it doesn't mean it's not a success.
And Heretics are super far away, and these are the kind of rounds where, like, I don't like their retakes.
On the side of KC.
When they give up so much space, so much freedom, everybody's rotating, and 10-15 seconds has already passed since the spike has been planted.
A lot that they can use to try and clear the backlines. He doesn't even need it. He's just spammed Magnum through. Snakebite thrown in. Nightfall on the other
More
side.
time bought.
Destroy
Worried about
the
flank
back line.
behind.
Martin in a proactive
And
position has managed
then
to
Miniboo
keep
goes
things
in.
their favour.
Everybody
Confirmed.
seems really like
Leaving
disconnected.
just Rian's left to try and fight.
There's just too many bodies to
Versus
deal
four.
with.
He got the first kill. It would have to be an ace. And this time the Horn put in a perfect position to start.
Being on this own game, some of the best out there.
Heretics timeout. I haven't had any lunch. I probably should fix that.
Now, as we get back
Just
into
not
the
been
game,
hungry.
the barriers haven't gone up,
Honestly.
but we've got a big
Feels
boy
a lot
Magnum
earlier
wants to
than
use the big
10
gun
to
node
3
spam
for
Is
me.
he
down
the big
right
boy
away.
or is the gun?
Your pick, Tom.
Okay.
We'll just watch as much as we can until 4 o'clock.
KC,
And at some point, I'll
Heretics
make some
wall bang
sandwiches.
right away, deny this control, stop any aggression that Team Heretics have gone for in the last couple rounds up towards A main. But we can see it's a much more passive setup. They've actually got Benji Fishy here, who's been a stellar
This is
actor.
Benji kind of like
Three
stuck in a
players have
box.
rotated into position to back him up. Lots of rifles here for Team
You put
Heretics.
Benji in the corner. He's still somehow surviving with the snake bite, all of the util. And then they just peek out anyway afterwards. Paranoia, also off the back of it too. Miniboo, good thinking on your feet to actually put up the neon wall. Oh, what is it called?
But there shouldn't be too much more. Padatek, though, has brought this back into a winnable position. Gonna try and make his way down. That will have been hard.
High gear is the sprint, and then it's like fast lane. Fast lane in the name of the wall.
well handled. With so many players there, I wasn't too confident.
I know the name of Neon's abilities, but I don't know which is which. Because none of them actually relate to the ability itself. It's just fast stuff.
I mean, it's rare that you see a player steam up the rope with an Odin in hand and take a CQB fight, but...
Has we been watching your matchmaking games?
Problem is, you know, in my matchmaking games, I don't have mini boo padded tech. Really cool.
I'm gonna start bringing a drum everywhere.
The bolt ability is the stun. Relay bolt, that's what it's called.
And on the fallback, he's jumped
I think
over
high
the
drive is the run.
taken his health away. That'll heal back up. Pistols, for the most part,
And then
has pulled out a Marshall. Again, it's going to be very difficult
some
to get the value
gear, I
out of
don't
this
fucking
because
know.
Viper's Wall and, as we just saw, that smoke has bloomed up. So you don't get that long-range vision to try to
You've
fight
got
with,
undercut.
because they're on
For IC, you got
pistols,
undercut, you
will
got
have
contingency,
and they've made the
and then you
read.
got kill
Lots of players
contract.
A, because
Couldn't
we
tell you
went
what the
there
other one's
last round.
called.
We saw a much different setup. Let's go test out B. What's happening over there? It's wide open.
It's the wall. I don't know the name of.
Fantastic read on the game. Benji spotted a man up close. He's done a lot of damage. Actually wallbangs Martine. And a reswing from Shin. That's risky.
High gear is a run fast. Overdrive is a roll. I know that, but I don't know what a wall is called.
Over to Benji is going to force the players out almost completely, and look where it's forcing them to. There are a couple of players waiting.
Fast lane is a wall.
That's it. But the stun leaves them completely
high gear. That's so I was mixed up fast gear.
Mini boot to go down first, leaving this back into a 2v4. Narrate does well. And he's actually got so much information. He's halved them in terms of the HP, but so is the spike. Both now. Lord, dude,
A little bit of a wank fight from KC, but it's fine.
No, he's gonna battles. I just love watching this guy play. He's entertaining, to say the least. The damage as well to start this one off. Martine, he's got a player below, not for long. Shit's quick to deal with Mini Boo, and that's Martine. He's entertaining.
I'm wondering with this Viper wall because of the, you know, the lineup that Reans had with the Dizzy that we were going over. Like he throws it at this wall and it bounces back.
To say the least, the damage as well.
He can't do it when this Viper wall. So it's a good call from KC to just put that wall up straight away.
The damage as well to start this one off. Martine, he's got a player below, not for long. Shit's quick to deal with Mini Boo, and that's opening duels completely denied by Karmine Corp.
This fight has not been going
Because you can't pick up the Dizzy. It's just an awkward fight. Kind of boost stuff. Reans goes down. Mini Boo's already gone down.
Going on the other side of the map.
Like this, like A aggression just isn't enough.
There is 5 players waiting for them pretty much every single time. Boo.
What is this clip side
though?
though?
Plus the TP, the chance of him connecting all those shots were slim to none. And what?
This guy's insane.
Through the poison orb, Brunner has died as well. That's the second kill straight through smoke. A little bit of karma, but no!
Oh! Get your gun out, Boaster. It's all right. In the end, he got there. And that's all we're going to remember about this round. Another chance as well. He's got the stinger. He knows there's a player there.
30 seconds.
Doesn't want the upgrade. Not willing to step out of his corner to get it. Just holding the control, boxing him in. Just step. Doesn't hear he dances as well.
What am I watching other than the fucking Wilhelm
A little bit
scream?
of karma, but no! A little bit of karma, but no!
Oh.
Get your gun out, Boaster. It's all right. In the end, he got there. And that's all we're going to remember about this round. Another chance as well.
Did he just see Gorilla was here and was like, I'm going to end this man's whole career?
Hey, you know what I mean? Like,
It's just why?
it's been unhinged so far, but the jump peek into crouch spray? Wait, what the...
Up to that.
What the hell is this guy on? Well, sur baril, as they would say in French. And,
Oh yeah, so it's a horn just on top of here. But that horn could be dodged by... No, that horn can't be dodged. But that one gets the players below it, I'm pretty sure.
He's won the fight. How did Tamazi win that fight? I don't know. We can study.
Stinger. Otherwise, it just Magnum in every position. Mini boot try.
Like, it's like Team Heretics. They're on an eco, so I can probably just skip this, actually. But this was a 4x for some reason. There we go, full bite. And then again, by this point, Team Heretics can't fight that A aggression. It's just too much. So, is this just Casey booking it towards A time? Then she goes down. Nightfall actually did miss where Patitech was playing from.
Find Benji instead.
Oh, and he goes for the TP. I mean, at this point, Patek overwhelmed. But he goes for the TP on site because he assumes that they're going to be deafened.
Just gets caught out.
Clever.
Everything we sort of wrote home about in the last map seems to have just disappeared. Heretics really, really struggling right now. But
Mini
Mini
Boo
Boo
gets one. Spike's in a really awkward
as you
spot
said,
now.
Spike on the ground.
Lockdown is going to be used. Round 10, so it's not a bad time to be using it.
That smoke has blocked off
Boo
the
has
Arbot.
managed to get past the alarm bot.
Creeping by here, a nice play by Boo. The timing is going to be tough for him though because that door is closed. You won't be able
I wonder how aware of it they're going to be.
And obviously they're worried about this angle that goes towards the steps because
Okay, full
players
sense
can
one,
come
nice.
from anywhere around here. So the
Now they
surprise
are.
element, taken out of
Ooh,
it.
Boo.
It was a nice attempt by Boo, but not one that will find value now that he's known. They look for
Good
Mini Boo, and
trades. Karmine Corp
kill on
playing
the
this
Magnet,
marvelously.
jumping Odin not working this time. They have a lot to fall back on and taking out the brother.
Wow, even
Boo.
dedicating a showstopper.
Showstopper, the first thing fired. Well, it looks like Boo's going to avoid that successfully. Again, though, this is more so being used for KC to control the site, to see where this player can be pretty much for free.
I guess KC know well enough of like Team Heretics are too good at clutching. They're too good at making plays happen from seemingly nothing. So let's be patient with how we take these fights and just play it as brass tacks as we can. Play it as simple to the T. No risk, no flashiness. Just get it done. Going for the aggression again on A.
They're running it down, and Mini Boo has surprised Shin to say the least. Good stun, good spam, and another
Rians is just
an absolute
kicking her ass.
showstopper of a round.
On the
for
way
this
through the
man.
dizzy
It's now
though.
3v2. Heretics.
Oh, they know that Mini Boo's stuck.
Mini Boo's trapped. He's alone.
Save by
He's isolated.
two.
Snake bite on his feet. No
Just
way
again,
out.
just how diligent KC are taking these fights. Now it's a 2 versus 2. And these are usually ones where, even though the guns aren't great for Team Heretics, they can probably run over to A and grab them if they go elsewhere. But yeah, KC are just cutting noise here perfectly. This is just such a good read, where they're like, we cut noise, they're going to go and try to get these guns. They're going to assume that we're not here. The last place that they expect us to be is where we just were.
I feel like for obvious reasons, KC have had so much success on A. They're continuing in this direction. Both players about to meet. The weapons on one side, and it will be the trade.
And both of KC just stuck to each other at the hip.
Spam, a good follow-up onto a player, blast packing. But again, you just don't see that escapability. You're on the defensive side.
I mean, this is just the difference between Heretics when they have those kind of like clutch, super confident moments versus not having them.
To compete for in the half. Heretics, as we said, have been flawless so far.
Like how both these maps in the two KC versus Team Heretics series that we saw, like how different they are.
Now they've got Rian's trapped behind the wall. They're not even quick to go for it. This is not a team that's
Not gonna expect him to still be here, but the Paranoia and the Prowler clear him. Like Rian's was like, I flashed and I managed to peek and saw nothing. They're gonna expect me to run back. And they were like, no bitch, we're clearing everything. And they just absolutely rush past them. 11-1 half. So I imagine the Heretics are gonna win the pistol here. They kind of have
The
to.
first half was pretty much not all A. I think we had at least one, maybe two plants on C and B, but it was mostly A. And we're not too surprised that after an initial fight, hit Mini Boo.
Crashing up on C.
I'm just gonna let this pistol play out and go for a week.
It's stuck in the corner of the map.
Suboptimal. I think KC have done a great job with the early stack on C with the rotate after. Good information. They're primed for a retake on A. I don't think they can get there on time to stop this. Certainly doesn't look like it. Wingman just being used to clear out the angles. The nade, it's going to be late, but the C's... Oh, it's not a C's. In fact, it's just a haunt. The reveal thrown through. Doesn't get them anything. Martin goes down for his trouble, and Heretics might have a way in.
This is one of the better looking rounds, but Narrate just so quick to it. Already removing Mini Boo. Shin has found another, but then a flurry of frags come through on the other side, leaving just Shin remaining. He'd have to pull off a miracle, and they already have an orb on it. For him to even try and survive this would be difficult. He's hoping that maybe someone gets overzealous, makes a mistake, but you can see how patient it is, and Benji's even going to land the shot. A round finally onto the board for Heretics, but it's yeah, I'm not getting excited yet.
No, I think that's understandable.
One thing that just occurred to me as well when I was peeing, thinking about the format for EMEA,
Funny how that works.
Wonder why.
I think there's kind of a high chance that we get some games and some maps and series that end up just being like play-in squads, where you're just kind of watching through it and it just feels like a little bit irrelevant. I guess the important aspect is you do get like championship points on a win, so it's not terrible.
But when I look at the map, very spread out.
Thoughts on Lard's Ascent comp? We haven't really watched too much Ascent. Sorry, we've not watched too much Americas. We're just finishing off EMEA today. I feel like I've seen enough EMEA, but I want to watch both these teams play on ice. Yeah, we can skip through this bit.
It looks like additional and all in this recovery.
Yeah, we're going to need a board all of red. A shoot. So G's and I'm not going to go heavy and buy up some of those extra weapons. Shin again trying to get a little bit cheeky around this C site, but I'm liking the utility that's being thrown out early. Just
yeah, I've not really watched much of America. Like, I've not re-watched them yet.
We're hoping to. It's cost them a lot. Magnum down. And the rotates from Team
Kill back out. 4 versus 4.
It seemed like there was a quick movement from Miniboo, but the call was a little delayed. Eventually, they decide that, yeah, it's the right play. Back towards the part of the map where that battle occurred. Back towards what we can see is just one defender.
Great information from Tomasi.
Good information. Wall up to wall up from that defensive side, indeed causing problems. It's a little deeper than before, but this is a more normal position for B walkout. To slow them down.
Best region, top 10th place.
Allow those rotates to come through potentially, but as we can see, there's a lot of presence still.
We don't talk about how bad Furia is.
We're expecting them to double back through the door, having seen all this utility, but the stopping power isn't enough.
I think Breach on Ascent is better than Breach on Blind.
Miniboo's waiting on the other side.
I just feel like it boxes you in too much, and you don't get like across the map info. Well, you just don't get as much info anyway.
But this time he's isolated. This time he's taken
like, you
out
have to just be doing on defense. You have to be doing like stun aggressive plays all the time.
A bit of a reposition, wary that there could still be players coming in from behind. Boo is actually going to be trapped out here, and because of that, he's isolated.
KO flashes are just too good on this map in comparison to Breach flashes.
They're at least going to catch one detained, and it will be killed off. That rotation still coming in though from behind. It's left all onto Miniboo. A chance still to save them. He might be able to kill the planter before he defuses. Not expected to be there so fast. And now Martin is trying exactly the same. Still hasn't managed to get it far enough, and he's going to swing out all the way. Knowing that there's not enough.
It was nice to see that like Miniboo still has those moments.
First half, but that this series is still theirs. And going back into a reset 1-1 scoreline. 3 maps.
Breach on Ascent can only work with no Senti comps. I don't know about that.
Looking a bit more pacey.
If anything, you want your Breach to be stunning off alarm bots going off. You want nano swarms and stuff.
Really looking to steamroll their way into the side. Now he has been caught by the vulnerability. It doesn't seem to matter for Miniboo. Just running forward, and that might be the doom of them.
Unless you mean like against.
As now Narrate has managed to find a couple. He's still there with a nightfall. He's going to make things a little bit more awkward. Finds a third kill in the round and leaves it on to Benji. He has an idea of where both.
How has this gone their way? They're on a low buy.
It's looking a bit more pacey. They only just scraped through with a Red Bull clutch in the last round, but now we're looking at them.
It's just a plan going a little bit off for Team Heretics. Yeah, one. Alright, Martin just close enough to spray it. Yeah. Looks, again, like Team Heretics have like set execute, set utility coming out. KC are just better at thinking on their feet than Heretics is. And I think the like KC's utilities, like layering, is a lot better than Heretics is.
Falling back to the site. Now he still has a lot of time to play with. He doesn't actually need to commit in this direction, and it seems like
I might just be triple controller pilled. I think so.
The problem here is, although he'll get himself an afterplant, Mitch, he is going to get Shin a gun.
But hold on. He's not looking for the afterplan. He faked the door open. They think he's on B.
I do like this as an idea from Benji.
Shin's got the rifle now, though. One bullet.
But I think you've like faked noise to go back. Oh yeah, he does win it. Sorry.
But he can't get out. He can't cross the B. That angle's being held by Shin. Benji Fishy. Red Bull.
Speaking of the door, a team of Heretics.
It's such a good call.
Did him come
The second
Sorry, I thought it was a
tries to team
13-4
Fortnite, he's
scoreline,
got
but
the
I think
wins
that's
now to
split.
back it up. Already locked into an international event. Big clutch in the previous round. But as we said, so much more to be done. Still a 6-round gap in KC. They only need 1 round to go their way, and they're guaranteed at least the OT.
That's the thing. This is a huge confidence booster. It's definitely something that...
34 was the
has
first
shaken
match.
KC.
First
You see
match
the
was
pause
Sunset.
called by
It's 39.
just to maybe try and settle things
Oh, you
a
mean
little
like the
bit, 'cause
first
they could have
series?
this game
Yeah.
by now. We've had a couple of clutches that have gone the way of Heretics over the last couple of rounds.
Like the first time
fact
Heretics and
is-
KC played each other, yeah.
The more that
The
they
other way
start to
around.
build into this game, the scarier they are. I will say for Heretics though, if they are going to bring this back, they need some cleaner rounds. Like just winning everything.
Pretty
in
sure
clutches,
Split
I
7
feel like
HP
that can-
clutches?
yeah, it
had
can only go
them.
so far.
I don't tab
Do
open
that 6
anymore.
times in a row, no worries.
Like Split was the same score
They still wouldn't have
reversed.
won.
6 more
I mean, that's
times
where I
in a
got
row.
it from.
Tie it up. Well, this attack side, Miniboo is damn dangerous when he pops his.
I do like playing the Viper and the Killjoy stuff towards A and changing up the default.
Now, I don't know if
Too many teams sort of rely on just having the aggression on A and then Killjoy Viper sat on C site waiting.
their eyes are firmly set on this A side. Heretics want to take control. Utility to clear the first corner, Miniboo to clear the second. He's gone deep to take these fights. The smokes blocking them off for now, but the plan secured. He doesn't.
I think we
need
haven't
to stay
seen this
aggressive.
KC on bind and then Buckingham's playing Icebox.
One of the spots you almost always clear. Narrate has started things off well. The double peak, Sublime, and finally a snake bite goes
Sublime.
into the corner of Tomazi, but it seems like the damage has already been done. Needing to try and
Just
find
another
something in the
good,
smokes plot.
well-drilled
Panic
retake.
Low on HP, the paranoid.
Yeah, just to spray at the right time.
The spam across isn't quite connecting.
You gotta hope.
Tomazi now low,
Perfectly
peek into
timed,
it.
triple peak,
Boom,
Boo
looking
now
for the battle.
fighting in an awful place, trying to get the spray. It was the right idea.
Extra time for Benji, and this time, I don't think it's going to be enough.
No, the rate's on it.
Ticking away. Heretics way is all that's in it for KC. Really close. Time.
Can't really see it from the
Benji, and
perspective.
this time, I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, he looks away too.
Time ticking away. I don't know if they're actually going to have this. It's going to be desperately close. Looking like just about half a second is all that's in it for KC.
Cured. Anyone's 3 gone. He has next level. An outrageously good performance. And we complimented him last map, but this is just next level. Martine, the first to open, and the smoker, the controller on the side of Heretics is down. Patatek's wall, now the only thing they've really got. An orb as well, I suppose, but we'll see how much they can cover off with that.
Narrate is one of the players top 3 in damage. Average damage per round, he's up there. And the rest of the players, the duelists. Either way. With the man advantage, still some weaker weapons for either side. Showstopper is going to go in.
Good night.
Oh, it doesn't actually do too much, and the plant is going to go down. Now the lockdown will buy that extra little bit of time for them to try and play with. We know that KC have been solid in these retake scenarios, and that's what they're going to build up for.
I'm going to need a KC.
Still, like,
jersey
even
that
though
used no
KC had to
great spams by
pause for a
Tomazi,
second with the
so much
lockdown,
damage.
like how
No,
quickly they're
Magnus capable with it, but
retaking
he's got
now
the
is
stinger
great.
this round. Round goes Martine for his
But they know the
first
time
win
isn't on their
stinger.
side.
In
They
comes
need
the
to clear it
snake
out
bites,
if
but
they're
might
going to
be
do it
too little too
properly.
late. A whole squad to take down, and they're coming. Blitzing into the angle, losing every fight. HP is low. Magnum's decayed. He's only got 1 health. The snake bite was on the site. It's only Benji Fishy left, and
He has no
he'll get
time.
one
Yeah, they don't
with
have
the
time.
time
The time's
getting
gone.
the rest. KC will not cleanse.
But he's
Like he's
not
not,
having
and they need
here.
to play with. Luckily, neither do their opponents. Heretics to play with. Or
Don't know why I saw that for a
lightning
second.
fingers, as many of you may know.
Finger guns.
Finger guns.
Oh,
A laser.
A few other names that I'm not going to say.
No, we'll keep it at that. Magnum, well done.
That's the
Pat's
only
take
rifle they have.
on an anti-eco,
Patatek's own wall as well that
walking
he
through his own
crossed through.
smoke.
Clearly didn't expect them to be that aggressive. The
That's
one
silly
rifle
of him.
turns to 2. Narrate's picked one up, and
I
KC
do
are
like
ready for
the
retake.
Omen like one way
It
here
wasn't thrashed,
by taking
but
this
only
space
for
and
now.
fight for it more.
Luckily, they've got their
I think Heretics were doing that,
to
right?
plant the spike. It's not Padatek. Already lockdown is actually going to be used to try and clear.
What
them
happens
out
to
of bounds.
Patatek after
The
Woot comes
goal
in?
is
He goes
not
back
to
into
try
the
and get
bin.
them anywhere near the spike. They'll be able to stick onto it. Miniboo's just spam.
I imagine he'd want to move on to a
Almost
different
gets caught
roster,
up by the ult.
but
It doesn't matter though. His brother's there to defend him.
if there's no opportunities, yeah, I imagine he'd
Utilised
just
for
be a
the
6.
second time, and Array is stuck in the mud, instantly dead. And Shin, well, they invested quite a bit into this round. They managed to get themselves a kill, use a lockdown even. All he's hoping for is to maybe put a second body on the pile.
Well, he's done that at least. The first is found. Just the lockdown, but also the nightmare. The main idea ahead
Depends
of
if said team is high on him.
No,
True.
It's
I mean, I think there would be. I think
Sorry,
he's
Heretics.
done a good job at showing like
Outside
different
the
roles and
maybe a
flexing
little
onto
bit too
different
early.
stuff.
Instant
But
fight has
it's
picked.
just
Just gonna be
a
looking
lot of
down
teams that do
C
have super subs don't tend to
aggressively
have
well
those super
from
subs
Shin
do
to
an awful lot
take control
afterwards.
over A.
Decido hasn't done much after
Front back.
FPX.
No, they're
Paddy
actually trying to
G's
go
been on
through
Ascend
this.
since being on
Mini Boo's
FPX.
already got rid of Tomasi. That shouldn't have been so easy. Magnum waiting, needs more than one, and he isn't going to get it. This
Like
round
more
is
often
not
than
going
not,
away.
that
As
sub
opposed to
just
with
kind of
Vikings
gets
paying
left to the
trades, come
wayside
back thick and
one way or
fast,
another.
leaving Martin still to do damage. The nade onto the side is going to make things awkward as well.
Yeah,
Park
Cigars
still
again, like
coming
sort of
through.
just gone into
Not even a minute gone on the
is a
clock just yet.
counterpoint. I mean, I don't know where
Shin
Cigars is right
worried
now.
that they're going to try and push and
Like, is he a household
somewhere
name?
else
Like,
instead.
is he on another VCT team? No.
actually looking to fight
Just
back
grinding out in
towards
tier
the
2.
mound.
It's the right call with the player that was there not long ago. But I love the idea from Martin to go back to Shin, group up, and approach this round in a 2v2 no matter where they go. Maybe they can even catch someone from Heretics off guard or just in a 1v2. Trade at worst. Quick rotations. No.
Yeah, where these two teams going?
This one separately, it means Rians needs an insta-kill and he's not
Rians
gonna
just
get it.
gets kind of lost.
KC now a
the
chance.
zone.
Another clutch needed. Mini boost position might not be expected. Smoke going down, but the drop will be heard. They're
Just
already
sticking
onto the
it.
defuse, sticking it pretty much all of the way, halfway done. That's all they really needed, and Shin will be there to close it. It is
Had like a 1.21 rated match at playoffs. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that he's like completely fallen off and he's trash. What I'm saying is just that a lot of those players, people are like, oh my god, like I can't imagine a life without them now with how well they've been playing, and then they just kind of get forgotten about by the majority of people. I'm not trying to be harsh. I think it's just kind of the way it is.
Well, that's the only two things I care about. And on this map, I'm
Because
expecting
I haven't
a lot more
eaten,
help.
I'm going
See what they
to
got.
just
Yeah,
let this
I'm
play
always
out.
looking forward to
People
seeing
can
Rays
watch
on
it,
this map. That
and then I'm
gives
gonna
me
make some
flashbacks to
food
the
and
legend that is
just let this
Yasin,
go.
but also
Think of
just
a better
the amount you
example.
can
There
do
might
in
be
terms of
some.
denying
Like Paddy
when you
G
get
still being on
onto
the set
that
isn't
defensive
bad,
side.
but
For now, though,
you know,
Magnum
he was
already
looking like a
coming
tier
in
1
under
player and it
pressure.
just never really came to pass.
He is forced
But yeah,
back off the angle, of course.
1
the
second,
attack
we're
here,
back.
They're going to have to take a lot of control. Now, having that double initiator means they can clear a lot of positions for free, but getting into the plant, obviously they don't have a Sage, they don't have a Harbor, so there's not going to be anything as like a hard blockade in the way. So they're going to want to take some of these firefights, clear out some of the players, and that's not gone great. A bit of spam straight through the screen is enough for Magnum to start things off.
Shot down low by Narrate, but the numbers are already thinned out down to the 3v3 as the plant comes in. Is that a swing from Spawn? No. Magnum's playing this nice and slow. He's got Tomasi with him, and they'll try to open up some space for Shin to sneak his way through. Good shot onto Benji. Fishy. The damage most certainly done to start this, as Team Heretics are now on the back foot. Less angles, more angles to clear rather, and they haven't got the players to cover it. But at least the information now. If he spotted Shin, he won't catch him by surprise, but the double swing after will. That's Magnum's third of the round, and it's all down to Boo. Nice shot, one more needed, but it's Magnum. He's been hitting shot after shot, the time against him. He's the one that has to tap that, and Boo is clearing it out bit by bit, playing with him as the time gets ever lower, stuck to half, and tagged down. Magnum's in the danger zone, and he's got to get that defused now. The time was already gone. But Boo deals the damage to put 1-0 on the board for Heretics.
Yeah, good start in the Red Bull clutch, and both IGLs having to battle up against each other in that final fight. It was a great round from Magnum, even still with the Sheriff, managing to find 3, and ultimately one of the reasons that this round was competitive. I am liking what we're seeing, though, with this composition so far from Heretics. Sure, it's super early on, but you could see, like, they had the screen down, and then they were consistently pushing it. Like, they had themselves the initial use of the dart to give them information, and then they also had pop flashes. What? All right, then.
He's seen that one before.
Yeah, I guess Magnum really has been working on his Sheriff shots, because so far, crispy clean. He is going to get taken down, though, by Rians. Of course, a lot of rifles on the board right now for the side of Heretics, so any more casualties, and this becomes quite a costly round.
Keep it an eye on Magnum as this map goes on. Martine shut down, and it's Classics for the most part. They shouldn't do too much damage. Narrate and Shin, though, they've made this a little closer than it should be. Wall goes up, and Shin goes down. Narrate alone. Classic in hand, 2 players that take down. Both are heavily armed and lightly armored at this stage. They've been chipped away at, but the Sheriff won't help that much. Both can still sustain a shot to the body. It's got to be the headshots, and Boo's a little quicker on the trigger. 2-0 for Team Heretics. Those losses will be felt, though. I think that damage from KC can't be undersold.
Yeah, no, it's actually going to mean that this is less of a bonus, and
that's filthy. Let's say he was ready for it. He must know that he does that. He must have had that in his head. Nasty.
yeah. In terms of this investment, as I said, it's less of a bonus, and either going to have a couple of players with basically nothing, or just pistols, and you're going to have some gaps where those rifles used to be. Still an opportunity, though. 3 guns, 1 in Mini Boo's hands, 1 in Boo's, and 1 in Benji's. There's definitely players that can do some damage. Martine now looking to try and get a little bit of an aggressive push, and they're all being farmed up by Shin in an attempt to get that res a little bit closer. It's not close.
Oh, I like this aggression. I like the flash, and I like the follow-up.
It's close now.
Shit! Yeah, right next to grabbing his res. It's not a bad start. Look, rifles in hand. Heretics play it as a bonus. Sure, we can throw excuses out there, but that was nasty. And you could see that they were completely caught off guard on the attacking side by that kind of aggression.
Yeah, there was an opportunity to shoot the Dizzy, though. I think that's the only problem, as they get caught out by that piece of utility. Boo trying to find something with the spam. A little bit optimistic. Rian's now trying to do the rest, and the rate after his initial strong flash.
I do kind of like the Sage and the Gecko together.
A pretty clean
not
start
only just Gecko on its own, without having a Sage Wall or Harbor Cove.
I think it was literally just a bullet.
I'm curious on like how this is going to play out, I guess.
On the blind players.
Well, round 4 will have a lot of value to it. Rifles brought in across the board. Limited damage in the previous round means KC are feeling pretty healthy when it comes to credits. But for Team Heretics, they're not in that same boat, investing everything into this one. They come in with an ultimate to play with. It's Rian's, and it's Mini Buddha open. Tamazi out of the round right away. Viper Util no longer to play with. A retakes are harder, but most importantly, B itself is wide open. Was.
Once you get into those close blocks, it can be problematic. So Magnum's going to try and be a little bit more aggressive, try and hold them back at least a little bit. As said, with his composition, you're going to try and take a little bit more control for the attack. Going for the standard plant is risky, especially just look at Shin. He's basically just waiting around the back line. We try and attempt to go for some spam. Here comes the Util on the other side from Heretics, forcing them back as much as possible. Pop flash through, and a little bit of damage from his own utility, but they think they've taken enough space. It doesn't look like it thus far, as Magnum already going to pounce.
An attempted return by Rian's, but it's found Rian. Nothing to be located for this squad as Team Heretics bunker down with the man disadvantage. The time ticking away, but it's not that far gone that there's panic in the side of KC. They've got the utility.
And then like the old system code?
Right through from Martine is good.
I recognize the name.
As Magnum has picked up another big round. I'm really impressed with his individual performance. Not only taking on the leadership.
Oh, 7 is TSM player. I think like 7.
Role, which has got to have its weight.
What's this? I want to make sure that I'm not getting fucking Martha Stewart cowed. So, give me a second. Nucky's been benched for Tino's no longer on due list. I mean, Nucky on Sentinel has never looked amazing.
right to it. And sure, having Narrate there to back him up is going to help. But individually, I think this is the best form we've ever
Also,
seen play on.
I like
That's
having the
impressive.
raise
This is definitely looking
on
good.
Icebox.
And this is the thing. It's never going to be easy to sort of take that much space and plant
he's
at the
feeling
same
it.
time.
He's feeling it.
I even cracked a smile for Eng. 2-2. Now the purchase, not a great one. A single Guardian.
But I don't like Team Heretics' overall
You've
comp.
got yourself some pistols on the rest with the Sheriffs, and again, looking like an aggressive stance. They're caught by the dance. They're going to have to try and fall back off this one.
Yeah, I think the
Again,
smokes are
another
missed.
four-player stack up in the early round onto this A site.
The mobility, but you can kind of do that with raise anyway. I think it's just like the post-plant util or like anti-plant util.
If they kept that swing up top, maybe he would have been. I think the fact that KC have players deeper on A was incredibly valuable. The timing on the top peak to draw their crosshairs as well, sublime. And timing is going to be a key part of this round because Boo is trying to catch them off guard. That wall down, and unfortunately for Boo, he is caught looking the wrong way. So
This
Team
has to be
Heretics
fake.
have a wide open sight because it's retake
I
play
don't think it's.
for KC. They can
I don't
deny
think
them
it's
with some
beyond
utility.
the means of like
Not easy
reality,
to
you know.
find. Although Mini Boo will try to take this one a little bit deeper. Recoverable weapon as well. That's the
Like I don't
back
like.
up.
I think Nuki's a fantastic player. Like some of the shit he's been able to do, but like nothing that he's done on Giants has made me think, oh my god, this guy's like actually insane.
Thing that could be interesting. Well, now 2. A shot connected, a showstopper available for Miniboo.
Like it's not really his role that he's known for.
It's going to be an easy clean in the end for the
And
side of
last
KC.
year,
And I like the fact
Nuki,
that
like
they're
I think
consistently having these
Giants
proactive
as a
positions.
squad,
It makes things fairly awkward for the side of
they're
Heretics. I also think these
whatever
early
the
step-ups
opposite
are
of
made
like
because they
some of
know
their
that
parts.
realistically, getting the plants on B is not going to be easy. You don't have anything to just
Considering the
basically
players on
plant
this
something down
roster,
and fall back. You have to
they
push.
should be
So they're just stacking up
looking
A
a lot
because
better
it's
than
the
they
more
do.
logical side to go for. It's where you normally see teams just consistently put the pressure on, and especially when you consider Heretics' actual comp. You've got a nade for one corner. You've got yourself the fragment for another corner. You've got yourself snake bites. You've got yourself nano swarms. Like, you've got yourself shock darts. They've got so much. They could just spam the hell out of the A site with the amount of utility. So KC are going, well, that has to come eventually. It feels like the reason they have this comp.
I don't know what role Nuki would play nowadays, to be fair.
Two players suppressed, but one not
I think
spotted
Baby
up
J
top.
can fit in the C9.
Ultraman's taken away
I feel
his
like
abilities, but he's still got his rifle to play
he's
with.
salted
Act like
the
he has
earth
that wall,
with
and eventually he will.
a previous stuff.
Unfortunately, Miniboo fired a rocket just before he went
I don't think the
down.
problem
Has
is
taken
whether
our team
Baby
clean
J
out
is
of the
good
round.
enough to be a pro
Lockdown
player.
and
It's just
playing,
whether he'd
but
be a
where are
good
they gonna
teammate.
go? They're just going straight up to heaven.
And you know,
Minus
part of that
from
stuff is
afar.
kind of like
Lineups
out
in play for
of
Benji
his
Fishes,
hands,
the
but
damage
I don't
come
think he's
through,
also
and
done a
that
good
tap on the
job
spike.
of
To have problems caused. Nice shot
making
from
himself look
Patatech.
good.
Utility now should secure the round.
Nobody's going to
Drive
take that
alone,
risk.
And Tamazi has next to nothing to do about it.
But that's
He needs
coming from my
kills.
very
Needs
limited
them now.
knowledge of like
The next couple of
Americas and
seconds,
Baby
really
J.
hightailing it out of here. An attempt with the wall up. I like it, but they've got a reveal. It's just the constant bombardment of utility that's making it difficult and indeed impossible. Around.
Even if there's a stack up on this site, which there was, just the sheer amount of utility that they
This
have.
is, yeah, just brute
force players out of
force
angles, create awkward
utility,
scenarios.
which is pretty much the way that
It seems
Heretics
like a
have been
comp that will
playing
just drive in that
throughout
direction, whereas on the
Kickoff.
B side, okay, you need a little bit more. The thing is, to
Just
mention, this round they
brute
do have a
force
little bit more
util
with the Viper's
and
pick.
good aim duels.
Yeah, that could be helping out a ton. Now,
Isn't a new guy an
taking space is
initiator?
something else, but so far it's been easy enough when they pop this utility.
You could argue
through.
Cloud.
Tamazi, as we can see on the mini map, there's much more passive than he
Put
was
Redgar
before.
on
He's trying to
duelist,
get
that's what
up
we
close to the
need.
boxes and fight kind of where Miniboo is now. But instead, he's now playing back further, having been punished a couple times by the blast pack up from Miniboo and by the utility that followed.
Are they basically
Heretics at the
making a
wall.
Russian-speaking
That should get
team?
close enough to pop the Viper's pit. See if KC
Minus
spams can be
Fatinho.
enough to stop it, because really we're relying on Tamazi getting that
Redgar,
damage done,
Purple, Clouds.
or else we're relying on the fight back through the pit.
Hoodie?
Still looking at Magnum. He really has been.
Maybe Hoodie goes over to like
menace that they've had to deal
Sentinel.
with this early read
He's
from
Finnish.
KC.
I mean, a lot of Finnish
Sublime, but here comes the
players
bombardment of
speak
utility.
Russian.
First in, first out, Patatech. God, what has just happened?
I don't know if that's
They've been
accurate for him.
obliterated by an array. He was just watching
But
the
you got
cross.
Pipson obviously too.
I need to see.
Replay?
Yeah, I need to
Because there
see
isn't
his
like
point
a
of view
Russian
there, 'cause
team.
I'm not quite sure.
But you could
how
probably
he's
make a
just
sick
wiped
Russian
out that
team.
many players in a second. One of them
I'm
was
not
with
sure
the
he's
Mosh.
finished Russian.
The
No, I don't think
rest
so.
Was all him.
After yes, did enough damage to Boo combined with either a snake bite or a spam from Tamazi or maybe even just a wall. Whatever it was that made it easy for the mosh pit.
No, he's literally just tweeting the same thing every day.
It's not like Angel. Apparently he lost 2-1 yesterday. It was
Yeah.
enjoyed that one.
You want to map in.
KPI was the majority Russian team in
Fair,
challenges.
One of them was quite long.
It was.
Maybe
yeah,
he felt like he won the first half and that
He was
counts
like, we
him out.
played 3 maps, definitely.
Yeah, I mean KPI actually
The
been
early fight from
destroying in Spain, but it is
somewhat
like best of
been
one,
undone.
so I don't take it with too much.
Will be the res coming through. Martin
I
on
thought-
the operator with a blade storm. It doesn't even matter that much. Shin's also been holding that res for about 3 or 4 rounds.
Martin's already died once, and look at how aggressive he's being. I mean, he has a blade storm to work with, so why not? Updraft attempt, and that's not gone well. Out of there, and the spray is chasing him, but Shin somehow connects. Magnum as well. And KC,
I wonder if Beppo's Serbian
I don't know
residency.
if that was through the wall or just in the open, but either way,
I imagine
it
that's
works.
something
Just
that's
winning
been
every single
actively
fight.
worked on.
And indeed, it will be
I'd say that for most
flawless
players,
round. I mean, they lost a player.
um,
I think Marty take the
a
initial
lot of them are
hit,
like, you
but he
know,
also
always
gets
in the process of trying to get like a
rewarded with round.
Schengen visa
Whereas if
or
it's rinse
what
and
have you.
repeat, the problem is there's a lot of resistance here.
'Cause if
And even
you're
after
not,
the
like,
last round, the
what are
man
you gonna
almost
do?
died twice aggressively. He still catches them off guard again. Miniboo's gone.
They found Banshee as well. Oh, a little bit late on the reaction to that. And the swing out of Magnum didn't go according to plan. It's a messy round. And it's left it into a 2 versus 2. A winnable spot for the side of Team Heretics. The Viper's pit online for Tamazi.
Is it Serbian?
The teammate might be in trouble. The thrash
But yeah, he
comes
went
through.
to
It's now
the
in
US,
open, irretrievable,
so-
almost a mosh pit from Narrate. That is
Not
brave.
bad.
Maybe foolish.
Can't be that hard
Yeah,
to get him
it's quick
around
with
and get him a
but the angle
visa and
for
get him
Tamazi.
live in places if you do it in
Players are hidden
America.
away.
But he's back. I know he's back, but I mean, like,
Oh, no, not together.
visas
How does
clearly
that
can't be
got
that
the
much of
info?
a problem.
Rihenz is left to close this out. He's already tagged a little bit, unfortunate. Tamazi now sees the wall is there. He's got to go forward. He's caught with a snake bite, not dealt with though. That could be a mistake. The Rihenz lives to regret. He's running. Got the ult to work with. Rihenz is just going to shift it up close, already stuck halfway, and the head scene. Rihenz knows it's not being stuck. He'll play the time and eventually get in there
Nice
for
from
his
Rihenz.
third. Heretics finding another round, keeping it close. He looks unbothered.
Yeah, calm and collected as ever. Even still,
Why does Peppo
they
need
lose
Serbian
every single
residency?
player. And because of
Easier
how
to
clean
get a
lot of these
visa to
rounds have been for the side of KC,
Germany.
Financially not in the best spot.
And
On the other side of
visa
things,
for
they
anywhere
have
else.
Nearly all of their ultimates online, so a good chance that they'll be able
You
to
basically
just
denounce that
find
you're
their way
Russian,
out of this one.
and everything gets a
The
lot
fact is,
easier.
though, it really has been the success of the A site. Again, I feel like that's what this comp is built for. They're looking to build into it once again. This aggression has to be expected. They've done it almost every single round, and even still, the Martin Miniboo battle goes Martin's way.
His aggression has been so varied at the same time. Boo is miles away. He's leading from afar, huh? The armchair general of the round. But for Team Heretics, they're getting caught off guard.
I think at some point I'm probably
It's
gonna have to like
Martin in different
rewatch
positions,
this
different
in my
forms
own
of
time.
aggression. Last round, you
Like,
got the
it's kinda
close
going
range
in one
top
ear
flight.
out the other.
Now he dashes up to take a duel up top. It seems to be almost
Also,
no
it
one
is
to
Icebox,
predict.
so
In
it's a
fact, he
little
dashed
bit
out of there. They're just running along the
resident
road.
sleeper. Didn't think about this
Gotta
before
be
I
ready
started
for
doing
it.
these.
But for Heretics, at least, there's something to fall back on. They've lost Miniboo, but they've still
Sorry,
got
my fault.
4
Oh no, it's not
ultimates
you.
in
I just
play.
feel like my own
So there
attention's
could be
just going.
some way to pull this back.
He was the only one who
Probably
didn't
just
have
eating
his
as well.
ult.
I'm just a bit more like
It's not
lethargic.
ideal because he's normally the space taker, but
It's all good.
better than what was
Learned a
instead
lot.
already.
Try to keep up with all the main
Throwing
leagues
the
and
knife
Tier
through,
2
but it
Japan,
doesn't
Korea,
actually connect, and
Polaris.
I like the fact they've just walled this off as something that's gonna waste some
I
time
applied for
for the side of Heretics
Korean
to,
watch party
really start
permissions.
peaking.
I might be able to get
They
them
are
for
gonna
Japan as
bypass.
well.
This is gonna be the Viper's pit, and Boo already taking a hefty amount of damage. Straight over the top goes Martin.
Why
No
Polaris?
fear,
What's so special
because
about
there's already been
Polaris? I
anything
mean, it's a good
connected
region.
to
There's good players in it.
already gone, and he's just continuing forward. Finally, will be
But
dealt
Apex
with,
is just
but he's
destroying
taking the
people.
space for his team.
That
And
too.
almost left his Benji. He manages a couple within a second, but it is a good.
Like, if you want to be watching teams and how well they perform, like Apex has to be amongst that list.
They can sound after.
I do think information and delay utility, like even
My
with a
opinion.
Sage Wall, if there's a nade, a fragment, a shock dart,
I'm
snake bite,
wondering
anything,
just
it's gonna be difficult
what
to block,
point
so
that
I don't
if
mind
it's
their
beneficial
chances.
for
The
Apex to
problem
just be
is,
stomping as much as they are,
if they're too far behind, we've
or
already
whether they
seen
actually do need pushing and
what KC can
testing.
do when they get going on that attack.
I think that the team that they have now, though, is better than the team that they had last year.
Still the pit to play with for Tamazi. KC don't need to be worried. It's a lot of pistols for Heretics. A much slower approach to the attack as they look to catch someone off
The other thing
guard.
I'm not key. It's
Yeah,
not that
like
I'm
you
not
say,
keyed on it.
Tamazi making some noise. It's
The
same setup
only
that
concern I have for
KC,
Apex
one
is
Viper
their
here,
coach,
defending it, falling back,
Nito.
playing the retake. Tamazi's
Just
gonna give them the idea that maybe
because
they can catch him off guard. Maybe they can blitz in and
like
take
he's
them by
just a
surprise.
bit inexperienced to be the head coach, right? I'm like pretty sure he's only
Kill,
assistant
fall back, and now Martin's
coach
got it for free.
Apex.
Surely Tamazi has gone down. So Martin almost wants that little bit
But
more.
so far,
Second
he's
player now
been
making it
amazing.
around that corner. There we go, nice and easy.
And clearly, it must be good if Apex wanted to keep him and also make him head
Beautiful
coach.
and a clear advantage to the defenders now.
That's an intelligent player right there. He knew that there was more to be had other than just mini booing. You can't really blame Heretics for not checking that. They fell for the.
I just said the same about
exact
Ito
plan
as
that
well
KC
last year.
were
They
telling them.
didn't really know too much about him until
now,
after
Just a couple of
he
pistols.
started doing Apex stuff.
You can already see just waiting.
I don't know if that's like kind of accurate
It's
though.
more Heretics just looking to try and do a little bit of extra damage. An unorthodox plant spot, but it is still going to be cleared by the Mosh. We're going to have to go back for a little bit more. You could see Panatic just trying to cover every single angle under the sun. He almost
Tried.
There was a world where
But
he
a
somehow
dizzy
gets a couple
Pro
there.
King.
Now it's on to Benji. Clean on the first, but there's no
Martin
chance
just
for the
chases him
second.
down.
Good previous.
Been a good bounce back, I think,
You
for
want to use these
Cam and
powerful
Core.
retake,
Like
powerful
Heretics get
stealth
around and then it's just an
ability.
instant response straight afterwards.
Heretics will have to play a perfect round with just a showstopper in their back pocket.
They're basically playing the retake already. Like, you can see the stack up this time is actually over on B. They've put the Sage Wall down early. They're putting pressure onto mid. And I feel like a lot of this might just be Tomazi trying to hold onto the backside. The showstopper.
Like stuff like this, I think that the Raze is great at.
He's going to go back in. He's made it into the pit. With the lockdown, it's going to force them back completely. He gets to hold the site, doesn't get hit by the showstopper, and some of the players have even been detained.
Yeah, well,
You can't see how many. It looks like
impression,
one.
though, having seen that some of the other players haven't been detained, just block it, duh.
Okay.
Rienz blocks the mosh pit, and then takes down Martin with a straight spray through the pit. Okay, one big player dealt with. Bladestorm out of the round, lockdown used, and a Viper's pit already placed on the map. What's Heretics'
Surely
plan?
not.
But look, they're waiting for it on the side of Heretics. They
Flash
wanted
is
this.
nice.
Flash was good. That saved the day, and Narrate's got another kill on the back of it, decimating this squad. 4 versus 3. Pit still up, and they play forward. Tamazi falls. That's the pit down, but only Boo left to deal with, and Martin's got him locked in. 8 to
Great half the new Cam and Core.
Sure, the last time around, Heretics won 13.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing
Stuff is
this.
split.
Is it as good as the China
last
one?
time
No.
around, Heretics won 13-4. We said the same about Lotus.
China
And
over
KC have
EMEA
since
all day.
been Fnatic.
That was a pretty fire transition we just got. The banana buff into the kitchen banana. Now, it's been looking pretty good for the side of KC, but the pistol doesn't get off to the best of starts. Rienz with some early aggression. His best cosplay of Martin.
Thank you for the
And it's won an
sub.
award. A
Kites.
one-man advantage is their prize.
Kits. That does my
Some of
fun.
the aggression we saw
Yeah,
on the
sorry.
other side. Not quite
Just
the
because
3
Beth
kills
finished
for
work,
Shin,
but she's on like her
Still.
way back.
an advantage nonetheless.
I don't think she's had a
Bit
good
of a
day, so I
sneaky
might
push
finish
coming on
stream
from
early.
Tomazi,
Call her
hoping that
anyway.
he can maybe find an angle, find a gap, and he has done quite a bit of damage onto Boo. No heals available on their side, and I'm sure Shin's going to try and find something a little bit more before that wall goes down, but in fact, Tomazi has managed to win that fight. The spike's even coming through on the other side, just trying to bait them out. In the meantime, the players are walking up onto A. They have fake planted the spike, and then they are running all the way back to the A side. That is absolute filth. It's only just being realized by Heretics that
I mean, you guys already watching them rotate now. Oh no, Benji, just unfortunate timing. Let me and Lexi know if you need anything from Masters. Probably just a moderator, just around, just in case.
Fake works.
Not too
Players are on
sure.
site.
Oh, and they faked it again.
Come through.
That wall is a ruse. Look, Rienz runs through, goes, there's a wall there. There's no way there's a guy on the other side. Then Aid trying to deny. The push in doesn't get anything. Shin fighting strong, but Benji again.
I got
Left
pinged.
into a 1v2
Don't worry
solo
about it.
HP.
It's just like if
Needs an
anything needs
immediate
doing, but I don't
response.
think so. I feel like everything for Master should be fairly
Quick
chill
headshots needed.
in
That's
comparison
the
to how
only
good
way
it's
out of
been
this one.
for
He has got 1v1s on offer.
China. I don't think we'll get that
All
kind of
the way
viewership.
on the way through. That might be the first time I've seen Narrate whiff that bad, but he gets there in the end. So all is well. 9 on the board for KC and a real blow for the Heretics fans.
I love it. Again, this is someone who is a brand new in-game leader with a brand new team of youngsters. The adaptations they make in this
Mag
ate a kid, but it was clever.
It was, absolutely. Just lulling them into a false sense of security on a read that you've got to make pretty damn quick. 9 rounds on the board for KC.
I'll be absent for like the first 2 days. I
made
midterms next week and 14, 15 to stack days.
Some utility, for sure. Still double snake bites on Boo, nade on Mini Boo. A flash
It's
from
only
Palatine.
10 a.m.
See how much value can be taken from that. As KC are clearly setting their sights on B, but Heretics have made the read. It's not like this is a completely abandoned site.
Why am I
It's not
cap?
left wide
Because you
open like we've
subbed.
seen in the past.
Everybody's a
They
kept
look to
bit
fight.
cap
It's
when
just that
there's a sub
they don't
involved.
quite have the brawn that KC do. I'll have to catch them off guard.
But yeah, I won't worry about it. I don't think we're going to need much. Like, I think sort of probably around like 300 viewers-ish is what we're about. But I imagine with stuff like Masters when everybody else is watching, probably be a lot less. It might be like sort of this amount of viewership. So if it is, it's kind of like chill.
The orb actually ends up helping them out quite a bit.
Hey, Poppy.
That will allow them to retreat back, and this is where the better weaponry just takes over. Benji still crisp. Has he got 4 more?
4v1. How's it going? It's been good today.
Is
Been about a
I'm
5-hour
pretty sure the
stream.
answer to
I don't
that
think
one-
we've like done as
they're stacked
much
up 3
prepping
players
for
on that
EMEA
angle
as I
on
would
his
have
left.
liked, but
Well,
it's
if you
fine.
find
We'll
even
wing
one,
the
that would be
rest.
somewhat of a miracle. Now as he swings, there's going to be 4. Make it a little bit harder, and he does find the one at least. Some damage, but it's negligible in the grand scheme of things. The bigger picture on that attack. In the last map, there was a stage towards the end.
He's playing
6 every round. And the roles he's playing as well, it's remarkable.
Obviously, the value can't be understated as well. The 3 points, the equivalent of 3 wins in the regular season that's coming up.
Here.
The same as you'd get for winning over in Masters.
Yeah, Team Heretics have gone for the anti-like
Such a
gecko.
huge step in what will be the road to champions.
Nano
which, of course, for
swarms.
these teams after making
But
their
because you
first
got the Sage
Masters,
Wall still
it
with
might feel
Shin,
like
it's
a
not too
long
much
way
of an
away,
issue.
but it will be a huge boost for them. Nice flash.
I guess it's nice in the sense that you have the gecko as well to kind of do stuff with. But then it gives you the freedom to do different walls like we saw the one here. You don't need to kind of be doing the default ones. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no. It's not what you like to see.
Tragic.
A bit of a whiff, his position given away. The trigger discipline not quite matching up to what we saw earlier on from Martine. As KC now redirect themselves, it's the B site that's under threat.
Yeah,
Boo.
it's mainly because of Magnum.
And he's got some good, he's got a good position. Now they've relinked with him, and look at this, just as they go to move there.
KC, yeah, just the more like open
Pretty-
plants and stuff like
a pretty
that.
nasty angle to be playing behind.
How
Also,
the
some
defenders
space
ended
to be
up
taken.
there?
The knife, a fragment, even a blast pack for some space.
Little
to be taken.
gap for
Magnum
Martine to
already
be
got rid
hiding
of
in
it.
is
That's not the start
nice.
They were looking for. Martine is also sat.
Cheeky. I
alongside
like
Tigatari.
this.
A pretty nasty angle to be playing behind something they might not even consider checking.
Does get
Well, they
traded, though.
finally cleared him, but it's too little, too late. The round again has fallen in KC's favor. Once more.
I don't
they
know about
run
winning an
away with the
international
map.
event this year. I think next year for sure.
6 rounds
I
in a row
think the
now.
scene is just way too volatile right now.
Ready, he turned from it, but couldn't react in time. About 11-4, yeah.
Like,
look,
trust me, I like
KC
my
haven't
hot
been
takes for
really
China,
making a step wrong.
but I
Tech slotting in as a stand-in
don't.
has
I think this
done
is a bit of a
good,
throwaway
so
year for
just
China,
aren't
to be
as a
honest.
top 2 they are playing to an
Real
achievement
Madrid
for
is their
this
best
squad,
chance
but they've
to.
shown that honestly they look like
Team, but very experienced coach. Like, you can't really blame them for it. But no, KC have come out swinging.
I don't know. Like, I don't
Because
think
their
that
stocks
FPX are
have gone
gonna
even
be
higher than they
complete
already
write-offs either. Like people saying to me, like, "Oh, do you think they're gonna win a map?" It's like, yeah, this isn't fucking DFM that we're talking about here. Like, they're a good squad,
Looking like they may have to try and fight
and
back
nobody
8 in a row.
at Madrid
Giving
is
themselves
like
the best possible setup to do it.
unbelievable. Everybody's
The other
dropped
side of
maps.
things
Some
is
of them
patience.
dropped series.
They are
Most of them have
expecting
dropped
some
series.
aggression. A spawn spot from Tomasi.
And the ones that haven't is
He's gone from being
EDG.
the first man in his old Portuguese team to The man
Don't make me out to be an extremist. No, I'm not. I'm just like, I think people see just generally they're like, oh yeah, FPX is going to be last, and take that as a FPX are dreadful. It's just more like what they haven't really had to show too much. They're a team that's had a recent like roster change, and the region as a whole just looks a little bit weaker. Same reason why people are like underrating Gen G, but that feels more egregious to me. I think Gen G can actually like finish top 4.
While they wait for it to come back online. We'll see Dizzy go through and a push to back site, but that's Team Heretics trigger.
30 seconds
Once they
left.
hear those pieces of utility come through.
But I think the top 4 for this event is going to be top 4 for each of the regions.
Maybe blindside a few. Triple swing on backside. Shin
Maybe
out of position, but that's because you didn't
minus
see Martin
EDG
right behind
plus
him.
loud.
You only see the flash of his barrel as he takes kill after kill. 12 seconds, and the cover is there. The space is taken. The territory well and truly.
Yeah, I'm actually this comp from KC is growing on me with how this has been playing. Like the walls that you can do, the plants, the utility, similar to what FPX was running with their Icebox comp. Just how much you can like envelop a site and push past it. And I think like that's what Icebox needs, is a team to sort of show that the way that it's been played is not great. You can't just do the whole like have a pixel of the site to plant on and then play post plants. But there's a lot more in the meta right now that allows you to like push beyond it, take more space, and fight more aggressively.
In a retake, but clearly hoping they could do some damage.
Especially a retake of A with such narrow laneways.
I think of all of the newer comps that I've seen on Icebox, like the kookier stuff, I think KC's comp is the one I'm most impressed with.
Look, they still have the lockdown to work with, but you're not punishing on the way out quite the same. Nice shot from Martin, but he only gets the one. And with the lockdown in play, there's some trouble brewing. You're crazy. Throwing in the thrash here, it's actually caught one, but Magnum won't get round the corner in time, and Nare won't make it out. The pressure's now on. Shin's got a 1v3 for the next couple seconds while they tap that defuse. Here comes the swing. Good shot from Shin! He's got them both! A chance to keep this alive! It's halfway! And the head was spotted!
Just headshot.
knows the timing is his. He's dropped down, covered it with a shot, and the angle's now tough for Miniboo. 20 HP, but he'll hit.
Ridiculously close. The fact is, Narrate was a pass to 5.
Obviously, sometimes Icebox does descend back into this.
Heretics all the way.
That's a shame. 13-5.
It's only 7 in a row.
My only out there take is me thinking loud of the best chance to win for Madrid for kickoff.
Let's see.
I mean, they're literally Bucky's favorite, so I don't think that's a hot take at all. But it's probably the coldest take you could have.
And probably just headshot him right away.
Okay. So everybody get their clips ready.
Here comes Boo to start. It's going to be the first man. I like the angle he's on. Actually, now I'm believing.
The only question mark around it is that
he gets there in the end. Nice first kill, just as we expected.
You know, they lost to Sentinels.
Shot from Benji's good. Heretics aren't letting go of this. It's only Tamazi left, and he hasn't got a goddamn chance. Curses in real time. KC going.
A little bit of a fight back.
Watch out, a couple of players already. This aggressive spot.
It's the closest thing to it.
Clearly feeling the confidence.
Yeah, but it's not just Miniboo. They were waiting for the recon of Rian's, but he's not putting the recon.
They haven't even been power match top 2.
The show is over for Miniboo.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I guess it's just like they didn't look amazing on the kickoff. It's just that the team itself has been able to be like, they've been international winners, right? Like they don't have to have a great campaign to get there, but you know that they're going to be good when they get there, for the most part. They could also just barrel out first, to be brutally honest. We have seen Loud underperform massively at international events, just as much as we've seen them pop off and win them, or get to the finals in them.
Yeah, that's 3 players already. They can continue to stack up onto the site. Still plenty of time to play with. Panatek in a re-aggressed position. Still fighting strong. Has a teammate alongside him, but the trades are good. A Viper's Pit possible. And the flash also catching onto Boo will let them know that he's here. Instead, though, Nareko's fighting. Goes facing that snake bite. It's going to do quite a bit of extra damage. Leave Tamazi low. And as well. Just making things so much worse. 44 HP. The right spam could do everything. And Tamazi knows it. He's going to try and fight forward, looking for that player who's about to round the corner. Not quite ready for it. Might still win the duel, though. Somehow has turned this back into a 1v1, but Benji...
Coming down to 1v1 clutches, which again seem to always
always come back through.
Like, that is something that Heretics are always good at.
There's something to think about, really, if you're Heretics. And 4 players spotted right away. I think they've got an iota that this is an A hit.
Yeah, it seems like the plan over the last few rounds has been to hit towards this A site. This time, though, they're picking up the pace. Looking to almost sprint their way in that.
The fact that it's telling me actually the production, like the pictures and the player icons and stuff, just keep fucking going all over the place. Like, I can't keep up.
Benji's at least managed to claw back one. We'll see the
Like, why is that so clunky? It usually isn't.
This is just going to have to be that full retake now.
At least still some utility to work with, but the pin for Heretics needs to be dealt with. They could get that diffused right under their nose.
He got
Magnum's
2!
all the way around. It's only 1 player to worry about, and he's way up top. Magnum could have 3 kills down below. But instead, they were focused on finding that third. Boo and Benji. Benji very low. Boo not too healthy either. And with the pit down, things are looking like it might just be over. 30 HP, 1 shot needed for KC.
A large part of the reason Sin 1 was the rematch curse. I don't think you could argue a curse, realistically. I just think that the teams that managed to play in and just had more time to, like, on the rematch, have more time to work on the stuff that they need to. Like, I think it's just the amount of reps that they got. Just the effects, yeah. Like, because if you win that game, you play 1 more and then you play the final against them. If you lose it, you have to win the deciding match, then win all of the games and play in, and then win a qualifying game, and then you're in the grand final. Just so many reps on a lot of maps. Rematches have like 75% chance of going the other way. That's a pretty interesting start. Like, I don't know if it's that verbatim. I don't think so, but I don't feel like you're too far off. But yeah, honestly, let's see what people are saying about this. I mean, this is like something I'm concerned about. Yeah, I wonder if Fatina's staying, if that's a little bit like Spanish player, kind of going from there. Which is a little bit surprising, I guess. Also, I didn't want to read like the Kojo thing and then we'll finish. So this was a 20-minute like interview that Kojo did. I think it's like a full 20-minute video. Oh, so you do it for the app. That's cool. Like, that's it. This is what I want to see from fucking Bleed. Like, that kind of content would go off. Comments are very hectic. Felt like the players were way more stressed than they needed to be, given how experienced they are. After the match, the players had a long debrief. Kojo said a lot of them were angry at themselves because they know they didn't do enough to win. But that while they were upset, the team remained strong as a unit. He also goes in depth on the challenges of keeping a team like Fnatic hungry and motivated, and contrasted it to KC, who are a team of young, hungry players. He said the loss is a wake-up call like for teams in Fnatic and RV, who have gotten complacent, missing the same motivation that they used to have. He also mentioned talking to KC's manager, who said they tried to do what Fnatic did when building their roster, get the best players they can, mold them into their system. Kojo complimented the process, saying he could see the vision behind the roster. One-on-one session between the players and the performance coach to resolve any possible issues. Players have discussed playing ranked together more to build more synergy. Really important aspect that definitely needs to happen, which is something they didn't do as much as they used to. Kojo said the silver lining for the loss is that they have very high-quality practice during the next month, with all of the international teams coming to EU. Very good point. A lot of those teams are going to want to play against Fnatic because they're not at the event too. Coming into next, it's a good warm-up scrims and stuff as well. Coming into the year, the goal was to be the greatest roster in the history of the game. Kojo reminded the fans that they could still achieve that, even with missing Madrid. Honestly, yeah, Madrid just doesn't seem to fucking matter in the grand scale of this year. Talks about balancing a lofty goal with pacing themselves for a long season. In particular, he mentioned that he shifted their practice schedule to peak later in the year as opposed to earlier, which is something that we spoke about already. He ended the interview by reminding the fans of the success the roster's had, asks them to trust the process and stick with the team, which is pretty good. I mean, that's all fair. I don't think they need to innovate. I think they just need to catch that shit early. So I think this kind of result happened in Fnatic early on in the process instead of like before Shanghai, I think is like honestly the best thing that could happen to them. Like if they qualified and then lost to Karmine Corp, if they lost to Heretics in Kickoff, they wouldn't have any points. If they didn't win Masters, they'd have 0 points. Like they're not behind on anybody. And they don't need to worry about a rematch against Karmine Corp until like later in the year. In which case they can get one of those points back. So I'm not scared about Fnatic at all. I think it's just a little bit disappointing that they played that way. And I think it's probably a good thing that could actually happen for them for the long term, that they bounce back and not get caught up by that kind of shit. But I am going to end the stream there. I think Game Changer should be on soon, but we couldn't host them the other day, so we might not be able to host them today. Let me see. I guess it's because it's a Game Changers tournament that they're maybe a little bit worried about like hate raids. Yeah, they don't allow me to raid at this time, which I think is kind of wank, to be honest. Let's host Nucky. I think that's a nice one to do. You know, he's obviously, well, potentially having a shit time. Regardless of whether you are on a team, it's not going to be nice to either be dropped or benched, or have people speculate about you being dropped. Yeah, that kind of stuff, I imagine, is really tough for him. So I'll send you his way. Send a lot of love and support. Lots of love, heart, and all that shit. And yeah, not going to be streaming at the weekend. Going to be streaming on Monday. We'll tackle Americas at that point. So we'll have a lot to catch up on. But yeah, thanks for watching today and all throughout this week. Next week, Americas and Madrid is starting. So have a good day. Have a good weekend. Enjoy it. Take care. I'll see you on Monday. Bye.